Well, a very good morning to you all from Burt Brothers Motorpark in Grantsville, Utah, just about half an hour west of Salt Lake City. This is Championship Sunday for the Midwest Championship, the 2025 World Racing League season. Welcome to dawn at what is formerly known as Utah Motorsports Campus in Miller Motorsports Park. It is a tremendous morning to be with you all. Appreciate your company as we get set to crown some Midwest regional champions, some more Midwest regional champions after a few clinched yesterday. My name is Brendan Kazmarek. I am joined this morning by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
Ryan West will be with us a little bit later on the microphones. Jordan Worth is on production duty, the bottom split CEO himself. Happy to have him along for the ride. As always, tremendous job yesterday. Got no breaks yesterday. We had 0 full course yellows through 8 hours of racing. Tremendous day yesterday, JT, and looking forward to another one today.
Yeah, no, definitely. It was fantastic. We got to see an entire endurance race play out, the various strategies throughout the day. Good battles up and down the field, and a very exciting finish. So we'll take it.
Yep, we say oftentimes that a great finish doesn't always reflect a great race, but we have literally no reason to say that after yesterday panned out the way that it did. And hopefully we get more of the same today with multiple strategies converging right at the end to give us the finish I think we all deserve, frankly, here in the World Racing League. Let's look at the fobs to victory, which we did a little bit of yesterday. Slightly different today as we head into the Championship Sunday. Just 3 today. It's unfortunately, that's okay. Consistent execution, number one. We saw that yesterday. You're not likely to be bailed out anyway by safety cars or race interruptions, no quiet hours, nothing like that. So let's keep an eye on that. That's both on track and, of course, in the pit lane. That time you lose in the pit lane now is just time lost. You're not getting it back. Gone forever. So if you're down in the pit lane there, if you're a part of any one of these crews, I think yesterday puts a little bit more pressure on today in getting the fueling right, getting the tire strategy just right, and not losing yourself either time or, frankly, penalty laps with pit lane miscues. And, of course, for today at least, watch out for the 4 seasons. One of the YouTube comments yesterday was about today's weather and where we might land in terms of that. I did get rained on yesterday pulling in cameras. It dumped about 15 minutes after we threw the checker, because of course it did. And today we're expecting the potential for some rain showers just this morning. Clouds moving in from the south and east, and up over the mountain range there towards the final sector of the track. Yes, bathed in sunlight in other parts, but poking through some pretty heavy clouds over there. Let's see what happens there. That's cold today, cold and windy this morning, cool and windy this morning anyway. Potentially hot and sunny later, rain in between, and of course that extra rubber down there in the final sector from some drift cars, potentially making it very slick down there as well. I mentioned JT, it is Championship Sunday. Yesterday in GTO, we did have the number 70 clinch the GTO Midwest Championship, and as a matter of fact, Josh Balicki in the number 70 was hoping for a team photo, being that he has to dart off a little bit later on this afternoon. So expect him to start that number 70 car. Also watch for Singler in the number 13. Despite only participating in the last couple of races here in the Midwest Championship, they actually do have the potential to get up into P3. We'll keep an eye on that. They just need 3 points actually, in order to be able to do that. In GTU, this camera refocuses itself. Number 58 and 59, 2 Stratus cars, locked in a scrap for P2. 2 points separating them. Number 1 and number 909, same thing. That's round 3 racing and automatic racing. And the 909 did not have a stellar day yesterday, but number 1 was a little bit troubled as well. Although it was the better of the 2 round 3 cars, watch for that in a fight for P4. GP1, 7 points to cover the top 3 cars. Ginger lost points to BSR, who lost points to Blaze. Those cars are all likely to converge before we get to the end of today. Down in GP2, it's 4 points, your championship margin between Garage 66 and Palomar, number 83. That Garage 66 car is quick, but can it be reliable? JT, as we take a look at the starting grid for today's 7-hour enduro, remember, a slightly shorter race today. Off-leash Motorsports will lead the CHR number 191 BMW to the green flag. That's the number 40 Mercedes on the pole. Number 70 of round 3 racing in P3. Again, potentially a quick start there. AE victory after a tougher end to the day yesterday. Not for pace, just for some technical issues with that Toyota Supra. We'll start P4. Rapscallion 678, the better of the two Ligier JS P2s in P5 alongside TCB in P6. Also note that number 221 CTSR Porsche will not make the start today. GTU is the Stratus number 60 from Stratus 58. Row 2 will be Stratus 59 and Automatic 908. Don't think we've got Heraflight out this morning. Automatic Racing 909 should start in P5 along with the number 1 of round 3 racing. Number 10 of round 3 will round out the field. Group number 2, TC Design El Diablo on the front row of GP1. Blaze Racing and BSR on row number 2. Ginger and Palomar, row 3. Let's see how that shakes up during the course of the day. Then Garage 66 in Boulder, North Loop in AOA. Palomar 83 starting shotgun on the field as they chase a Midwest Regional Championship. GTU cars, all Sebeco NPO1s, head through the final corner, release at turn 15 and onto the front straightaway for the first time as we hit 8 o'clock in the morning, 7 hours on the race clock. We are green for Championship Sunday at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. GTU rockets away down the front straightaway. That marginal close to GTO in the back as they make this half-a-mile run down to turn number 1 for the first of 100-plus times on this Sunday morning. It looks like it's the Mercedes from the CHR 191 in GTO. It's a messier start, and we immediately go 4 wide at the front of GP1, and it looks like the BSR number 981 has got the jump around the outside in that Porsche Cayman. We knew that car has legs on the front straightaway here, JT, and making a really good go of things here at the beginning. Zalus around the outside as well.
Oh, that looks like an awesome start in general production.
3 and 4 wide immediately. We didn't see that kind of scrapping yesterday, but I do wonder, JT, if we all got a little bit more comfortable with running around this 3.09 mile outer loop layout. And yeah, just best to get after it this morning as Blaze absolutely getting after it through the first sequence of corners. They are going to take that lightweight BMW E36 and take that fight to the 981 BSR Porsche as they make their run down into turn 5. Make the left-hander at the Black Rock hairpin. Porsche from BMW. That's El Diablo out wide over the curbs and is going to drop P3 to, was that Ginger Racing number 46 up the inside? I think it was. We'll hop on board with the HQ Autosport number 189 BMWs. They make the right-hander here at turn number 6 and set up for that run to that fast right-hander at turn number 7. Up into 4th gear. Do we grab 5th before we turn the car in? Or are we going to keep the revs up as we jump trackside on the exit of turn number 7 for the first time of asking? A couple of cars a little bit wide, deeper in the field as you've got to set up for the attitudes there. That transition back to the left. The left-right-left chicane, drop off over the hill and head back to the east towards Tooele Turn. GTU crosses the line to complete lap number 1 at Stratus 60 from Automatic 908. Then 59 from 58. Worth noting yesterday, that 908 Automatic Racing car driven mostly by Stratus Racing drivers yesterday, which to me, JT says, I think that 908 platform, and 909 ostensibly, is close, certainly on pace, setup, and overall development. Just wonder if it's going to maybe take a couple of more races to get those 908, 909 drivers comfortable inside the Automatic Racing stables. Good look at GTO there. That bright green and black Mercedes-AMG GT4 has put a car between itself, second place in GTO, which is the round 3 racing Porsche. There's the Mercedes. Then the last of the round 3 Sebeco NPO1s. We start the second half of the lap. Is that Forza? It is. That car is running oddly classed this morning, JT, I think I would say.
In what way?
It's got 2 asterisks next to it over on...
Oh, in time again.
Yeah. I wonder if that car is running slightly outside of the power numbers for GTO. They're just having an issue getting that car down to power to weight. We'll seek some clarification next door on that, because I don't think that was quite the case this morning. Round 3 is going to make a go of things. Down into turn number 11, shows the nose, can't quite get it done, but that is a change for a second in GTO, with the number 191 BMW Charlie Hayes Racing having dropped that spot to the round 3 Porsche. This final sequence of corners, which gave us such great racing at the end of yesterday. Saw a couple of passes up the inside, around the outside, dealing with traffic through the right and the left, almost mirroring corners, but that 15 final corner has a little bit of camber to it that allows you to take some different lines, get on the power really, really early. Obviously, I think it's pretty clear it's the most important corner on the track, sending you onto this long front straightaway. Top speed really at a premium. Being that we're up at some altitude and therefore down on a little bit of power. Pretty much across the board. Forza's out a little bit wide on the exit. I'm sorry, it's Singler out a little bit wide. Good start for that number 13. Picking up a couple of spots at the expense of the number 246 from TCB Racing, the 111 of Bruce Innovations. Has got that BMW up into P7, and remember, 3 points is all that car needs out of today in order to take the spot from, I think it's the AOA Racing number 74, who is obviously not here this weekend. So no points to come from that car. We'll get into some of the specifics of how the championship scenarios can pan out a little bit later, where cars need to finish, and all of that. But we want to get the race underway this morning and see how things start to develop through yesterday's 8 hours. Remember, these cars not fully refreshed. They've already got 8 hours of running on them this weekend, and being asked to do another 7 hours today, and potentially some more challenging conditions as well. GP1, it's Blaze Racing who has got the lead. Oh, well done, Jordan. From that number 981 BSR Racing Porsche. TC Design in the number 256, defending hard from the El Diablo number 48 BMW. That's the chartreuse colored E46. That TC Design number 56 was locked in a real tussle at the end of yesterday with that BSR Racing Porsche. Just did not have the legs on the front straight to be able to keep with the Porsche, and then where it was around basically everywhere else around the lap, it just didn't have quite enough in hand to actually get the move done and make it stick. Kind of locked in a similar situation here.
I'm noticing with the HQ Autosport BMW, the second left-hander for turn 1, from our camera, it looks like there's smoke or something coming out of the rear right of the car. I can't tell if it's fluid or smoke at this time, but I'm not really seeing it much elsewhere around the track.
It's interesting you say that, JT. There is smoke being reported, or was reported, on the opening lap. Tire rub from the left rear, but that was the number 144 Forza BMW. So nothing out of the 189, but yeah, nothing on our camera there. Oh, yeah. No,
there
you're absolutely right, JT. Yep, as it loads up through the right-hander at the final corner there, it almost looks like dropping, I think, JT. Like dropping some fluids.
Yeah,
or leaking something out the tailpipe there.
When it's under heavy load turning left, it's something is producing let's see as it comes through one, not so much in this shot.
Well, you can see it under the car. We're not looking at it from the rear there, obviously, but you can see it if you look underneath the car there at the low shot going into turn number 1, you can see exactly what you were referencing. Camera seems to have stabilized itself. Brilliant. Through the right and the left at turns 2 and 3. That turn 2, I heard from Brad McCall, on a good lap, absolutely flat in an NPO1. Tremendous. Racing towards the sunrise here out at turn number 5. Yeah, that is racing towards the sunrise. Holy cow. Some visibility in that Garage 66 number 214. Getting after the number 24 BMW 235 early this morning from the GP class lead, of course. You know, JT, I heard been some chatter in the paddock this weekend about, well, if we're going to do another 24, it's been 5 years if we've done a 24, since we've done a 24-hour in the World Racing League. Is Utah the place? Is Burt Brothers Motorpark the ideal location for a 24-hour? I got to be honest with you. These views and this sunrise, it's making a compelling case for itself. This is pretty good stuff.
Yeah, no, it definitely has the scenery.
Burt Brothers. Unfortunately, the noticed yesterday, the race-winning trophies were commissioned before the name change took place, and before the logo changed. So I think semi-officially we're still awarding race wins at Utah Motorsports Campus. Oh, hand waving out the window at from the number 214 down the front straightaway. It was very odd. The left hand out the driver's side window from Garage 66. I don't know if he feels he's being held up by the number 24 this morning. It was emphatic, I would say that.
There were reports of possible blocking from the 24.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I mean, the car clearly has the legs down the long straightaways, but it looks like the number 214 does get the better of it through most of these corners through turn number 2, and it does make sense. The car should be a little bit lighter, a little bit more nimble. Back to the left-hander at turn number 3, and yeah, immediately you can see on by turn-in, it closes by 1 or 2 car lengths. Mike Anderson, I would say it was not vulgar. It was emphatic, but clean. No Tommy Milner here. 24 is out wide again. This be the opportunity for that Garage 66 car to get through. And if he can do it in the mid part of the lap, you'd think he'd be able to put enough on the Bruce Innovations 235 that this doesn't become an issue later on in the lap, but it's not quite done as they make the run into turn 7. Look at that sun, man. That is some kind of visibility through the fastest corner on the track. And through the attitudes, for that matter. There are some higher clouds, but I think the sun is kind of clearing the heaviest of the kind of broken layer we've got out there to the east this morning. Oh, this might be the opportunity again.
The driver puts the visor down.
Some frustration. Some frustration building here in the number 14. It's odd. He's clearly being held up, I think, to some degree here, but it's not like he's still not the quick car in GP2.
Yeah.
Right, 7.5 seconds, almost 8 seconds put between themselves and the number 76 of Boulder. Here goes the kind of slingshot line around the outside of the final corner. He'll get the move partially done. Now, does the number 24 let him go? Ooh, the 214 fades left on the front straightaway. Yeah.
Trying to send a message.
Yeah, and this is, I don't know that I would call the 24 blocking here. Not
right here.
Yeah, well, no, in general. I mean, the 24 is entitled to the racing line here, but I don't think it's doing either of them any favors. 24 is kind of driving in the mirrors, making sure that, he's, if the Garage 66 car decides to send it, that the lane is there. And obviously it's holding the 214 up. As now the leaders begin to work through the GP2 leader through the first sector of the track. Just helps the number 24 maintain that margin. Remember, this has been a battle for position as we have our first pit caller of the morning, number 851 AOA Racing Mazda MX-5. An NC chassis. Ooh, little aggressive and wide on the way into turn number 5 there from Garage 66. Careful not to do that too many times. It's a good battle for second just behind them there. That's Boulder and North Loop Motorsport, who have converged about 10 seconds now behind the class leader in this battle for P2. Remember, those cars not in the thick of the Midwest Championship fight. That next protagonist we're looking for is actually running P4 at the moment, Palomar Racing number 83. Car had a decent day yesterday, but didn't seem to have the ultimate pace of the GP2 runners. Maybe it comes back to them a little bit later on today. Another NPO1 up the inside. in the left-hander, right, and sets up back to the left, gets on the throttle early. More battles down in GB1. Maybe we can pick this up, Jordan. Headed down the front straightaway towards turn number 1. Chartreuse, there's Blaze Racing, escaped out the front, picking up where they left off yesterday. Fantastic. Off-leash Motorsports, the number 808, and then the battle for third. There's BSR, El Diablo, TC Design, and Ginger Racing in the number 46. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars there spread out over about a 5-second gap. And by far the scrappiest of it is this battle for third. El Diablo is going to look around the outside at turn number 3. Job appears to be done as they come back to the throttle, doing what TC Design kind of couldn't yesterday, JT. Able to set the pass up and get it executed where that car has its strengths.
Yeah, no, that was definitely reading the situation right and taking advantage of the Cayman just not able to fully optimize some of the corners here.
That's kind of how I think you have to race against that Porsche. It doesn't seem to be super strong through the twistier bits. Very, very good on the front straightaway and has good punch off the corners as well. But you really do have to get a good run through 1 and 2, set it up going into 3, and then carry that mid-corner speed even around the outside really seems to work there. And, maybe TC Design in that 256 can kind of take a page out of that, sitting behind that battle, seeing what's possible there. It is also possible that the TC Design Beamer and the BSR Porsche are just a little bit more closely matched as compared to that El Diablo car, who's now going to go get after P2 as they head out to a turn for turn number 13. We will get them on the run into, or out of, wind up and into release here, this final sequence of corners. El Diablo tries the outside again. It'll set up for the inside on the run into the final corner here. The job is done. Let's see what the straightaway speed is like for that number 808 M240 IR. You'd think it's got a little bit more punch, being a slightly heavier BMW Cup type car, and indeed that's the case. Goes back up the inside, and El Diablo will have it all to do again as we set off on yet another lap number 8 in this battle for second in GP1. Diablo out just a touch wide there at the exit of Sunset Bend. Quick recap of where we stand at the front of the field now that things have settled in just a little bit. Off-leash Motorsports and the Mercedes still leads Forza Motorsport, who's now been reclassed into GTO proper over on redmist.racing, which is our live timing source this morning. That's 4.5 seconds between them. Another 4.5 seconds back to the Round 3 Racing number 70 Porsche. Remember, that's your Midwest GTO champion as of this spring. Number 191 CHR, that's BMW G82, the M4. They're in P4 with AE Victory Racing, the first Toyota Supra. The only, I'm sorry, not the only Toyota Supra, there's 2 more. But the first of the Toyota Supras anyway, running out the top 5. Rapscallion 678 from Singler, number 13. Then Stoic Racing and TCB Racing. Remember, those cars are stablemates, if not actually teammates. They're in P8 and P9. And then Bruce Innovations, number 111. Rounds out your top 10. Rapscallion 669 with a more steady start first thing this morning in the Ligier JS 2R. GTU being led by the Stratus number 60 from Automatic 908. 1.4 seconds to choose between them as they work through the battle for second there in GP1, which is going to go side by side on the exit of turn number 11. Make their way for the final complex here. Unfortunately, our turn 13 camera is quite blurry this morning, which need to be fixed a little bit later on. That's why we're not picking up cars there as they come through 11 and 12. Job appears to be done, at least for now, there in GP1. Continuing down in GTU, however, Stratus 59 from Automatic 909. So Stratus Automatic. Round 3 Racing in the number 1 is up into P5. I'm going to assume that's Carter Peace starting the car this morning, being that he was in a little bit later yesterday. Stratus 58 from Round 3 Racing number 10, and then, as we said, Heraflight did not take the start, so they will end up P8 on the day. EP1, we've already described it for you, so we won't belabor that too much. But GP2 being led still by Garage 66 now, 14 seconds in hand over North Loop Motorsport, and then a little bit of a margin being stretched in that battle for second now with Boulder number 76, 1.7 seconds in arrears. Palomar 83, 13 seconds off the back of that duo. I would say a less frantic start this morning than we had yesterday, JT. A little bit more separation now that we've all got a day's racing experience under our belts.
I mean, you say that, but then we also had 4 or 5 wide in general production at the start.
Sorry, yeah. I meant once we got single file and everybody kind of found their positions. Yesterday it was, 4 or 5 cars in a train that were just right together. Oh, that's Garage 66 pointing cars by. Up the inside. Now, are those just the leaders being pointed by, or is there trouble here? It's very leisurely around the outside of turn 2, but it's possible that was just friendly, let's say.
Survival instincts.
Yeah, that's fair. Does seem to be back up to speed on the way into turn number 5 here. It's left-hand hairpin. Yeah, all does seem to be well. Catches you off guard a little bit when a car's offline and pointing other cars by. Next up will be the AE Victory Soup. Scoots up the inside at turn number 6.
It's a good thing it's a heads-up driver having awareness to point by these quicker cars. It was cool to see the previous lap. Diablo did clear the off-leash Motorsports M2 by enough coming out of the final corner that it could defend on the inside to turn 1 at Sunset Bend. And so they have kept that second position in GP1. Unfortunately, 11 seconds lost to Blaze Racing, who continues to lead.
Yeah, I mean, that last lap that El Diablo was clear of the traffic is right on pace with the Blaze Racing number 118. Actually picked up 0.8 of a second. So it is possible here that now that tires are up to temperature and everything seems to be in the proper operating window for that car, that maybe that Chartreuse number 48 can go make a run at this. I was surprised to see El Diablo not have the consistent and reliable day yesterday that we've come to know, and that's a lot of dust.
Yeah.
On the outside of turn number 1. Who was that? Have that in the race control log. Nope, nothing reported as yet. Zalus in the number 88. Still that dropping on the 189 there, JT. You referenced earlier on. Zalus in the number 88 down in P9 this morning, despite fighting for the class win yesterday. Somewhat begrudgingly. I don't think the drivers on board that car were, as we heard in the interview yesterday, particularly happy with the way that car was driving. They've only had it for 10 days, remember. It's a BMW M2 Club Sport, not being run in anything like the trim it was designed to be run in. They took all the aero off of it, and they complained about how it turned. But it is a heavy car, low on power. That smoke out of the back of the round 3 number, is that the number 10?
That is, yes.
And substantial steam or smoke, I would say there, JT. Or is that, no, that's not dust.
It didn't
or is it?
necessarily look like it, but let's keep an eye on it because it continues to...
No, absolutely not dust. Comes out of the final corner here, still quite heavily now in some sunlight, trailing it through actually just about every phase there. The left-handers do seem to make a little bit worse. But I'll tell you what, Palomar will be able to tell us if that car is dropping any sort of fluid as it sits right in the slipstream down the front straightaway.
Yeah, it just might be tire rub.
Which would suggest intact, which would not be ideal. Number 246 is reported as slow up at turn number 5. Now the 10 is reported as slow at turn 13, which I don't think is true, but it was for sure smoking. Where is that 246? There goes Stoic. past start finish. It's TCB Racing stablemate, not with it. Sorry. I'm doing double duty this weekend in pulling some of the social media stuff together on behalf of the World Racing League. And I have been provided some great photos by Steven Anderson, one of the WRL photographers this weekend. Super guy as well. But I forgot to save them. So when I went into Instagram to actually make the post, the picture that came up first was a picture of my dinner from last night.
There you go.
I don't think that's what anybody was going for here.
You could just put a great start to the 7 hours today.
I mean, really a great Sunday starts with a great Saturday evening. And with thanks to Andrew Pinkerton yesterday, who won the Brendan Kesmerick dinner recommendations battle. It certainly is going to be a great Sunday.
Not seeing any more smoke coming out of that 10, so I guess it's okay for now. Gotta say that.
The number 70 has... Oh, sorry, JT, go ahead.
We got a bit more smoke under braking, I think.
The number 70 has cleared the 191 Charlie Hayes Racing BMW, by the way.
Okay, nice. That will move the Porsche Cup car into third place in GTO. Going through a shot there. That's going to be about 5 seconds gap between the second place Forza Motorsports BMW and the round 3 racing Porsche Cup car. Though it should be noted that the Charlie Hayes Racing BMW is still holding on tight to that Porsche. See the number 10 NP01 from Round 3 Racing hunting down the, I believe that's the 58 from Stratus. Moment. About a half-second gap through them as they come through wind-up and through release onto the front straight.
Sorry, JT, I promise I'm not leaving you hanging. I'm just being delivered some information here. I'll be right back with you.
You're all good. We also see BSR Racing and Ginger Racing running quite close there through the final corners as well. As they come down the front straight towards turn 1. I believe BSR will hold that position. Yes, as we get a bit more dust on the exit of 1 here. A little bit of traffic here as the podium fights in GTO and GP1 merge together. Ginger Racing's running side by side there with the CHR BMW. Oh, the NP01 from Round 3 Racing. The 10 is coming to a halt on driver's left here. Exiting.
Not going to make it up the hill, JT.
Yeah. Exiting Witchcraft turn 7 as they approach the Attitudes. Yep, looks like it has stopped drivers left before the turn-in point for turn 8. Going by HQ Autosports is on board here.
Hello? Sorry.
I believe this is on board from Northwood Motorsports. As it comes through 7 here. On driver's left, and yeah, it looks like the MP01 is still halted there on driver's left. Good to see that fight in GP2 happening there. Northwood Motorsports, that orange E46 BMW, just ahead of the 76 Boulder. BMW 325 as well. I believe that is an E36.
JT,
Yes.
would you like to make some friends?
I always like making friends.
Do you?
Usually.
Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna hand off one microphone here, and you. Yeah, we're just gonna do this. So first off, Sarah Montgomery is back with us.
Oh no! Not the other.
Oh my gosh! Brad, you need to go. The number 1 just or the 10 ground to a halt there, and the 1 ground to a halt. I'm so sorry. Yeah, just back to back.
Sorry, Brad.
You need to go. Okay.
Oh, man. Sorry,
I'm sorry.
Brad.
I'm just not good
we
enough. I'm
had
sorry.
plans. Like, we happened to come up here at the same time, and we're like, let's make this happen, and just do our own radio show and take over and kick you out the booth.
That'd be fine. I'm fine with that.
He has to
Listen,
fix the camera anyways.
I kind of do actually, but that's okay. I think there is a kind of a non-zero chance this maybe becomes a full course yellow here, covering both of these incidents at the same time.
Well, they got that one kind of out
They
of the way.
did. They did. Sarah Montgomery, welcome back to DriversEye Live.
Thank you. Hi.
I can't help but notice you didn't bring any teammates again.
No, listen, to be fair, I harassed everyone yesterday, even people walking in the paddock. I tried to get people up here.
Yes, and while you weren't on track for 3 hours,
Yeah.
you also did not bring any. What happened yesterday? Because you guys were having a great day, and then all of a sudden you weren't.
Well, yeah, it was definitely interesting. So I didn't know this, but apparently every time we kept refueling yesterday, our car was catching fire in the rear end, which obviously I could see the fire extinguisher mess.
We saw it happen once. Did it happen multiple times?
Every time except the first stop, which was the stop I posted on social media yesterday. Ironically,
Did not see it.
Did not.
You
It
posted
was
video.
not there.
What?
It was just a regular pit stop video that I posted.
Right.
Ironically, and then every pit stop after that, the fire extinguisher was used because we had a little bit of that, but it's okay. We're much better. We got it fixed yesterday. We had time to get it fixed in the afternoon and
What was
test it
happening?
in the race.
What was happening? Can you provide some a little bit more
Okay.
background there? Because that's not normal. Like that doesn't just happen.
No, that's
doesn't.
yeah, that's
There
not
was-
a normal pit stop sequence.
Okay, listen, I do know a little bit of technical stuff, but I am not that great when it comes to really, really fine technical stuff.
Understood.
So technically something with the injectors of the fuel tank, something, and there was fuel leaking into
Through the exhaust. Got it. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, for
That's
example,
where
if you were
Sarah's
to
brain doesn't just
I gotcha.
comprehend that.
So if you watch a car, let's say restart, if it stops, spins, whatever, out trackside, and then restarts, and you get that little lick of flame out
Yeah.
of the tailpipe,
Yeah.
something similar to that, where you've got
Correct.
that unburnt fuel
But it
and
was
hot
a
exhaust.
lot more.
Got it. Okay.
But I think what was also happening was when we use our pit speed limiter coming in, it was just dumping all that extra fuel.
Right. Okay.
And so it was confusing itself. So we got it all taken care of. We went back out on track in the afternoon after we got it fixed in the garage and made it better and had no issues when we did that. So fingers crossed, we're good to go today and have had no issues. So yay.
Performance of the car was not at all an issue yesterday for you guys, though. It was up pretty much right there.
I had no knowledge that anything was going on. The car was handling great. The car sounded good. There was no smells or anything like that. It was just random little backfires that would be a little bigger than a normal backfire. So.
Well, all right.
Yeah.
You are obviously not starting the car again this morning. You were due to have that kind of miserable, hot, sunny, slippery stint yesterday.
It was definitely slippery. It was definitely hot, but it wasn't Atlanta hot, so it was okay.
Of course. Well, yeah, there's no humidity here.
No, I was able to do the 2 hours in which we pulled in on my stint to bring it to the garage to fix it. But yeah, it was not bad. It definitely gets hot. You're definitely trying to drink water on the straightaway, which is long enough to do so, which is nice. Because there's so much chaos out there. There's constantly a turn. There's constantly G-forces. And the other thing I was telling my team owner, they're like, it shouldn't be bad to do 2 hours. And I'm like, you have to remember there's not really double yellows here. Like everything's just
absolutely.
hot pulls, so there's no time for us as a driver to take a deep breath and get that relaxation in because we're always on the go.
Do you kind of expect those full course yellows? Like, as a driver, you want those periodic rest, reset, recover, and then go back after? Or do you like hey, I just want to settle into a rhythm, click a bunch of laps off, and run this thing as consistently as we can?
Well, I mean, ideally for our scenario, like if you look at the standings now, those yellows help bring the field back together, right? So
sometimes, yesterday it all came together anyway.
Yeah, well, true, very true. But with how spaced it gets over 7 hours, those yellows help to at least bring it somewhat closer back together. Because otherwise, you're just fighting for what you can't even see you're fighting for, but at least the double yellows can bring it back a little bit. And it gives us a minute to reset and take that good breath of water drink of water,
like
breath of water, yeah.
Sarah Montgomery, noted fish enthusiast.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, yeah, it's maybe I'm more dehydrated than I realized.
You might be.
No.
No excuse.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think it's definitely helpful. So.
I think we would call ourselves purists at DriversEye Live. We like hey, just let the thing run itself out. Even if it's not that exciting, in air quotes, or you're not getting all the wheel-to-wheel stuff. I mean, yesterday we had 3 podium battles across the 4 classes come down to the final 2 laps.
Which is so cool.
It was awesome.
Especially with not having, a super, super big field like you have at Coda.
Yep.
And it gets really spaced out here because of how big the track is.
Yeah.
So that's really cool.
We see it pretty frequently, actually. When we go to Barber, for example, with the Code 35s, okay, yes, it does kind of eliminate some of the pit strategy. You just pit under Code 35 as a default. But the gaps are pretty well maintained, apart from the quiet hour on Sunday. And even then, the race just has a way of coming back together right at the end, whether it's drivers pushing harder to try and catch the next car ahead or whatever the case might be. And I thought yesterday, if you were looking for a full course yellow, I guess it looked good. But for us watching and kind of keeping track of the race, it delivered across the board. It was so much fun to watch. For sure. And
to be fair, as a driver, a lot of people hate them, but I do love a good Code 35.
Oh, we love Code 35.
I am so good at paying attention. People get so bored on track and they lose their coherence of where they are and knowing, paying attention, hey, it might actually go green this lap, seeing that the whole mess is gone.
Yep.
And if you can get that green flag as soon as you see the corner worker's hand moving and you can pass so many people. I call them sleeping on the start.
Absolutely.
It is so much fun.
Sarah Montgomery proving that she never misses a flag station.
Correct.
That sounds right.
Listen, you got to take your wins where you can.
No, absolutely.
Take advantage of everything.
Absolutely. And for the number of races that have been lost or number of positions that have been lost to drivers picking up 1 or 2 lap penalties for not catching yellow flags or, like you say, green flags on a restart and missing out on free time, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff is actually really important.
Super helpful.
Yeah.
I know. It is fun. I do really enjoy those. A lot of people are like, ugh, because they're boring, because those are the people sleeping on the start that probably don't like the code.
I think they're the best thing about modern motorsports. There was, in a past world, I guess, there's no way to enforce that kind of thing, right? Safety cars were kind of the only option to neutralize the track.
Yeah.
I think we're well past that point now, and with GPS and all the technology, Flagtronics sending data back here to race control, there's no reason not to just do code 35 everywhere all the time forever.
Well, and it's funny, I know we talked about my anxiety yesterday.
We sure
but
did.
Bringing my anxiety back today. In code 35s, at least you have to force yourself to calm down, because you can't go like that 36 miles per hour,
You just ride the speed limiter, or are you actually pedaling the car to maintain 35?
I guess I've never really done it in the Supra. I guess we did at Barber, but I think I was just running the pedal so it wasn't dumping all that fuel into it.
Interesting.
I think.
Is that a thing in the Supra where it'll just dump fuel?
I don't know. Don't listen to me. I know I'm on like live television right now, but don't.
Television's a really strong word, Sarah. Let's back it down a little bit. It is on a television, like technically, but no.
I can see my reflection in that window, and that's enough for me, okay?
I get it. No, I get it. There are arguments to be made of like, well, the pit speed limiter is going to get you like 34.5 or 34 even, and if you really manage the throttle properly, you can ride right at 35 or 30, like 35.1, 2, 3. But that takes a lot of finesse and practice, and you just don't get a lot of that, right?
Yeah, but you're watching all the things. You're like, you're constantly, okay, like this car's a few car lengths in front of me. How am I going to play that chess match of passing them when I know they're not going to see the green flag drop and, finagle that? But
so now that you've got a day's experience, proper racing experience under your belt here in Utah, yes vote, no vote, would come back?
I like it here. Yeah. Heck yeah. And I think the view really helps.
Do you find yourself distracted by the view at all when you're driving?
Fun fact, going down the straightaway in the mountains off in the distance, somehow the way the trees are, and I don't know if you can see it from here a little bit, but there is a part of the trees that actually look like an eye, like staring at you. And it's really creepy and weird, and it catches my eye every time. But I'll have to find. I sound psychotic, I swear, but I'm really not.
Give us your
It's interesting. I'll have to see. Anyways, I'll have to see if I can find it. But it's really creepy because it kind of freaks you out. You're like, oh, it's the trees. But my eye catches like what looks like an eyeball every time off in the distance over there.
Fascinating. So yes, Montgomery, master of focus. Tremendous stuff.
Distracted by trees that look like eyeballs in the distance here. If you're tuning in, that's what we're talking about.
I gotcha. So you guys will have, oh no, you didn't do High Plains, right?
We did not do High Plains.
Right. Is that the only one you guys didn't do this year? Or did you also not do Eagles Canyon?
We did not do Eagles Canyon.
I didn't go to Eagles Canyon either.
But I think we're skipping Sebring as well.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I think we wanted to come here instead. We only had the budget for
either or. Got it. Yeah. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Amateur grassroots racing team not made of money.
Exactly.
And it should. I mean, do you guys have any like big time sponsors backing the effort?
We are working on a couple. Aaron actually had a big meeting this past weekend, which was exciting.
You sound excited about it.
Yeah, I think it'll be really cool. We're kind of doing small work with them here and there, but I think it will only continue to grow.
That's cool.
And I think as this program has more eyes on it, more and more, I think it'll be a lot more meetings happening in the future.
Gotcha.
So it's good. We have good partners. I still have my personal partners, like Team One Logistics and Lafayette Travel that have been my people for a long time, and then team sponsors like the tires, Yokohama Tires is what we run. They help us out a good bit. So yeah, just slowly grinding and making it happen.
I always forget you live in Louisiana.
I did. Yeah, I live in Richmond, Virginia now.
Yeah, she works for the man now.
Yeah.
The man. Oh, are you a government employee?
I am.
Whoa.
Technically, I'm a contractor, but I still work for the government.
Got it.
So I saw an article. This is Ryan, by the way. I'm here now.
Hi.
I saw an article a while back about a new driving school that they had opened for the government. Do you know anything about that?
I'd have to know more to know exactly what you're talking about. Like, there's so many different facilities. Like, just one of the probably 5 facilities.
You'd have to name something for her to confirm or deny it.
Well,
Correct.
that's the thing is, I didn't know if it was like super secret. So
No,
that's why I didn't
no,
want to like
I-
plug or spot.
I do have like a full secret clearance, which is kind of cool, but I don't really know what we do that is super secret that I don't teach at a regular school anyway. So
Are you involved in driving instructing?
oh yeah,
as
that's
a
all I
contractor?
do.
Gotcha. Interesting.
That's all I do is right seat coach.
Do you go to Dominion Raceway at all?
No, we have our own facility.
Good. Maybe don't.
Don't go there.
I don't know.
I don't even know where that is.
Well, I saw it from the air once. Like, I've seen onboard videos just for other things. And then I saw it from the air maybe last time I flew home. And it's really,
Where is that?
Virginia somewhere.
Oh.
I mean, it's Dominion, right?
Okay, yeah, well,
It's somewhere there in northern Virginia, I think. It's a little sketchy.
maybe near DC.
Could be. But not like Summit. Did you work at Summit Point?
No, so our program used to be at Summit
Oh,
Point,
sure, yeah.
but then they built the facility.
I do. I was at Summit Point 2 weeks ago. I like it there.
Huh, I've never been.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Do we have an idea on that car that was just on the exit of turn 3 there?
Turn 3 or
Sorry, turn 5. Turn 4.
yeah. So that was the 24.
Okay. With a 4 off and continue?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Also, the 58 has picked up a 1-lap penalty for passing under yellow. Ooh, never misses a flag station. Sarah Montgomery wouldn't have done that.
Hey, knock on wood. There is always an opportunity.
Like I said yesterday, this is engineered material.
there is always yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
I've got a question for you, Sarah. As a driver in a completely different class, so this will not be a thing. If you and another person go past the starting line with only 0.004 of a second between the two of you, and then you come up on a waving yellow, do you let the person
I'm
go?
not backing out. Heck no. I'm way too pretty to back out of that.
So
You can do the work.
did you catch the end of yesterday? Is this too loud for you?
No, I'm groovy.
Also, slightly deaf, Sarah Montgomery.
Oh, is it still on Scott Man setting?
No, yeah, the headset is.
Yeah,
24
okay.
stopped again on the front straightaway here. I was going to make a point to that. Now I forgot.
So,
Shoot.
so
Oh, yeah.
go ahead.
Did you see the end of yesterday? In
No, I
GP1?
didn't. I didn't.
Blaze and Zalus, 118 and 88, into a yellow flag zone here at start finish because of a car stop down on the front straightaway, 0.004 of a second side by side with the line.
Ugh.
And it's like, well, what do you do?
Okay, so it's realistic.
Yeah, like, do you back out? So there ended up being no action because there was no actual pass. The 118 was ahead coming out of the last corner, like actually ahead. Zalus got on the power and tried to make a run at it.
I mean, if you're fighting for the lead and it's the very end,
Yeah, 2 minutes
and you're
ago,
side by
2 laps.
side, I am not backing out.
Right. So they
I'm
went
just
side by
not.
side all the way down the front straightaway.
Yeah.
Nobody, like, what do you do?
And,
Yeah.
and the best part is they slowed appropriately for the yellow.
Yeah,
And they
they
stayed
both
side
pedaled.
by
They did.
side
They
until
did.
they
So
They
did
did.
that's perfect. Like, honestly,
Exactly.
I'd have probably done the same thing. Like, slow down together and just
Yeah.
be stubborn and.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
neither of
exactly
them
what
were
I would
like,
have done.
I need to be in front of the other car here because I was ahead. And
Yeah.
none of them were like, I
What's
was
this car
totally
grinding
behind.
to a halt here on the
It's the
inside?
24
It's
again.
24 again.
Okay.
Yeah, that car's going to need to come back to the pit lane here. I know what I was going to ask you. So, I mean, you have been to many motorsports facilities, although fewer than I would have thought now that you say you've never been to Summit Point either. Is there anywhere you'd add to the WRL schedule that you've been there? You're like, you know what? We should be here.
I miss VIR.
Yeah.
I miss VIR. It is
Yeah.
such a good track. And it's fun and flowy.
the
The
layout's
facilities are
fun.
good. And don't talk about it like that.
It's just hard to get to.
He made a face, guys.
The staff
along
are
with
nice.
other things.
So I
Yeah,
went to VIR
I think
twice
there
this
are-
season, and the staff are great.
Yeah,
It's
for sure.
interesting you say that because I think a lot of people would not add.
Oh, the staff that I've dealt with are funny, and it's a good time. There's maybe one person who's in what I would describe as a middle management type position, who is kind of a pain. But all of the actual staff, who ultimately are the ones that let you do things, are great.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I do miss VIR. It's a good
What
one.
about Charlotte? Can we go back to Charlotte?
I never went there. But it's also like we have Daytona to fill that need.
We need to go to every Roval.
No.
The big
man,
Roval
that's
trophy.
not
We'll
what
add
we
Homestead,
do. This
too.
is road course racing. That's a Roval.
Also, Kansas
Kansas,
Roval.
yeah, there you go.
Kansas Roval, yes.
Kansas, guys, If we're gonna, you know, we might as well just throw Bristol in there, right? Like,
Oh
just
my
full
God,
send.
Oh
yes.
my gosh.
Sarah with the awesome ideas here.
It would be fun.
That would
Bristol
be
would be fun.
Damn.
I
Hallett.
well, you know what would be fun is doing Bristol with the no contact rule.
Would you go no contact, but also no track limits? Like, you want to pass on the apron? Go for it. Get after it.
I mean, I think you
Ooh.
still should run the proper rules. Like, no, like you should still pass how you're supposed to pass, like cheat.
But if there were like if you had a GP2 car just parked around the banking, you wouldn't just dart to the inside and be like, no, I'm going to take the apron here. This is faster than going to the high side.
No,
Oh. I disagree.
that's cheating.
That's not cheating. It's fun.
There's a solid white line. You cannot pass
No,
that.
I'm team no track limits. I think, who cares? If it's paved and they haven't done enough to deter you from being out there, get after it, man.
I mean, do you remember, I think it was probably a year or two ago, there was a NASCAR guy in maybe like Nationwide Series that finished the race or won by slamming his car all the way into the wall on the outside.
Oh,
of
the
the
Cup Series.
No, that was the Cup Series.
It was the Cup Series.
That was the
yeah.
Cup Series.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah.
the most iconic thing that anyone has ever done in the history of motorsport.
It's a shame he's so annoying because it was really clever.
I don't even know who that was.
Ross Chastain.
He's got the
Chastain.
watermelon.
Okay.
He's
Yeah,
got
the
every,
whole
you know.
watermelon thing.
Yeah, Sarah,
That was
imagine every
such a good
time you
idea.
win the race, you pull your car up to the finish line, to be fair, as is the standard in NASCAR, but then your pit crew brings you a watermelon so you can throw it on the ground.
Huh.
That's him.
Interesting.
Because you
And then
because you
eat
come from a
from
family of
And
watermelon.
then eat from it, yeah.
Okay, well, it's free
Yeah.
marketing. Why not?
Absolutely.
I
Counterpoint,
think
it's
it's brilliant.
annoying.
How
think it's a little
about
extra.
they just have cut watermelon and bring it for people to eat? That would be refreshing.
Where do you stand on professional race win celebrations? Do you think we should be doing the get up on the car, do the whole cheering thing, break a collarbone, or like, is this all like
come on.
the PR
That
stuff?
That's a
poor
low
guy.
blow. That's a low blow.
I'm a Connor Zillage
Connor's
fan.
cool.
I'm a Connor Zillage fan. But I think that highlights, like, do we really need to be doing all of this, or can we just let it be organic, let people be happy, take a couple pictures, and go home?
I think it's special when there's like a ton of fans there because they bring an energy that feeds that and it makes it appropriate. Like right now, if we were to do that, it'd be like, what is she doing right now?
Right?
You know? But like if there was a
It's the
ton
meme
of
where
crowds.
the third place guy's biting the metal.
yeah, like I know it'd be super out of place if I were to
Yeah, I
stand
get
on
it.
top of the Supra and be like, oh my gosh, we did
We
it.
did it.
And they'd be like, what is she doing?
Are you telling me if you guys had actually pulled it off at Daytona that you wouldn't have done that?
No.
You really wouldn't have?
I
No,
don't
come on.
even
That
know.
would okay, but think about this, and like I hate to be that guy, but think about the socials of you guys standing on the car with the dark background, having the picture.
That's exactly
Like
it.
that would have looked
The
bad.
floodlights.
If I'm
Yeah.
being totally honest, I feel like the roof would cave in if I tried to do that.
No, no. Oh boy.
I'm just
Oh,
saying,
boy.
listen, this Supra is not built for that. You know, you don't see people
It's got
in.
a roll cage.
IMSA
From the
doing
factory.
that.
It has to hold 2 times its weight on its roof
Okay,
for crash testing.
I don't need the common sense. You're right, but still.
It's fine, and it has a cage. Like you're fine. My goodness.
Jordan, can we go back to the turn 6 exit between 6 and 7? JT, can you highlight the eye for us? Or you think you see the eye?
Oh, do you see it on the right
I see
side?
it, yeah.
Yeah.
Bottom of the
Yeah.
the mountains
Yes.
on the right hand
Yeah.
side.
On the right side.
It looks a little like
Okay,
the Baltimore Ravens
To
logo.
be fair,
also.
it looks a little gaudy in this picture, but in real life, when that sun is shining on that eyeball, it is looking at you.
Driver's Eye Live, definitely not real life.
I swear, it might even blink sometimes. You never know,
That's fair.
you know?
I gotcha.
But you can see it. It's a thing. The
Yeah,
real
it
thing.
definitely blinks when you're not taking water on the front straight.
There is also a single, very bright white light on
Yeah,
that
look.
mountain in the morning.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Now it looks almost like a bird with a beak.
I
but
was going to say, it looks like the Baltimore Ravens logo a little bit. Like, it
Okay.
definitely looks like I see bird there.
I could see it, but from a distance, it looks like an eyeball whenever you're coming down the front straightaway, like the mountain's looking at you,
Keeping
checking
an
on
eye.
you. Yeah, exactly.
Driver's
Keeping an
eye. It's
on
the
you,
driver's
huh?
eye.
Oh my
It
gosh.
took you a
So
long
many
time to get to that one.
cliches.
I was
10
going
out of
to
10.
come
I
up
know.
with it, but yeah,
I
that's
know.
When do we see you in the car today, sir?
I am gonna go last again.
All right.
He's the
I'm gonna go
closer.
last.
Flag. No fires
Sarah
today.
Mariano
No, yeah.
Rivera. Just
Sure.
closing it out.
This is
Crushing
a Joan Duran company now.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
because now that it's the Phillies.
Phillies,
Okay, all
yeah, exactly.
fine.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So earlier when we were talking about, would you give up that 4/thousandth of a second pass? So yesterday I was fighting with Cole towards the end of my stint. I saw him come in, and I'm like, I know he's going to get by me, but I'm not going to make it easy because I know Cole really well.
Sure.
In the Porsche, in the number 70.
It's the 70.
It's the 70.
Has been also.
Yeah. I don't even remember my car number sometimes, but it was fun. I went to Cole after, and we had a long talk because we were going side by side through turn 7, like that long sweeper. We went side by side in a lot of corners.
Spicy.
And he looked at me and he's like, I knew you weren't going to give it to me, but I thought you would. And I was like, Cole, you should know me better than this, that I am going to drive as hard as I can for as long as I can, and I'm not going to be nice enough. I'll give you the room you need, but I'm not giving
Not
it
an
to
inch
you.
more. Yep.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah, so I don't know.
If we had an AE Victory Racing onboard camera, we would have been able to
I
follow
have it.
that.
I can send you a link. How about that?
Yeah. What?
Am I?
Yeah.
Can I do
What's-
that? I'll do it right
Oh
now.
yeah.
Is it
We can
a
do this
YouTube
live.
link or is it something else?
It's a YouTube link.
What system do you guys run?
Man,
What system do you guys run?
yes.
Got it. Yeah, I was afraid. I was afraid you were going to say that. As soon as I started asking the question, I was like, I don't think she's going to know the answer to this.
Oh, trouble.
64.
Where'd it go?
Well, let's see.
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
On driver's
Yep.
right, but
There's something hanging?
I'm fairly sure
Sure.
Gino Manley's here this weekend. I think I saw Gino this morning.
I did see him this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's
Yeah, they're
running
doing
around
off-roading
somewhere.
before
It's
they
like,
see,
where's
they do
Waldo?
it the right way. Those guys, they'll come a
Look at
little bit
this,
early.
man.
They go to the off-road park and mess around in their rental cars, and then they come do racing. Like, that's the way to do it.
Have you guys talked about this that's here on the front straightaway?
Kind of, but not really.
Like, why have we not had anyone jump that yet?
Who is the first driver that would be like, no, you know what, Joker lap? I'm doing it.
No, they talked about it.
Kevin Clifford, Off Leash Motorsports, hands
right?
down. Oh, for sure.
Wild Child?
Yeah, he would send it.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Who's
would
the
that-
first
like,
one
I
on
could
your,
do that?
Who's the first one on your team that would do a Joker lap?
Oh, it'd probably be me.
yeah,
Let's be
that
honest.
feels right.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't really
yeah.
know Ashley, and I've only met Alana once, so just by default it feels like it would be you, but
Yeah.
also it'd be hard to imagine matching. Like, is there enough room for 3 of you, like that personality, in AE Victory Racing? Like, could you handle 2 more of you?
To me, no. It's funny. We were on the start, watching the start this morning. I just had full commentary watching the GP cars go 6 wide into turn
Sure,
1,
yeah.
basically.
Yep.
And it was full unhinged. And my team owner Erin looks at me and she goes, "You need your own broadcast." She's like, "But it needs to be a full unhinged version so people know what they're getting themselves into."
I mean, we do at this point, right?
Well,
That's
I
true.
was saying there was a lot of profanity and like,
Sure.
what are they doing?
Sure.
There is 7 hours left, but it was in a much funnier way.
Are you telling me if you had the chance to make it, instead of 4 wide, 5 wide at the start of a race, you wouldn't just do it?
Just for fun.
Honestly, what I would
3 to
probably
4
do,
wide?
if there are people 4 cars in front of me, I'd probably just sit back and be like, go ahead. Because one of y'all is bound to be pinged off at the turn, and I'll take your spot for the next one.
Fair enough.
Yeah, just let them take themselves out and take advantage of it,
That's fair.
Or you could just be in front of that whole thing.
Well, yeah,
And
but
watch
to
it in your
get
rearview
in
mirror.
front, you have to pass.
So pass in the grass and then go around.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
they're already 3 or 4 wide in front of you, like, what's one more? And you can pass all of them in one go. You just got to time the start.
True, you could.
Like, catch them sleeping
but
on the
it's
start,
not,
right?
It's not worth it if you have 7 hours left.
Sure it is. It's always worth it.
All right, well,
you can win the race
know?
in turn 1.
Listen, JT and I, our background in endurance racing comes entirely from sim racing. And if I could count the number of times I went 3 or 4 wide in a sim race just because it was there,
yeah.
like, just there, man. You
Well,
know?
but sim racing's different, right? It's not real life.
How
You can
dare
just
you.
reset.
You can
it's
hit
not.
reset.
It is not. You can reset that. It is very
the
different.
guilt is the same.
Is
you
it
get
though?
it wrong.
It's really not.
The money's not.
Well, there you go.
Well, that's the
The emotional.
That hey, that's the whole thing.
yeah.
That's it.
That's a fair point. All right. Well, I don't want to keep you, Sarah, but I,
Ah,
appreciate you hanging out.
it's been fun.
Yeah.
Thanks.
You're welcome to hang out if you want, but also, like, things to do.
Well, well, basically just go sit down there and watch the live timing as I'm doing up here
Or watch your onboard camera that,
But you
can't
just
watch.
said you can't have it.
well, we can't import it. Like, we can't
well,
use a YouTube
I
link.
tried.
Maybe who sets all that stuff up? Is it Aaron?
It's our engineer, I think.
Maybe we'll have a chat
Yeah.
for Watkins Glen and then Coda, which are, I think, your last two this season, right?
Correct.
No Sebring?
No sea
Bummer.
ring.
All right. Well, we'll see
No
you.
sea ring.
We'll see you in New York. Please
Yeah.
come see us again.
We'll be there.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank
and
you.
No fires.
Yeah. I have a Sarah quote of the day every day for my team that I write on the board.
Mm-hmm.
And today was bring the heat.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's not a redhead thing.
No, it's
Right.
more just poking fun at yesterday.
Got it. Hair on fire.
Bring the
sorta.
heat. Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah, they're always super inappropriate, but that was the most appropriate today. So
I gotcha.
that's good.
Well,
All right.
Yeah.
Sarah Montgomery,
Gotta
thank you
keep
very
it
much.
fun.
Go enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks,
enjoy
guys.
Utah.
Y'all have a great
Bye.
day.
Yep.
Bye.
Ciao.
So, as you can see on your screen coming through a shot here, wild fight in GP1 between these three cars here. Ginger Racing, TC Design, and BSR Racing. Three cars just scrapping back and forth as they fight for fourth in GP1 at the moment. Do need to give us an update on GTO. When last we looked, it was Off-Leash Motorsports leading the class. That is no longer the case. About 6 laps ago, the car came, I believe, onto pit road and has not come out since. So Forza Motorsports has inherited the GTO lead. That's going to bump up Round 3 Racing in second. Charlie Hayes Racing into third. And then the AE Victory Racing Supra of Sarah Montgomery now in fourth place in that class.
Beautiful. The GTU still got the Stratus 60 ahead. I think after yesterday they'll be pleased to have returned to the front of the field there, followed by the 908 of Automatic Racing, and then in third place the 59 of Stratus. That 908 right behind the 60.
Ryan,
Yeah.
did you see Erwin Graven's comment in the chat from earlier this morning?
I did not. Let me...
It says, quote, "This is such an alienating backdrop. The Dutch mind literally cannot comprehend." For a country that is largely below sea level. I can see how this would be otherworldly.
I have recently seen an uptick in European people who are influencers, etc., finally getting to America and being like, oh, all these jokes we do about Americans not being well-traveled is like kind of BS because I keep trying to go to all these cities in the United States and they're all 6 hours apart.
Correct. Yes.
So maybe we should chill out on that.
That's a really interesting take. I don't know that I'm here for it because I still feel like this isn't a generalization, but to Americans that don't get the opportunity to travel, there is in some cases a lack of awareness, right, of other cultures, of other
Sure.
experiences, landscapes, traditions, etc. However, there are substantial differences when you drive the 4 hours from southern West Virginia to Pittsburgh, for example.
Well, and that's the thing too. If you give yourself a 15-hour driving window, like let's just, like pick an arbitrary amount, then you can say, oh, it's a 3 or 4 hour flight from central France. You can go see like 15 to 20 starkly different cultures.
Yeah.
War notwithstanding at this point, obviously, makes it a little bit more difficult. But
Fair, yep.
whereas if you're 15-hour drive from anywhere in the United States, like it's going to be a little different when you get there, but not that different.
It does depend on where those 15 hours are. Like a 15-hour drive out of Omaha is probably not going to be substantially different. Or, let's say Denver.
Right.
You're probably not going to get a ton of differences that direction. I will say if you drive 15 hours out of, or even 10 hours out of like New York City, like you are going to experience a lot.
Right.
For that matter, that includes, that is a car smoking at the exit of turn 13 quite heavily. It is a mostly black BMW from the looks of things. Now, did it spin? Or is that some amount of steam? Oh, it's moving again. Appears to be the 111, I would say. It is moving and
Ford
heading
Mustang.
around the right-hander here. It's the car to the inside. Yeah. Black with a little bit of yellow trim. It could only be that car, really, or the Blaze number 118. My car does not pit, and it is definitely still smoking or dropping. See,
Out of the back.
yeah, and it's going to come to a halt on the racetrack here, or go very, very slowly down the front straightaway.
That is exhaust smoke. Like, it's coming
Yeah.
specifically out of the exhaust. That's a
Okay.
little tough.
Yes.
That's a little tough.
But here's what I don't understand. This is probably the second or third time a car has had trouble in the last sector of the lap, not pitted, and then stopped immediately. And I'm not sure. I get that there's a certain amount of panic, like, oh, should I pit? Should I stay out? Should I pit? Should I stay out? But, like, you are going to lose so much more time not coming in and giving the once-over and then risking stopping out on track and having to be towed back. So much more time. You know, just do the safe thing, pit the car, give it a once-over, make sure everything's okay, go through the gears if it's a gearbox issue. Like, figure it out, reset, and go on. And then you're not interrupting the race. You're not risking being stuck out on track. It's just a better, feels like the safer move.
I don't disagree. But also, I'm not in that situation, so I don't know how I feel either. You know?
Did we have trouble for the off-leash motorsports number 40?
I mentioned that, yeah, I came on
Okay.
pit road and did nothing. Leave.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. JT's on it.
Yep. I was obviously not on the head briefly there while you guys were recapping. North Loop is in the number 21 with a driver change.
So if that's
Puts
a
it a
driver
personal
change, I
best.
imagine that will be CJ Hereda getting out. He is usually the opener in that car.
Okay. It appears to be a blue helmet, if that helps you.
It does not. I don't know the
getting
helmets.
out.
I know the fire suits, but not the helmets.
Where'd that Williams BMW F1 fire suit get to?
I don't
Where we
know.
at
That's a
down
good
here?
question. I think the guy that's on 23XI that was the exact same size as me has left, because I haven't seen that size of suit there. Yeah, whatever.
23 she.
23 Xi Jinping.
She, yeah. Well, it'd be she, right? not gonna work here anymore anyway.
will be
in the background.
This isn't even the first unsuccessful sports team that Michael Jordan has owned, so you know it is what it is.
Fair.
I do think they got a raw deal on that, but you know, whatever.
I don't know enough about it. Like, I just cannot stay plugged into NASCAR politicking. I just can't. It's really not. And, like, I'm sure there's a certain amount of this that comes with just being older and more aware of the stuff that's going on. Like, I'm sure that the cheating stuff in the late 90s and the, you know, Gordon Hendrick domination type stuff was... I'm sure it made splashes at headlines, as the 111 does make it back to the pit lane entry. But this all seems extracurricular and therefore unnecessary and therefore annoying. You know? It's like BOP, right? It's like people moaning about BOP in sports car racing. Like, has this stuff been part of the sport in various ways for a long time? Yes. Is it more annoying that we're talking more about it now? Also, yes. Do we need to be talking about it? No. Just move on. Don't do dumb things and move on. IMO. Obviously.
I don't know. I think I think the charter system has not gone the way anybody thought it would. I would put it that way.
I just don't understand. It seemed to me like the charter system was a response to dwindling entry numbers because sponsors weren't willing to spend as much money in a sport that was costing more and returning everybody less.
Right.
So NASCAR decided to shore everything up by going to charters because they weren't getting the entry fees from having 48 cars at every race, sending 5 home, and it's all kind of half blown up in their faces. Because of course it does. When the people at the top try and take more control, like, inevitably something is going to go wrong and it's going to be a problem. And now it's a problem.
And what a story for the country as a whole. What?
I don't know.
Well, it's not unique to NASCAR.
No, that's very true.
That's
That's very true. I do have some hope that, like, so USL is going to promotion relegation,
Yes.
right? That's great. The fact that there are team owners, franchises, clubs, etc., that are willing to accept the risk of relegation for the benefit of promotion and the, let's say, commercial promotional opportunities that come with that, I think is fantastic. That's a big leap of faith, but I think it's the right thing, right? And so I do feel that there's some hope to do things that are genuinely unique and interesting that don't involve just protecting the richest people at the top, like MLS does, for example, and like is mostly happening in motor racing at the moment, professional motor racing. Is that too unreasonable a thing to say?
No, it's not. To our interest specifically, I think that college football has accidentally worked itself into a really nice position where they probably could do promotion and relegation.
Absolutely, Ryan. So as I've gotten more into Bundesliga football over the last couple of years.
Of course you have. Go on.
Of course I have. Well, listen, when your primary sports team of interest starts to be mediocre, you go searching for things that make you happy. As it turns out, the team I've chosen in the Bundesliga is also mediocre. Not as mediocre as Irwin's team, but mediocre. And I have found, my opinion is that American college football is the closest thing that the United States sporting system or sporting culture has to European football.
Yeah,
The
I think it's always. I don't think that's
noise.
I don't think that's a huge take. Like that's.
No, I'm not suggesting
Yeah.
it is a huge take, but the more I understand that, the more I'm like, you know what? You could do promotion relegation, and I think you would eventually get to a place where people are okay with it. Because you still have some protection for the very best long-running programs at the top with that very small risk. The benefit for your James Madisons, etc., is tremendous, right? Teams at that level to be able to promote into a bigger league.
Right.
And it does kind of create this like back and forth for teams to celebrate and get behind their teams in a way that doesn't mean your season's over when you're doing terribly.
You know who I think wouldn't be in favor of that?
Yeah,
Like perennial powerhouse FCS teams that have no interest in going up.
I was thinking more G5 to Power 5.
No, I agree, but I think if you were
But I
going to do
agree
it,
with
you'd
you.
want to do it the whole way. I would want to. You'd have your power. Realistically, you're going to have the SEC and the Big Ten, and then you're going to have everybody else, and then the FCS.
Yeah, sure.
I think that those would be the three tiers.
Yeah.
And I think, unfortunately, there's probably a lot of FCS teams that are not that interested because they're happy with the lot they have now.
Well,
And if
and they'd have
and
to make substantially
occasionally
more.
when they do play an FBS team or whatever you want to
Yeah.
call it now, they get hammered, as we saw with Montana State
Yeah.
and Oregon this year. And Montana State's usually unstoppable in the FCS recently.
Well, so
you
you'd
know.
have to raise more money, and the only way you can really raise more money as an FCS team is to sell more tickets. And in order to sell more tickets, a lot of
Yeah,
those
bigger
stadiums need. Yeah, exactly. You're going to have to spend a ton of money on stadiums, which is just not happening.
Well,
Like I live close to Lehigh. That stadium, I don't know if it even seats 10,000 people. It's not big, and it doesn't have lights.
so the thing
They
they give
can't
you
play
in,
night games.
in English soccer, at least, is when you get promoted, you get a fund. It is struggling.
Trouble here for North Loop.
It struggled around this time in a stint yesterday as well, where they kind of had a problem, and then they got it working and they won the race. So I'm kind of waiting to see how this pans out.
Interesting to watch the throttle trace here. Yeah, it's just not accelerating at full throttle there. I can't hear it, Jordan. Does it sound like it's missing or? Yeah, interesting. Yeah.
They had
Ginger
a
is
long
into the
pit
by
stop,
the way, as
but
well.
no luck.
Ginger racing into the pits in the 46.
Oh yeah, you can
as
see the
well.
gauge. He just reset the computer, so hopefully, may just be an electrical thing, and they got to reset it every time, and then it works. I don't know.
A little bit of rain sprinkling at turn 13, says Darktania, who's moved up a corner. It appears.
Whoa, whoa.
Spicy.
That's a well. That car was making that kind of move yesterday too on the 70.
Yep.
You know, that's something we saw a little bit of. Anyway, to your point, Brendan. In English football, when you get promoted, they give you a fund, and I think unfortunately that money would have to come directly from the coffers of the Big Ten and SEC.
It would just come from it would come from ESPN mostly.
The
TV networks.
I don't think anybody's interested in giving that money up is the problem. Like, I think the people at the top don't see enough benefit for themselves because they didn't see the benefit in leaving the conferences the way they were either. So like, I have no faith in any of them doing anything selfless to make the sport better. I think they are only there to leech as much money as they can out of it.
Well, no, I mean the biggest rejectors of that concept are going to be the bottom tier Power 5 teams in every league. So your Kentucky's in the SEC, right? Like last year, I guess Mississippi State, but they're better this year. They're going to be the ones that aren't going to want to give up the $30 whatever million a year that they're getting from ESPN as part of their media fees, right? So if that money were to go to I don't know who's at the top of the Sun Belt this year, James Madison, I guess.
Sure.
And all of a sudden, Kentucky's $25 million from their budget. James Madison, in theory, goes up $25 million in their budget. And, like, you can do a lot with that. So it would come out of the league, the stability in the media rights deal of the league on an annual basis that would kind of match that fund that, like, English football gives. So you would do something like that, but the low-tier teams, low-tier football teams specifically, would never, ever go for that.
Right. You would have to rebalance how all of that was decided, too. Like you.
Well, but that takes organization at the top of
exactly, and that's my
American
point. I don't think they're
sports,
going to do
which
it.
Doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm with you.
So
with you all the way.
Too bad.
It would be.
I
funny.
just hope that they implode. Like, if we're going to do the Super League thing,
I
hope they just switch it back to like, oh, we're doing the Super Leagues. Then the Tier 2 league is also like they'll switch it back to geographical conferences because they'll start to realize that they're missing out on these historical rivalries that we're not really seeing very many of anymore, and they'll be like, oh no, we do want to do those. Actually, that's a good idea.
I'm with you.
We're just probably 5 years from that occurring. I really hope Cal and Stanford leave. I really do. There's some mechanism allegedly where they can't, or like they need FSU and Clemson
they just go back to the Pac-12,
and they can go back to the Pac-12.
All the play with. That'd be fair.
And honestly, if I'm being really honest with myself, that's probably about the level they're at right now anyway.
Agree.
So, you know.
I mean, ultimately, when it comes to like the sports that they're traditionally really, really good at outside of football, like the non-revenue type sports, Olympic sports, as it were, it really doesn't matter because conference champions get auto invites to their tournaments anyway.
Right.
Like, you could play a bunch of nobodies, be really, not nobodies, but not power type teams, be really, really good, and then win your league and then you get your championship in the tournament.
Yeah, but then there's the level of, like, you haven't seen these teams, whereas the other teams have seen each other.
Maybe. You can schedule
I don't know. Like, I think the destruction of the Pac-12 is going to have a meaningful impact on the United States' Olympic challenge moving forward. I think that's going to be worse.
Not unfair. 125 beats a minute for HQ Autosport.
The driver yesterday was at about 110.
This one's just more nervous.
Sure.
A little bit of opposite lock down there at turn 14. Tries to square off. Run out of turn 15. Sorry, release. As we learned yesterday, the locals use the corner names improbably. We have cleared the first hour and 10 minutes.
We have
the 7-hour Sunday Enduro. Short. It feels like a much shorter day. And I realize it's only an hour shorter, but the fact that we end 2 hours earlier by virtue of also starting at 8 instead of 9 really does make this day feel like you're getting a half day for free,
This would be one where I would be tempted to take the flight home the same day.
It depends on where I'm coming from and getting to. I refuse to do red eyes, so I'm not leaving and flying east here. But if I were going west and I could be home at 11 o'clock at night, I'd be down for that.
Man, Ryan, can you believe this guy?
Yeah, I know. I don't do the red eyes.
I don't do red eyes.
Brendan wants me to take Wednesday off of work to go to
Miami. You'll find me at the Hilton.
Sure. Yeah, right.
I stayed at the Hilton at the airport. Got to get my business class. Check my bag in at the courtesy drop off by the rental car place.
You guys. Unbelievable.
I do, JT, to be fair, I do get way better rental cars than Brendan does. Like, way better.
Yeah,
I-
absolutely.
I spend a little bit more. I don't think I spend that much more, though.
You'd be surprised. But that's
Okay.
fine.
All right.
I don't mind.
All right.
Oh, fine. I told you. Pick a brand and just stick with it.
Be careful what you wish for, because I will pick Delta, and I will bankrupt DriversEye Live by picking Delta.
Great. Great. RJ, keep the invoice.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to fly places that expensive. Like, Brendan has, this for some background for the viewers, and maybe if you have a job where you travel a lot, which people in the paddock I'm sure do, when you travel for business, you probably do just pick one brand. The problem is, Brendan keeps telling me to pick one brand, but I have 3/4 airports I can fly out of, and the prices vary wildly, brand to brand, location to location.
You
and
act like I don't, man.
I cannot bring myself to spend double just because, like, oh, it's in Sacramento, it's closer.
I
can't do it. It just does not work for me.
I have 5 airports within an hour and a half radius. I can fly out of Allentown, Scranton, Harrisburg, Philly, or Newark.
Okay, but like Scranton and Allentown, you're not actually going anywhere.
Scranton's an hour.
No, but like there's no destinations.
Sure. I mean,
From
Charlotte,
Scranton?
Charlotte's a destination. They're all going to be connections anyway, so what does it matter?
I
Like,
guess.
if I'm going to have to connect to fly out of my home airport, I don't care. Like, I don't care what the follow-on from that is. I'm just going to do the connection. It's not a big deal. Also, I've come to realize, like, time is worth something. Parking is worth a lot. Parking at Allentown is way cheaper than parking at Newark or Philly, like, substantially. And I can park right next to the terminal rather than having to go to an economy lot that requires a 20-minute shuttle ride. Still better than NOLA. But
We're going to take the shuttle past Moe's tires over here.
I saw a video yesterday of a highway entrance ramp just covered in used tires. It was really not good. Anyway, NOLA out here catching strays on DriversEye Live. What else is new? No, I am of the opinion that, okay, yes, you're spending double, but if double is the difference between $275 plus a 3-hour or 2-hour drive, plus parking, plus a shuttle ride, or spending $550 to drive 20 minutes, park for 5 days for under $100 and go home, like, to me, anything under that, like, $600 range is just pretty reasonable. Like, that's just what it costs to fly places now.
The problem is my close option only allows me to get to Las Vegas. And in rare circumstances,
I wouldn't
like
go to
Denver.
Stockton anyway. Like, those Allegiant-only places that don't have a mainline connection on the flag
Right.
carriers is, like, we're mostly Allegiant at Allentown, but we have Delta to Atlanta, American to Philly and Charlotte, and United to Chicago. Like, we at least have those options. Stockton obviously doesn't have that.
No,
now that
not at all.
America West is dead.
Yeah.
So, like, Sacramento becomes your next
Sacramento's
best option.
I would have to double check this again. I think I end up paying more for parking at Sacramento than I do at SFO.
Maybe, but you're
So
spending
inevitably, I
an
then
hour and
take
a
the
half
train
less
to
to get
SFO,
there.
which takes like 3 hours.
Yeah,
of connections
I'm with ya.
and stuff because there's not a direct way to get there.
I'm with you.
And like the Oakland airport is rapidly becoming useless. It already kind of was for what I do.
Well, yeah, once Southwest started flying to San Francisco, that was
Yeah,
yeah.
but that's
Seppy
easier.
was in, GTO race leader. Hour and 20 minutes in the opening stint here. It's pretty good stuff.
That was pretty good. That's
Singler
saving.
inherits P2 after CHR's pit stop. E-victory in third. It's an opening stint from Singler, although I think they haven't pitted yet. Oh, neither is AE, though.
North Loop's going to come back out. I think they're 5 laps down. We'll have to wait for the timing to update, but like they're a ways back now. So that's probably,
Yeah.
assuming the race goes the way it did yesterday, I think that's probably taking them out of contention. But they'll be happy with their dub from last night.
I would think so. Garage 66 and Palomar are now first and second in GP2. And that 90 seconds between them is kind of your championship fight at the moment.
Yeah.
Garage 66 has the upper hand over the number 83. It is a 4-point spread between them, so it would need to be 2 positions. I believe I do need to do the drops scenarios there, but I believe it would be 2 positions for. Maybe this is the time to do all that. That the 83 would need to pick up over Garage 66. I have a notepad here in the back of this notepad. No.
You have a notepad on the notepad.
No, what I have is a like planner thing. I'm not real big on organization, if you can believe it.
As he brings his 4 jackets and his thermal printer.
Listen, that thermal printer has already paid for itself.
You were paying to have stuff printed at the front desk?
No, but I was having to go
Oh.
back and forth and like, hey, did you get the email? No. And it was just a whole thing. So I got over that pretty quickly and just paid the $60 for the thermal printer.
Yeah, I was going to say, to be fair, a thermal printer is not that
They're not
big.
that expensive.
Yeah. That's...
Recorded contact from Mike Anderson between the 60 of Stratus and the 64 of Open Throttle, turn 7.
Mike Anderson also mentioned, just to circle back to this, he could fly out of LAX, but hell no. You know what the GOAT airport is for Southern California? And I'm going to let everybody
Burbank.
know.
SNA.
Burbank.
No, neither. The GOAT airport for Los Angeles is Long Beach.
No.
Better than Burbank, better than SNA. Long Beach.
Burbank,
No.
rock,
Long
yeah.
Beach is where you want to fly.
I'm big on Burbank.
Nah. Can't beat it. Long Beach, you're already in town. You're already right there. Burbank, you're so far from anything you want to go do. Long Beach, right in the middle of town.
Unless what you're there to go do is Willow Springs.
Well, that's true. That's true. You fly to Bakersfield. You fly into Fresno.
I wasn't a fan of Long Beach when I flew through there.
Really?
Yeah, no, it was like weary and drab, and it was just like,
Oh, sorry. The appointments on the seats were not to JT's standards. I don't care if an airport's drab. I want to be able to get through security in 5 seconds. I don't want to wander around the whole city trying to find my gate.
I mean, I've never waited more than maybe 8 minutes at John Wayne.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people, man. There's a lot of people.
Where?
At John Wayne? Everybody.
Yeah,
that's like
where?
the easy one. That's like the one that everybody goes to. That's like, oh, actually, that's the one you want to go to. Like, that's not even a secret anymore. Long Beach. Long Beach is where it's at. Other goated airport that nobody wants to talk about? Bozeman. Bozeman Airport's incredible as well.
Most of those like small to medium-sized city airports are really quite good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here for that. I think like Allentown is an exceptional experience. I think of other places I've flown this year in particular that have really stood out. I probably should have done Monterey for Laguna. I think I will in the future. San Francisco thing
I've
was
never
kind of
done
annoying.
Monterey.
Though,
just
San
because it's
Francisco
more
Terminal
expensive.
1 is awesome.
I like
Yes.
San Jose.
I also like San Jose, but now that Spirit is not flying there, it's going to become less
Newsflash,
convenient.
Spirit may not be flying anywhere.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah.
Here in a minute.
You're not wrong. I hope that like JetBlue or Southwest gets those slots at San Jose. If San Jose had more options, I would go there because I pass San Jose on my way to San Francisco when I'm flying. Like on the train, I have to go like right past it. So that's why when it works, it's great, but just the flight times never work in my favor. You get a little bit different crowd flying out of the San Jose airport than you do the San Francisco airport as well. You get a lot less. It's like the difference between flying into Orlando and flying into Charlotte. Where when you fly into Orlando, it's a lot of people that don't fly very often, so everything moves really slow, and the people are obnoxious. Versus flying into somewhere like Charlotte or Atlanta, and it's just people who fly all the time, and everything is smoothish. San Jose, it's all tech people trying to go places that take planes to and from Texas all the time, so it's not a big deal. San Francisco, it's a little bit more tourism friendly, which.
Oh, Dab's
I
a
have
good
never
experience.
flown into Dab. I've never flown into Daytona
I was
Beach.
just there last weekend. Big fan of Dab.
It wasn't worth it. I don't want to connect. If I have to fly that far, I don't want to make a connection. I want to do.
See, I don't want to sit for that long. I want the break.
Oh,
Let me get up,
yeah.
stretch my legs in a connection, and I'll take my chances with the delay.
The problem is the last connection I did was a connection on a red eye, and I had to be awake at like 2 a.m.
Yeah, I don't know
at the Dallas airport.
That's
like for an hour. I'm like, this is tough. Like if I fall asleep, I miss the plane. It's a whole that stressed me out. I can't do it.
So, do you want
Direct
a championship update for the Midwest Championship?
Yes.
Let's start at GP2 because that's the only one I have done. If Palomar wins based on the drops scenarios, even if Garage 66 finishes second, it's plus 6 points because of drops for Palomar, plus 2 points for Garage 66 because they finished on the podium relatively frequently, which puts them on a tie, and 3 wins for Palomar to 2 wins for Garage 66 would give Palomar the championship. So basically, if Palomar wins, it's theirs, regardless of what Garage 66 does.
I don't think they have the pace here, is the problem. I think Garage 66 has too much pace.
For sure.
Palomar didn't really have anything for North Loop, and North Loop was probably a good half a second slower than Garage 66.
Well, Garage 66
most of the time.
Trouble yesterday, didn't?
Well, right, but that's my point.
Yeah.
Palomar wasn't as fast as North Loop when North Loop was leading.
Yeah.
And North Loop was about half a second behind Garage 66 per
Right.
lap. So, like, I don't see that happening today.
To be clear, I'm not suggesting that will happen, but if it ends up being just a straight fight between the two of them, yes, you're right on pace. Garage 66 probably takes it. But, you know, if something happens, Garage 66 is fighting back. If Palomar is the one that inherits the lead as a result of that,
Right.
then it's Palomar's championship if they win. My guess here, my prediction here, if I were put on the spot, is that Garage 66 kind of takes this one going away.
Yeah.
And that is kind of the end of it. But that's where things stand there. There's really nothing else in contention here, other than actually North Loop and Boulder scrapping for fourth. Boulder, it would just be points for both of them. So however those bonus or those points bake out, 3 points to choose between them. I don't know that
We've had a
there's
throttle pedal issue. Same as
Oh,
yesterday.
interesting. Yeah. Interesting. That would have to be second and fifth. Like North Loop would have to finish. Sorry, no. Boulder would have to finish second, and North Loop would have to finish last, which I don't think I see happening. So that's GP2. We can go back to talking about other things. Maybe even a race.
Yeah, the race would be good. Probably good.
I head towards GP1 here, where this is a
Palomar
little bit
is
more complicated. Yes, they are. They're not quite in the championship fight, but they are in an interesting spot, being P4 if Blaze or somebody has a bad day. Blaze or BSR has a bad day, excuse me. So, I'm going to do that.
All right. El Diablo showing us in the pits. I'm sure they're back out by now. They've been in the pit for a little while. Number 48. I still would love to chat with somebody from there. Somebody from El Diablo. If you don't have much going on right now, you just did a pit stop. Come and say hi to Brendan for about 15 or 20 minutes, and we'll chat. We'll chat all things Thunder Hill. We'll eulogize with another longtime Thunder Hill entrant. Otherwise,
Are we considered long-term Thunder Hill entrants?
No, like we already did this with Samson, and then now El Diablo can come up and we can do it again. Where
Fair.
we can eulogize
Yeah, that's
the
fair.
race. Yeah.
I actually, well, we'll have that discussion later, maybe.
All right, sounds good.
I don't know where the Revive 25 is at the moment. The entry list thus far was not promising. And there is
to be
maybe
fair,
a discussion
the Thunder
to be
Hill
had.
entry list would pick up late also.
4 wide down the front straight, by the way.
I mean, it is October though.
Other part of the front straight, Jordan. Sorry.
Yeah.
I do wonder if there's a little bit less appetite for 24-hour racing just across the board. You know, it used to be like in the proper entry-level amateur endurance series, your Lemons and your Champ cars. I think there is something to it. because it's pretty just turn laps and go. But at the higher levels, you're having to hustle a little bit more. I do wonder if there's a little less appetite for it. RJ said to me the other day, we're just far enough away from Sebring now that I think there's some entertaining of the idea. It's been 5 years. 4 years, I guess, 2021.
That was fun. I enjoyed the hell out of that.
You know, I did too, and I think Sebring is a reasonably good venue for it, but it just doesn't... It's so hard on cars.
Right.
That I think it's just not worth the expense for most people. You go for a weekend, you put your 2 days in, it's fun. Yeah, you got to do some rebuilding of the cars, but it takes so much prep to expect a car to be ready to go for 24 hours consistently at a place like Sebring that I don't think that it's a good place for it. I don't think it's the right place for it.
At this level, I would agree. What about, here's a hot take, the 24 hours of Homestead?
So Florida Region SCCA used to host 24 hours of Moroso, which was a whole thing. And I think Champ Car did a few 24s at Palm Beach as well. I would watch 24 hours at Homestead. I don't know that it would get a big uptake because you kind of need the track to be a destination in and of itself.
Miami, huh?
Well,
yeah.
They used to do a 12-hour at some point. The longest day. No, that was Nelson.
I was going to say, that's Nelson
Summit?
Ledges.
Yeah, what was Summit? Maybe it was just a 12-hour. I don't know. I thought they had a name for it.
We're doing
They don't do it anymore.
Road America 24 hour in the middle of the summer where it's like 4 hours of nighttime.
Well, 4 hours of thunderstorms as well. I do think... So here's what I think about 24-hour racing at this level. Unfortunately, I think in order for it to be a compelling event, because it takes so much for teams and drivers to like pull the trigger on something like that, I think the track itself also needs to be a destination venue. 24-hour racing in and of itself isn't enough anymore to bring people like in a way that they would want to like just do it. Like Champ Car did this weird, they had this weird 24-hour calendar probably 7 or 8 years ago where they did a 24-hour, I think they did one here. They did a 24-hour at Spokane, Police Bay or whatever it's called now. They did a 24-hour at the Iowa Roval.
Presented by Hy-Vee?
Correct. Well, it was under contract, and then they pulled their funding at the last minute.
Sure.
Rip. And they did one somewhere else. I don't remember where it was. Goofy. Topeka, maybe? I don't know. But that's the problem, right? Is you can't just do a 24 and like expect people to buy into it and be there and say, you know what, this is worth the effort, this is worth the trip, and the expense. I think they also need to want to go to that place. I think Road America would be that place, but I don't know that I ever see that happening.
Probably not. I think Coda, you could do it as well, but
they won't
that
do
would be
overnight stuff.
Even
expensive. When Kremenik went there years ago, they did I think they did 14 and 10.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so 14 overnight break and then 10. You end up running really late on Sunday.
Do I hear about Kremenik less because I'm less in that circle, or is that a smaller thing than it used to be?
I think it makes slightly less noise because WEC and ACO rules racing is making more noise.
Okay, all right.
I think there's just less. There's less to talk about because there is more to talk about at the top than there used to be. That's my take, but I'm not sure it's accurate.
All right.
So, asterisk.
Palomar is in the pit lane.
Which one?
38.
Very good.
GP1, the lead.
Yep. Okay.
Just saw that flash up on the timing here. Mike Anderson also let us know, 38 on pit road.
Gotta let him know.
What about 24 hours of Sonoma?
Yeah, I'd be down for that. I think anything on the West Coast, you could make a compelling case for 24s.
Well, okay, but hang on. The weather's probably going to be nice, which means you could open up to doing it in the winter if you wanted. Which I think, and here's my take, it's terrible for broadcasting, obviously. It's like, I understand why they don't like doing it. I like 24-hour races that are in the winter and you have more nighttime, because I like nighttime racing. I think nighttime racing is fun. That 24 is going awful slowly.
Again. No, it's at the pace.
Oh, okay, got it. All right.
Get better.
I don't know. It's got the flashers on, doesn't it? We'll see it right here. Look at both of these cars. Just terrible, terrible race cars. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I could have sworn that it had like slowed down and it had the four-way flashers on, but maybe not. All right. Anyway. I like these camera angles better today, Brendan.
Ryan, they're exactly the same.
I don't think so. I don't think
They
so.
are.
They look better. They're like closer. It's not this one. There was one you were showing earlier. Maybe it was one that was like down yesterday that we didn't get to see. There was like
no.
one or two.
I
that
may have
thought
zoomed them in a little bit further.
Okay, then that's what it is. If you zoomed them in more, then that's what. Yeah,
But
it's
I don't
this
think
one.
I did.
This one looks better.
No, this is identical. It's also more stable.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
It was
much
the first
more
thing I
stable
noticed when I
than
sat down. I
yesterday.
was like, wow, it looks way better today than it did yesterday. I don't
Nope.
know why.
Nobody in Twill is on their phones this morning.
Got
The
it.
cell tower is not overloaded yet. Garage 66 into the lane.
They're all at Temple.
Listen. We're all thinking it.
I mean, it's not out of the realm. Like that's a fair thing to say. Like that's probably what the deal is. You know.
Yeah.
Didn't see Works 45. I know that they kind of got out of racing, but I was hoping that they would bring their
Yeah.
R8 back. I was kind of holding out for that.
Well, they were Thunder Bunny adjacent there towards the end, right?
Oh, that's true. They had gotten it. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
With the 766, I think the number
Yep.
was. Yeah, the silver and red.
Mike Anderson says Sonoma would not let you, but would love to see it. Yeah, I believe that. I believe that. And you absolutely couldn't do it at Laguna either. Yeah, no.
I don't think Lime Rock would let you. You know where it probably would, though? Thompson.
I don't know. Lime Rock might. They let
Thompson.
No,
Let a
Lime
plane
Rock,
land
you
there.
can't race on Sundays. You can't race before 9 a.m. Like, there's no way that would work with local curfews. This wouldn't happen. You'd have to do Friday, Saturday, and I just don't think it would vibe. Thompson, you can't race on Sundays either. Obviously, that's in Connecticut as well, but you can run late. They do Midnight Madness at Thompson for the SCCA, where every run group gets a night race, no lights.
Ooh,
There's
you
the
know where
lights
you could run
on,
overnight?
lights on the oval, nothing else. And, like, it's just Spec Racer Fords running around the road course with no lights on. The proper darkness. Wild.
You know where they would let you go overnight? Brainerd.
I would not go to a 24-hour Brainerd. I don't think anybody else would.
Oh, no.
If
they
we're
did
not
the
pulling
big-
people for an 8-hour Brainerd, I don't think they're going to pull.
I think,
people for
especially if you
it.
ran the big track, like where it's the full, like everything with the drag strip and everything, like, I think that would be a kick-ass.
Donnybrook?
Yeah. The big, like, I think you can hit people. Again, you'd have to do it consistently and make it an event, but, yeah, I think that'd be sick.
So this GP1 West Championship is really difficult to parse.
Midwest.
Sorry, GP1 Midwest Champ. Yeah, really difficult to parse. Blaze has a better drop scenario because they have more lower finishes at the moment. They would be able to drop a 2-point result. Ginger would only be able to drop a 6. So Blaze, in theory, would be netting more out of a win than Ginger would.
Sure.
And if Blaze were to win and Ginger finishes P6 where they are now, Blaze takes it by 4 points, which means, doing that math the other way, if Ginger finishes, they need to finish 4 points higher than there, so they would need to finish P3 to tie. With, if Blaze wins, as they did yesterday, obviously, Ginger would need a P3 in order to tie it, and that would give Blaze an equal number of firsts to Ginger, and more third place, which would be the next countback. So that would hand it in favor of Blaze. So basically, if Blaze wins and Ginger can't finish on the podium, it does go to Blaze. BSR is the other part of this, where points for them are just points. But I need to figure out how many points it would take. I think 10 in order to tie on 69 in that scenario. And that would be a P3, but a P3 for them would mean Ginger couldn't. And they would be knocked down to 4. So, basically, if Blaze is able to dictate their result from yesterday, BSR would have to finish P3 in order to tie. And that would give... That would give BSR... Oh boy. That's a third and a second.
It's 10 o'clock. It's chapel's over.
Social hour. Coffee and donuts. Let's go.
Nope, no coffee.
Oh, right. Donuts.
Diet soda
Yeah.
and donuts.
I think BSR would take this on, end up having more third place finishes if they were.
Oh, there's
able to
something
tie with
hanging off the
Blaze.
back of the 64.
Oh yeah, it's the
And they-
back. It is the 64 is hanging off the back of the 64.
Yes.
That is, yeah, about 3/4 of the way off and dragging.
And
properly
they
on the
elected
front
not to pit.
straightaway. Well, I'm not sure they know about it yet.
Well, they do now. Get Mike Gorman on the horn. Let him know.
Gotta let them know. Yeah, so GP1, I think we're going to put to one side and just kind of play a wait and see. Because
Sure.
even points as they, I will say points as they run, Blaze takes it right now. Like, that's just how that's going to go.
That's it. He's going to go to the window. Should we start putting WRL results on Kalshi?
I don't know what that is.
That's the, like, peer-to-peer betting system that's, like,
Oh.
more legal.
That is difficult to believe when you describe it that way. But sure. So it's basically like a bar bet with your buddy, but formalized.
Correct.
Yeah. Well, I do not think RJ would sign off on sanctioned WRL peer-to-peer betting.
Does
I do not see
does
that
the
happening.
64 lose bodywork? I bet $100 they do. Anybody going to take me on that? No? No? All right. Did you see the
Over under.
Did you see the 6.5 bet for that? What game was it last night? The line was 6.5, and they're trying to kill the clock, and the quarterback runs back into his own end zone and gets a safety and trashes everybody that picked the under on the 6.5 or on the spread. Here, let me see which. game was
Oh,
that.
yeah, no, it was the Iowa-Indiana game.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were up 7,
Yeah.
and
Yeah, the number was 6.5. That's why.
yeah,
it was
and
like-
your boy Fernando Mendoza ran into the bag of the end zone. Yep.
We don't talk about Fernando Mendoza anymore. Fernando
I bet
Mendoza
you don't.
out.
That's why I called him your boy.
Yeah. We're out on Fernando Mendoza.
I have a genuine question for you.
Let's hear it.
As somebody who is very into Stanford football, how are you also into Cal football? And is it just that they're good now?
So I'm gonna deliver a take here. This is gonna be live on the air, and I haven't exposed this publicly yet.
64 is in, by the way.
I thank God. Like that bumper needs to come off before it comes off on someone's car. Having now spent a lot more time at Cal and Stanford than I did as a kid, and also having a little bit more worldly view of how things go, I think Stanford is no longer my homie, and I'm all in on Cal.
Is that a
Right.
cultural shift?
Yeah, I think so. There's even going to the volleyball game, there's definitely an air of, like, snootiness and arrogance that I just don't think I picked up on as a kid, and I was clouded by the AP student, you must go to the most prestigious university possible. That should be your goal.
Yeah.
Versus the time that I have now spent going to Cal games, and the people are way, way, way more like my type of people.
Like they don't take themselves as seriously as Stanford people do.
Correct, and they don't look down on you for being a little bit different, because like it's all different people at Cal. There's also a pretty big overlap between Cal fans and Oakland A's fans, and Oakland A's fans are probably the best fans in sports because they care about the sport that's going on, versus going to a Giants game where everybody's on their phone and nobody knows what's going on. So you have that crowd as part of the Cal community as well. My job has meant that I've interacted with people from Cal and Stanford for some time now, and there's a difference in behavior there that is stark. So I think I'm going to declare on this broadcast right now that I will always have love and respect for that, 2009 to 2015 sort of Stanford situation. That was fun. That was a good time. I love Andrew Luck. I hope that he turns that program around, but I think I am now a Cal guy.
Is my text message take to you roughly correct in terms of personality and vibes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I get it. Yep.
Yeah.
Have we seen a pit stop from Blaze yet? Yeah, okay. It looks like everybody... Yeah, we're an hour and 50 minutes in, Brendan. Sheesh. Everybody's been in. What happened with El Diablo that they had one pit in lap and no follow-up?
Did they have a penalty that was revoked?
They did.
Oh,
see?
Okay, so they deleted the
Boom,
lap.
let's
and
go.
then took it back. Yep.
That's
good
usually
call.
what happens when stuff like that goes on.
Overturned. Oh, no. The 58 had a penalty overturned. Oh, and the 48. All right.
The 48
yeah.
too.
Yes.
There it is.
Yes.
Yeah, because remember the 58 initially got called for pass under yellow.
Pass under yellow, yeah.
But, yeah, that was like that overturned. Same with the 48. Only the 48 was a fire bottle on pit lane.
Had they not received a warning yet? Was that...
No.
But they don't even have the little penalty warning logo by their name.
It was initially a warning for the 48.
Oh, they overturned the warning. They didn't
yes.
overturn a penalty. Yeah, okay.
Correct.
So that still doesn't quite explain the whole thing, but fine.
I do, now that we're looking at the back of the 118, I do want to do this joke one time.
Okay.
One time. And I've been thinking about this joke for whatever it's been, 2 years. Why is the number 118 not the number 420?
Great.
Like, I just...
Great.
It's childish, whatever. Like, Scott dunked on me the other day, like, completely, and was like, that's a childish joke, you shouldn't be doing that, you're 30. And, like, I don't care. That should be what that is. Anyway.
Right, sure. Didn't we have one in WRL?
Did we?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
I don't know.
I'm certain that we don't have one now. Like,
No, I know that. I feel like we had one. I don't know. Sure.
Like, the name is there. It's right there. Right there.
Yeah, I just don't like... Where do you stand on, like, hokey racing team names?
So, I think it's... I've talked about this on the air before, I'm certain. When it's a team name that you and your buddies came up with because you were drunk in the garage filling out your Lemons application to, like, do the racing.
Sure, yeah.
And it's this, like, kind of goofy, funny thing that you just do. And then slowly over time, you move up the ranks, and now you have an SRO team that's Random Vandals Racing, or you have an SRO team that's Thunder Bunny Racing. That's funny, because it's genuine.
I don't think those are hokey, though.
It's a little, compared to, like, actual pro team names that are, like, super serious, or someone's name. Like, I guess our definition of hokey probably a little bit different, but I give you a pass if it was a thing that you came up earnestly with your homies, doing lower level racing, and you've moved up. Like, that's funny. If you drop yourself into SRO because you're of that kind of means, and your name is that hokey to start with, but you're like a billionaire, and, like, you know, it's just like, I want attention, I'm less into it.
Like, when I think hokey team names, this is not going to go over well, but I'm going to say it anyway. When I think hokey team names, I think will to win.
Fair enough.
That's kind of what I mean. Like that. Like
I don't.
we want the name to reflect our attitude, or to reflect our performance. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of what I mean.
Okay,
rather
that's
than
what you're saying. I'm talking about
something
like
rather
goofy
than
names
some.
that are.
No. When
It's
I say
part of the
hokey,
PowerPoint
I mean like
presentation.
cheesy.
Right.
Yeah, like I'm in on the adjective animal racing, like stuff like that. I'm in on that.
Right.
Because it feels pretty organic.
Yeah.
And you can create an identity. Like if you're going to do this and you want to create a social media identity, Paul Sparta, case in point, great. But
Yeah.
like the Arrive Drive Motorsports.
Fast track racing.
It's just a vague example.
Sure.
You know, like cargo shorts racing, great. Sure, here for it. Kingpin, fine, sure, great, here for it.
Right.
I rather
I think
than
the will to win racing and all that is a reflection of the culture of the people who are in positions to make a team that size.
I don't know. Oh, spin for the number 10 at the last corner. It was very odd. Just kind of lost it coming back on the throttle, which is not something you see NPO ones do a lot.
No.
And I assume that last corner camera is struggling, Jordan.
Jordan's doing pasta time.
Oh, is that right? It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Oh, it's noon. My bad.
Jordan has pasta any time of day, though.
Is Jordan a big pasta guy?
Yeah.
No. I wouldn't know.
As it turns out, so when he gets back, I will opine on what I thought the Jordan pasta situation is versus what I believe it to be now, and he can tell me if I'm right or
He
wrong.
strikes me as a Farfalle guy.
Sure. I buy that.
But yeah, Brendan, welcome to not being on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. I will say, we had a great conversation yesterday, me, Dave McDaniel, up here in the booth while Tennessee was ending their game against Mississippi State yesterday, which, you know, was so good, so close to having a good result, by alienating myself from the entirety of the World Racing League staff. I don't think the Mountain Time Zone is a great time zone if you are a college football fan. The night game starting at 5:30 in the evening just that doesn't work me.
No. Yeah, because
I want it to be like
a
settle exactly.
Yeah.
Right? Like
right.
just settle in, get horizontal, or grab a beverage and like just enjoy.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that the Mountain West time zone is great for work, though. You're an hour closer to all of your East Coast bias, nonsense.
I guess.
But like you still get the West Coast time zone advantages on other stuff, so like
Yeah, I don't know. If you're a college football fan, I think Central is. I mean, my podcast, one of my podcasts of choice, refers to it as God's time zone, which I think in college football season it probably is. Like everything gets started an hour earlier. Your night games start at 6:30. They're over by 9:30 or 10. I mean 10 now. They're over by 10 o'clock. You're not having to stay up super late in order to watch the end of the game. I think that's the move. Central
you wake up
time
at 7 on Saturday, and you go out and you put a pot of coffee on, and you make yourself a toaster strudel, and you sit down and you watch College Game Day right when you wake up, and you are locked in all day.
I mean that's
locked
in Mountain Time. You're saying,
or in Pacific.
Well, it'd be 6 a.m. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I watch the first hour. I usually watch the last 45 minutes of it or so. Yeah, I don't think I've ever watched a College Game Day end to end. That's not true. I did watch it end to end when they went to Montana State. Because
Mike Anderson in the chat. Back to our 24-hour chat from earlier. Willow Springs Big Track, really fun for a night enduro. Would you do a 24 at New Willow Springs, like revamped Grade 2 Willow Springs? I'd be into that. I think.
Yeah.
Depending on what it ends up looking like, I think I'd be into that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I imagine it's going to look similar to the Streets of Willow.
DOC WRL joint 24-hour at Willow Springs when?
Yeah, I think that could be fun.
I think it would be a blast.
I'm telling you, man, there's cars in a couple of those classes that would be badass for GTO. That would be badass GTO cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, we were talking about the Rule 1 car yesterday, the Porsche Cayman.
Which is the Cayman, that's fine. But like Steve's like Franken 911 thing that he has, like that's sick.
Yeah.
That turbocharged 996 that was running with the Cup cars, like that would be cool.
That thing is awesome.
Those
the
are
996 turbo. Yeah,
Yeah.
that car slaps, man. I'm not
Those
sure
are cool cars.
I'm not sure it's legal for GTO, but
oh,
that
it's
car
probably too fast. But if it's
slaps.
turbo, you turn the turbo down.
And then just add a class for the Spec 911 guys, or Spec 991.2 guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the move.
Bring back GP3 for Spec Boxster.
I mean, GP3 is still a thing. It's not out of the rule book. Just nobody enters.
It's shadow banned, shall we say?
Not even that. I think it just got to a point where there were only 3 or 4 cars left. Honestly, I think it hinged on Denny Stripling, as most of the world does.
Yeah, well, you know.
Once 3 fast guys and Denny decided to go with Judson Holt and run the Lupe Tortilla M4 in GTO,
Right.
I think AOA just kind of was like, you know what? We can race other cars, in other classes here. They had the M2.
Right.
They
Do you think
bumped
he still has that car?
the M2.
No, the FRS.
So I'm going to tell you this. There was an FRS that looked oddly similar to that car running HPDE on Friday. Friday.
Do you think it's for sale?
Maybe it was Thursday during Max Track Time. I don't know. It was one of the two, but it looked really similar to the 3 fast guys in Denny car.
Interesting.
Yeah, I would love to see. Maybe Spring Mountain would do a 24. The track's not that good.
I was gonna say that's kind of far for everything too. Well,
Yeah. What about a 24 here joint with the
yeah, I can see that.
Rob Walker would do the whole thing himself. Shouts to Rob Walker. Where's from this weekend? Probably racing their car. In reality.
Probably at HSR, I would guess.
Oh, could be. Did you see Honda Research West is running the Barcelona 24 hours this weekend?
No,
Chromatic?
I didn't.
Yeah,
What?
they're running a Sentinel.
Heck yeah.
I pulled up Sentinel's page the other day and I was clicking through what feeds we were going to have, and pulled it up, and it was like Team Honda. It was a Team Honda Research West logo in the lower left. I'm like, where is this? It was dark, and I watched 2 or 3 quarters. I'm like, oh my gosh, Honda Research West is at Barcelona with a Sentinel. What is happening? I ever tell you about the time somebody ran a Sentinel at the Fun Cup 25 at Spa? That's where I got the idea that we should just be covering it. Like, this is the move.
Right.
Yeah. Whoever that Belgian team was. I was told by James Candelaria later in that experience that they only got so much data because the team ran a French SIM card, and I guess it was data limited in Belgium.
Interesting.
And so once it ran out of data after like 4 or 5 hours, or it throttled, or whatever happened there, it was no more. But for those first 4 or 5 hours, while I had enough data on the French sim, it was great.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Free pie. I am feeling the altitudes, my guys. I got to be honest, man. I got here on Thursday, and I did 2 trips up the stairs bringing equipment up, and I immediately realized what altitude I was at. I was like, I felt it pretty much immediately. This is not the same.
The first football game we would play at my high school was against Lassen High School, which is up by Mount Lassen, where it's about this altitude. It's
5,000.
high deserty.
Yeah.
And they were, I don't know if there were 2 divisions beneath us, but they were at least 1 division beneath us, and we were like a high-powered spread offense type of, we'll score 47 points but give up 30 type of team.
Sure. Yep.
And it was apparent that not only had we just started our season and none of us were in shape, but we would beat the brakes off them the first quarter and a half, and then after halftime, everybody was gassed, and we would play up there. Because, like, of course we would. Like, that was always the deal.
Yeah.
We'd go up there, and then it would be like, how slow can we bleed and hope that we can hold them off by the time we get to the 4th, and we'd win by, like, 3 every time.
I'm sure
that
that's a strategy.
That was enough impetus for the coach to be like, see, none of you are conditioned. Like, yeah, but we were at, like, 7,000 feet, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
See, that's the move. If you have altitude as an advantage, like, just go teams into gassing themselves in the first half.
Yeah. Oh, we
suck them in. And then, yeah. That's the Utah strategy.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think Riceide is number 1 on my list of stadiums to go see a game at.
All right.
I would love to go see a home at Rice Eccles. I hear it's awesome. The bus.
TM.
Other branded student sections are available. Probably.
None as good.
No, none of them are as good. Probably. GP1. Still Blaze Racing from Off Leash Motorsports in the area, having a much better day today than they did yesterday. Has to be said. Palomar 38 and third from El Diablo Motorsports in fourth. Did El Diablo? They took a lap. I don't know. Or no, that was the one that was overturned, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it just seems like their pace at the moment just slightly less than Off Leash and Palomar.
Yeah. Penalties are given to the 13 and the 678, both for passes under yellow over at turn 6. And that would 678 would be the leading rapscallion Ligier in GTO, which
Had been fifth.
is still 5th.
Okay.
But further away, actually, they'd be ahead of Stoic if not for the penalty right now. And then the number 13 would be the Singler Racing BMW M4 GT4. Good battle developing here for the lead in GTO as well. Round 3 Racing, 6 1/4 seconds in hand over AE Victory Racing, the number 119. There goes the AE Victory squad through the left-hander at 4. And just off in the distance there, leaving the shot to the right was number 7, round 3 Racing.
Yeah, if you look at the lap times, in the past 15 minutes or so, there's been that noticeable march. Couple tenths each lap. Reeling in the Porsche.
Reeling them in. Have we done an ad yet? Should we do an ad?
I don't think we have. Jordan back from Pasta Hour. All right. Yeah, let's step aside here from the Crossroads Endurance Challenge at Burt Brothers Motorpark. Pay some bills. Say hello to our friends over at Continental Tire. And we'll be back with you on the other side here from Sunday, Championship Sunday, at the Midwest Regional Championship finale at Burt Brothers Motorpark. Back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
back in Utah, the Brothers Motorpark for the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. The final round of the Midwest Championship. 3 more races to go on the national calendar, ladies and gentlemen. All should be, Ryan, I think it's fair to say they should all be bangers.
Yes. They're all bangers
Yeah.
anyway.
I mean,
You know?
well, yes. I mean, Watkins Glen, Sebring, Coda is like a tremendous trio to end the championship.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm really here for that. Registration open and slots still available, I think, for both. I did look at Watkins Glen a couple of weeks ago over on Motorsports Reg. And I think there were 55 cars. Yeah, 55 still. 19 GTOs, 22 cars in GP1.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
Team WDW would have to assume is Walt Disney World.
I don't disagree with that.
Probably not. Yeah, some teams we haven't seen in a little while. It's Krieg Racing. Back with 2 cars. Cajun Canuck Racing, which is a new one.
Ooh.
Yeah. PC Klein will be back. Blaze will be back with us.
we
5
got
entries in GP2. Lagunatics will be back. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, JT.
We gotta get a Corvette back in GP1.
I agree with you. That number 3 is just awesome. The Briggs built. 9 cars on the entry list in GTU. The 8 we had here, plus Polecat.
Nice.
Yeah. There's a Honda Civic entered in GP1.
Ooh, that will be fun.
Velocity Club Motorsports. Edge Autosports will be back with us. Anything else good? Primetime, the Ford Mustang. Another Ford Mustang. Oh, the Ford Mustang, yeah. That's a pretty good entry list. I haven't looked Sebring yet, though, so we're going to discover what the last round of the East Region Championship holds for us all together in real time.
Similar. You've got a Thunder Bunny.
Oh, back. Nice. 49 cars on that entry list, by the way.
Yeah, in GTO, we've got the FPRS Mustangs. I didn't see if they were on Watkins Glen.
Oh, JT, you are burying the lead so hard here.
How so?
Car number 131.
You're gonna have to throw me a bone here.
Stanton
It's
Barrett
not-
Motorsports.
It's not clicking.
You don't remember Stanton Barrett?
No.
Oh man. Did he ever actually? It has to be that. How many Stanton Barretts can there be?
I care more about what's a couple, entries down than number 290.
290. Oh, Moorhead?
Yeah.
I mean, they're back. I'm here for that. Believe me, I'm actually kind of not going to Watkins Glen. That does have me not shook, but surprised.
I mean, where's Moorhead based out of?
Greenville,
Mooresville.
South Carolina.
No, they're moving.
Oh, are they really?
Yeah,
I don't think I knew that.
they
seems
are
big.
moving.
Big
They just had a
trip.
moving sale.
Oh. Huh. Stratus 59 into the pit lane out of P3 and GTU. Let me see if Stanton Barrett ever actually started the Indy 500. Did he? Made his debut at St. Petersburg, finished 4 laps behind Ryan Briscoe.
So is he a NASCAR driver then, or?
Yeah. You really don't remember Stanton Barrett?
Yeah, I don't remember that either, to be fair.
Wow. No, but it's one of those names that you're like, wow, this came out of nowhere, and it just like
So
never really clicked. He's not like, I don't know.
So he's the Stingray Rob of the Winston Cup, or?
No, I would call him. I don't know. No, probably not. Because he couldn't qualify for Indy, right? He ran a bunch of IndyCar races, couldn't qualify for Indy, and then he went and did some NASCAR racing. I don't know if there's an equivalent to that. Stanton Barrett, man, I'm excited. I actually think he's run WRL races before, but not under Stanton Barrett Motorsports. Also interested to note, he's the team says it's based out of Denver, North Carolina, which I think There's another team based at Denver, North Carolina. I've seen it before for sure. Who was it? Answers in the chat if you can remember what WRL team is based out of Denver, North Carolina. I thought it was Bruce Innovations, but that's Harrisburg.
I see the 369 from Chattanooga Torn back in the national shop, back on the entry list for Sebring. So, fingers crossed there.
By the way, did anybody watch Grid Life from, I think, Autobahn 2 weeks ago? Nope. Okay. WRL Vice President RJ Till was there with the bright green ACI E30.
Nice.
Because, of course, he was in the Grid Life Touring Cup. But I'm pretty sure the original Chattanooga chassis was there. Or maybe it was the rebuilt one from Watkins Glen last year. One of the crashed Chattanooga E36 chassis also ran Grid Life after having been rebuilt. And they made a big deal about it on the broadcast. Did an interview with... I think they did an interview with Justin Ford. Cool stuff.
Fight for second in GP1 at the moment. Second and a half gap between Off Leash Motorsports and the 38 from Palomar.
Yep. That fight does not have a bearing on the championship, but anything that gives Blaze Racing a little bit of breathing room here is probably a good thing. I got a text from Layla yesterday when I put the social media post up, because obviously she started getting notifications, having handled most of WRL's socials this year, that said, so she goes, so not only did Blaze finish, they podiumed? And I said, not only did they podium, they won. And there was like the shock face emoji, followed by the, good for them, that's awesome, because of course it is. But I got to be honest with you, it does feel like one of the truly sort of feel-good stories for this year. For a team that was, had a car burn halfway to the ground at Road America last year? 2 years ago? Last year. Be rebuilt for a car that's had as many mechanical issues and like just dumb little failures with parts that need to be replaced. Yeah. To see them bounce back and come back and fight for a win yesterday, get it at the death, and then kind of start running away with Sunday's race this morning is really, really cool. That is really cool progress. And obviously Scott Mann has been, highly engaged with us here at DriversEye Live for the better part of their last 2 years, which we do love as well. Makes them easy to like, frankly. But it is really cool to see that kind of bounce back, go pick up the win, and then go grab the race by the horn first thing on Sunday. Oh, that is trouble. That's the number 10 again. Parked out on the exit curb for number 2. That is an ugly spot to have a car stopped. It's on the exit curb coming out of that corner. Fortunately, it's far enough away from the racing line, like it's late in the curb, and the sight line's pretty good there at turn 2.
Visibility is very good. Drivers should be looking ahead through the corner regardless.
Yeah, and look at Palomar. They're doing exactly the right thing, like getting out of the throttle and hugging the right-hand side of the road. That's exactly the right thing there. Tough day for the round 3 GTU guys, guys and girls. It's been a long morning already. Yeah, anyway.
If I recall correctly, with the Blaze Racing car, wasn't that before the fire also involved in like a major wreck and had to be expertly repaired instead of just writing it off and picking up a new chassis.
Now, I
That
gotta
is
think.
correct.
Yeah, where was that though?
Mid-Ohio?
Mid-Ohio or Road America, one of the two.
Well, Road America was the fire on Saturday
Okay.
in 2024 because that's. Yeah, that was the beginning of a tough stretch for your boy.
Yeah, wasn't that like the first race back for them though?
It was, but that would have been 3 weeks after Mid Ohio. So if they had a wreck at Mid Ohio,
Okay.
it would have been a 3-week turnaround. I'm trying to think what came after that. Would have been Daytona. Oh, there was no Daytona last year, so it wouldn't have been that. Unless it was Eagles Canyon. Wreck on the Sunday at Eagles Canyon, maybe? In their first race?
We
maybe
said
not.
2024?
It would have been 24, yeah. I think this is only their second
Let me
season.
check. No, they finished sixth on
Yeah,
Eagles
okay.
Canyon.
I know they had like a technical problem on, I think, Sunday afternoon because Scott was in the booth when it happened. He's like, I gotta go.
Fourth
When
at
was it?
Barber.
No, I forgot about Barber.
On
yeah,
Sunday.
Barber.
I'm not seeing them at all for Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, maybe they didn't go to Mid Ohio. But Road America, the Saturday was when the car burned.
Yes, that is correct. Turn 11. Caused the first full course yellow of the day.
Are you going back through your notes?
I am.
Tremendous.
And they were back by High Plains, finishing another fourth.
Sorry, we countdown to the questions. Road Atlanta. Oh, you know what? Did they have an accident at Road Atlanta going down the hill in the S's?
No, that was Moorhead, wasn't it?
No, they're the ones that rolled
Yeah.
down on driver's right. But I seem to remember somebody ending up in the tires driver's left.
No, that wasn't them because I don't have them in the results
Okay.
at all. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll have to get an update on that. If Scott Man happens to come back up and reprise his conversation yesterday, now that they have the dub, get a little bit more, because I can't remember. I mean, we do a lot of races here at DriversEye Lab, obviously, but I can't pick out where that might have been.
Chile on YouTube says, think rear end did test day for Mid-Ohio.
Okay. Right. Okay. I do kind of remember that. Ryan would have been on site for that weekend. I think it was at VIR.
I would
maybe.
have.
Yeah. I think I do kind of remember that. And then they got the car to Road America and it combusted in the first hour on Saturday.
Yeah. That sounds about right. I'm happy to be proven wrong.
Yeah. I think we managed to escape this first little stanza this thing, sans moisture, liquid sunshine.
Quick GTU update. My understanding is the 58, just a couple laps ago, got around the 909 for third.
You know what one of my favorite things about like 90s NASCAR was? We had a meme going on a forum years ago where we would quote Bob Jenkins in race updates for drivers that weren't in contention. Like he would just pop in at random intervals and go like, for those of you who are Rick Mast fans, currently running 34th, 109 laps down. It's like, okay, first off, not many Rick Mast fans. Second, not relevant at the moment.
Coming across start-finish line, Porsche followed by Supra. That is your fight for the GTO lead.
Finally caught that number 70.
Yep.
Much like the battle for third in GP1 yesterday, just knock it down, chip away at it a couple of tenths at a time, until it's measured in car lengths instead of seconds. And then
Stoke Racing is just in front of them, trying to stay on the lead lap.
Get back to CHR. Oh, speaking of GTO, we were talking about something else when I noticed it, but I do want to bring attention to it. The 678 car from Rapscallion, no rear wing. I don't know if it fell off or they took it off. Try and make the car a little straighter or a little faster in a straight line, but it is noticeable, and I would say it wasn't noticeable earlier, so very odd. The number 1 Round 3 Racing Sebeco NPO1 picked up a 1-lap penalty for a pass under yellow in the yellow flag zone that his teammate caused, which is a tough draw. Never heard from Brad, by the way. I'm going to ask what's been going on over there.
B-Dog.
Yeah.
B-Money. B
Would you say B-Money is Brad or Buzz?
Oh, I don't have a good answer on that.
Yeah. Also directly behind that battle in GTO, by the way, is the 908 Automatic Racing Sebeco and PO1, looking to put a lap on them as the overall race leader. And that is on merit as well. So it's automatic from Stratus 60, from 58, from 59, and then the automatic 909. What do you think it would take to in the Stratus, like, gang? Because it all just seems to be a bunch of drivers that race all the, like, just a bunch, like, NPO1s in a cycle. Like, you're all just a big group and you're just
I feel like I asked that
jumping
yesterday.
cars.
No, a variation of that question anyway. Wherein I asked, what's the deal with the driver lineups? How's that a thing? How do you decide?
Well, it's more of the, like, what is that group of drivers look like?
Sure.
You know, because they're all... It's not like it's a customer who's just bringing, you know, effort, or who brought a car and asked Stratus to prep the car. It's literally just a gang of drivers racing identically prepared cars. As a group. Like, it's not even assigning cars to a team. It's a really interesting dynamic there, and I do kind of wonder what is the in and out of all that. I did just I heard from Brad McCall. This day is a little bit on round 3 light, I would say at the moment.
Sure.
2 broken axles. I don't know if that's on the same car, the one or the, but anyway, there are 2 broken axles, a flat tire. And then, quote, and now who knows? Brad says, I'm not even in the pits. I went for a drive. No, I think Brad is going through it at the moment.
Yeah.
He's out there.
That's tough. I mean, this is also endurance racing. And in some ways, this actually is endurance racing. You know, you have a great day one day and everything kind of goes okay. And, you know, you get a decent day out of just good, consistent running, and then you wake up the next morning, try to run it back, and the day just collapses on you. I will say, I had a working theory on Friday and Friday evening that perhaps the nature of some of these exit curbs here would do a little bit more mechanical damage than we otherwise might have expected.
Interesting.
And we did hear Zalus yesterday talking about during their, well, Matt Guyver's interview anyway. If you have the car set up, it is quicker to use the curbs on most corner exits, but the car has to be, set up in terms of shocks well enough to be able to handle all that, which is good, right? But I could see if you have the angle of the car wrong or you have the car loaded up going over some of these really aggressive curbs, and you can see them in profile there at the exit of 5. You can see them to driver's right, at the right-hander, at the attitudes here. They're really quite violent. And I could see excessive use of those curbs. I thought they may play a role yesterday and kind of take a toll. I do wonder a little bit if the broken axles there on the round 3 cars are potentially a product of using those curbs all day yesterday, and now they've just finally had enough.
I don't disagree there. I think it's a bold decision to use a bunch of curb in a prototype anyway, would be my supposition here.
Man, a prototype that could use all the curb.
Speaking of Zalus Motors, we now have the other half of Zalus Motors. Matt Guyver yesterday. It's Jason Harward who joins us up here in Trackside. I think, Jason.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good day yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, the car doesn't have the pace that some of the other cars do. So I think.
Sorry, I've never heard anybody trash their own race car the way Matt did yesterday up here. It was unbelievable.
That is honestly the worst race car I have ever driven in my life. And I'm not like, I think I would have taken a street car over that race.
So what's the deal? Like, why?
You almost
why?
won.
Say what?
That's the other side of this. So the first side is, why are you bothering? The second side of this is, but you almost won.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
What's the deal?
That's a good question. Okay, so you can look at Rob. We had no pace. Me and Matt are very consistent. I mean, we clicked in as best we can,
Sure.
and just did mediocre, but consistently mediocre. And really, the only game we could play was a fuel game. So that's what we played. That's how we got back up in the win, or in the second place there, and even fighting for the end there. 7 hour doesn't really work to our advantage the same way. So I think we're a little cooked today, but we're gonna keep trying. I mean, we can consistently run.
Okay.
Medium pace.
Yeah.
And we'll do that. The big pro to this car is it's going to finish, which, our other car would. It's amazing. Our other car, we've spent ridiculous hours on, and that car is dialed. But it doesn't finish races, so it's, it's a trade-off here. So we got to find somewhere in the middle ground to finish races and also have it be a competitive car.
And it's actually uncompetitive, right? It's not just that, well, it's not the old car, and it's just therefore not as good or not as comfortable, and you got to learn how to drive it. It's just actually not competitive in the class.
Not as it currently sits.
Yeah,
no,
okay.
it's not even close.
So the counterpoint to that argument, and I think I kind of made the argument this morning, is that you're also not running the car in the trim it's meant to be run in.
Mm-hmm.
Took the aero off the back anyway. I don't know how much that added.
Yeah.
But you're running it with substantially less downforce. You're running it a lot heavier with less downforce and with a lot less power. So, of course, it's going to do everything worse than it was designed to do. But is that just how you have to run it in order for it to work at all?
The interesting thing, I mean, some of the aero stuff, like taking off the wing, I don't think is impacting us in a negative way.
Okay.
High-speed stuff, it's still, I mean, the Witchcraft here, we're still following cars through. That's not really our problem.
Sure.
Curbings just kill us. Suspension-wise is terrible.
And there's nothing you can do setup-wise there. You just got to replace the parts and do something different.
We messed with setup a bunch. We got the car, a week and a half ago?
Yeah, 10 days, yeah.
So, no, I mean, we did as much setup and stuff as we could. Is it in the window? I don't necessarily think so. Is it better than where we started? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you have made good, actual meaningful progress on
yeah. Basically, anything I could overnight and get it here to try changing stuff, we did. So we've done a lot of different setup changes and stuff. I think that, the car weighs too much. It's way too heavy for the stock suspension. So there's things there, too, that maybe we have to go a lighter car next time, or
just get a good deal on the car and decided to do it, or what? Why are we doing this?
No, you guys finally come to Utah. It's my home track. I love it here. And last minute we decided to go to High Plains, and we were doing really, really well in High Plains. Popped the motor, and I was like, well, we can rush and rebuild in 3 weeks, or I can just buy another car, and I think I made a poor decision.
Was this your call? Like, we should go get an M2 Club Sport.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, let's go. That's going to be an easy button. Like, we don't have to do anything. It should be easy. And then I found a car. And
out of curiosity, did you talk to anybody else who's running the M235, 240, or M2 in the class?
Nope.
Just went for it?
Yeah.
What's that process look like when you're trying to decide on, okay, we're going to switch cars, do something different here, get reliability? Like, we know that's going to be probably a given out of any of these factory-built, cup-type cars. What is that thought process of getting down to a competitive number, power-to-weight number, in a production class kind of look like for you? Are you actually doing the math there, figuring it all out?
Oh, we crunched it a bunch. I mean, basically the day we bought it, we all went and drew up our own dream plan of what we think can make it happen.
Did you do it before you bought it, though?
No.
I think oh, okay.
No.
Got it. Okay. So there wasn't a whole lot of foresight or forethought that went into okay, so what do we do with it once we get it? How do we make it competitive? You waited till you bought it and got it and then said, all right, here are the things we can do.
I mean,
fascinating.
From when it blew up to when I bought the car, we were in indecision of whether or not we were going to rebuild the car.
Yeah, sure.
And so it was, I think from the moment I thought about buying the M2 to when we bought it was probably 3 hours. It wasn't a lot.
Oh, wow. Okay. It was a really quick turnaround.
Yeah.
And then how long did it take you to get the car?
It was here.
Oh, it was already here?
It just made it easy.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. That does change the math on that quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
Did you rewrap it, or is that in the trim and everything it ran PC?
We put a bullet corn on it. Other than that, it's the way it looked.
All right. So what comes next here? You guys, well, before I ask that question, let's turn back time to yesterday. Obviously, you said fuel mileage kind of got you back in the game. It was a scrap between you guys coming to the end, right? Side by side here at the line with 2 to go into a yellow flag zone, which was a fascinating, little dynamic there. But it seemed like, even though you weren't having any fun behind the wheel, it was certainly fun for us to follow, and you guys were there, right? I mean, without the ADA safety cars or anything.
Yeah, we were. I mean, we did well. We fought well, I guess.
Yeah.
You're
smiling, so it sounds like it kind of seems like you had fun, but you guys keep trashing your own car. You just sound like you're not having any fun behind the wheel.
Oh man, I'm putting out bad vibes. Sorry. No, I'm having so much fun.
I want to be clear. I think it's actually great vibes because mostly it's very funny to just hear drivers like, yeah, we bought this car and it's terrible. I hate it. This is just not. But you guys were competitive, and from a results standpoint, there are a lot of teams who would kill to come out on debut with a brand new car and finish second.
Yeah.
A second by going into the final lap by a second.
Yeah, what happened on the last 2 laps there, by the way? Did you just say, forget it, we're just going to coast it home?
No, I'm actually not sure. I was in the car. I was going to go back and look at video. I don't know. I had a big spin, which was I didn't see it coming. It was very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you kind of limped it home for the last lap there. You just cruising?
Making sure I met weight.
Yeah. All the rocks and tumbleweed you picked up off the track probably helped a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. So I think we talked to Matt about your plans for the rest of the season. No coda, right?
I don't know. So everything's kind of up in the air at the moment. So
Okay.
I'm just barely coming off of a back surgery. High Plains was my first race back.
Okay.
So we raced Watkins Glen. I had back surgery, and then I had a second back surgery, and I was out of the car basically until High Plains. So
Watkins Glen last year.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Sheesh.
So we're feeling it out. We're figuring out if really going hard again is the right call or not.
Different question. Out of all of the possible kind of decisions you could have made going into this event, coming back and not really being sure what your plan was going to be for the longer term, GTO was not an option?
No, so we thought about GTO too. I think that just the car is, I think we'd be super underdogs in GTO in that car. We ran the numbers. We really considered it. Obviously, we could make it lighter. Maybe the car would have done better than that than from a pace standpoint. That's hard to say.
It's been kind of outclassed. It had its day. The M2 had its day in GTO, I think, and then the GT4 electronics, DriverSeye stuff kind of over, and that was that. There is a new M2 Club Sport thing. that BMW just built.
Yeah, I think, what is just barely coming out?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like earlier this year. I don't know if it would ever be competitive anyway. Yeah. Anyway, you doing any other racing on the side, or is it just WRL and
Right now it's just WRL. I may pop in and do a NASA. I think there's one more event out here, but
in this car?
well, I don't know. I've got a couple to pick from.
Oh, really? What else do you have?
I've got an Integra. Which
Oh, really?
Yeah, that actually would probably be more competitive than this car. And it's pretty close to.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know. It'd be cool to see an Integra. We haven't seen. I don't know. When was the last time we saw an Acura anything race? WRL or not? It might have been like 25 hours of Thunderhill years ago.
Really?
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Honda Research West.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, because they're,
And it's
they're
been a
back in
long
Hondas
time.
now. They used to be
the TSXs. Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Front wheel drive.
Front wheel drive.
How would that go?
You know what? The Continentals, I think the biggest question was, would they hold up?
Yeah.
And because you're using the fronts for everything. And,
Yeah.
And these Continentals run forever, so
Yeah.
I don't know, it'd be interesting.
Did pretty well yesterday with Conti's.
Yeah, I mean, you got 4 laps of like, yeah, it feels good, and then it just kind of settles into pretty consistent. I really like grippy tires.
Mhm.
The Continental's grown on me from you hit to you get to where it is, and it just kind of stays there.
Sure.
It doesn't fall off, and that is, it's pretty wild that a tire can go for 8 hours and doing the same lap times you were doing, 5 laps in.
Still have good life in it left at the end.
Yeah, I don't know that I would run them again, but
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
showing. I think that there's lots of tread left.
Sure. We'd had some discussions yesterday about the surface is 20 years old, maybe a little abrasive, maybe wears a little bit higher. That may also be setup related. We were chatting with some of the GTU guys yesterday, and they're cranking camber into the car, and then the tire deck is really high here. Yeah, that makes sense. I get it.
Yeah. I think we were nervous early on too, just because we never run it that long here.
Yeah.
And I mean.
Well, and a much heavier car than you guys are used to
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
And we got quite a bit of camber too, and I mean
Sure.
that the last stop we were like really worried about it, and they checked and they're like, oh no, you just as hard as you can go, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So,
you're based here, like Salt Lake area?
Yep. Our garage is here, permanent.
So we're in that time of year where we start talking about 2026 and the future, and what does the schedule look like, and where do we go and where do we not go, and how does WRL kind of establish a presence here on the West Coast, right?
Yep.
Let's say west of the Rockies. Is there a number of races that would make more participation in kind of your home footprint more regular or reasonable for you guys?
I think so. I mean, we're coming off. We did like all last season until
Yeah.
my stuff. So I mean, but the truck is hard. I mean, everybody came out here this time, and that's great. And I've heard a few people be like, it's a long tow. It's like, well, that's us every event.
time. Yeah.
And so I'm super pumped that you guys came out this far, and I think that even if you get 2 or 3 on the West Coast, let some West Coast teams start building it up. It would be so cool. I mean, even dipping over to Sonoma or something. I mean, I think that those are so easy to tow. I mean, High Plains was literally like 2 days before we weren't registered at all. 2 days before we called RJ and we're like, hey, we think we might want to come. And he's like, yeah, come.
Yeah, awesome.
And not that I'd have to wait that long in the future on stuff, but those are just such simple things it just makes towing easier.
So, Ryan, I think you and I were talking about it yesterday. The phrase that you used was, well, the cars are here. It's not like the West Coast or the West Coast motorsports scene, grassroots motorsports scene, has a shortage of endurance-ready cars. It's just a matter of giving them the opportunity and the justification to get them into WRL spec and then to go race them in WRL.
Yeah.
Is there a target number of races that you would say, you know what, if we're going to race WRL and let's say you're just not going to tow the East Coast, you're not doing that anymore. Is there a number of races that you would say would justify putting a car in a WRL GP1, GP2 type spec and then committing to doing a season's worth? I mean, we're looking at 5, 6, 7 races.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a problem. I think that would make that decision a lot easier.
And that's what I mean. Like, where is that number that does make that decision easy enough to say, yeah, we're going to do WRL now instead of another series?
Yeah. I mean, for me, if there was a championship that was West Coast, that was true West Coast, like that would be an easy decision. That would be like
you'd pull the trigger from Utah and just go to the West Coast for everything.
Totally, and I'd probably still try to make a couple East just because I really enjoy the tracks out there. But yeah, I think that if there was a West Coast championship that was a true West Coast, I think that I mean, that would be an easy
What
decision.
are your bucket list type visits for West Coast races for stuff like this?
You know, I don't know. I really love Sonoma.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorites. This is funny. I haven't been to a lot. Like
You been up to Washington at all?
I've not been to Washington.
No Pacific or the Ridge or anything?
I've not been to the Ridge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll
I've
figure
heard good
it.
things about those.
Yeah. Too far or just no reason to go?
Just haven't had a reason to go.
Okay.
I think there's some other series that go up there that aren't really intriguing to me. So,
Got it.
but WRL is a different. I like this format. I like how it's competitive.
Yeah.
It's you know, it's not pro racing, but it's a serious race. It's not.
Yeah, sure. It really does kind of straddle the line between, hey, we're all here to take the racing seriously, but maybe not. We need to take ourselves so seriously.
Yeah.
I think it does a really, really good job of that. Is Buttonwillow good enough as a venue, you think?
I think Buttonwillow would be a good one. It would be. I think that it could definitely work. It's not my favorite, but it's
Have you done the new circuit or just the old one?
just the old one.
Yeah, okay. We're at the new circuit. DriversEye Live was at the new circuit for the SCCA Super Tour back in February.
Okay.
And it raced all right. It's long enough that a layout that is as kind of straightforward as it is does allow cars to kind of stretch their legs, good passing opportunities, some man-made elevation changes there that actually just do kind of work.
Yeah.
But Buttonwillow is not a destination, and it's 40 minutes from civilization, which is tough. So, yeah, I would like to say, and I don't represent WRL, but Ryan, I think you and I had the discussion yesterday, right, where you've got to commit, right? You can't just do like these 2 or 3 races and ask people to tow across the country to go do those 2 or 3. You have to be pulling in local teams.
Right.
But to pull local teams in, you have to have enough cars that are in WRL spec that they feel like they can come and be competitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to me, that number is either you do the 2 and kind of throw the locals a bone, or you do 6.
Right.
And really give people a reason to commit.
Yeah.
I still like my idea of you do 3-ish West Coast races per year, but you rotate the tracks.
I just don't think it's enough.
I don't know, man. Like, if you're getting to go to every track, you're going to get more people from the Midwest that are like, oh, we've never been there before. We'll go to that one. Or like, oh, it's been a few years since we went back to Laguna. We'll go with that. I think that would help. And then at least having those 3 anchor events that you know that, hey, next year, we're not doing Laguna this year, but we're doing Sonoma next year. Or we're doing Sonoma this year. You get locals that see, oh, actually, they are, going to be here, and they are going to, stay and do these 3 races every year. That'll be when you get more local participation, and then you can add more races.
I kind of agree with you actually that well, I think the magic number is 4. 3 doesn't feel like 4 would be enough. That I think I understand your question.
Yeah.
That 4 would be like, okay, this is a decision. I think it's still an easy decision for us, but I feel like 4 is like, okay, let's actually try for these 4. And I think up to 6, like that is a really nice window.
Yeah. So if you had, let's say you had like an E46 that you ran in the top class of a budget endurance series.
Yep.
Right. And you're running in that at 5, 6, 7 races a year. And your option was to get the car into WRL GP1 spec. Okay, we're going to commit to doing WRL. It's going to cost us a little bit more. But you think that magic number is somewhere between 4 and 6.
I think so.
It's worth it to leave the other series and come do this.
That's my opinion.
At this level. Yeah, and that's fair enough. I think that's kind of what we were presenting yesterday is kind of the idea. We'll see if it ever comes to pass. I think it'd be really cool. But I think this is a great middle ground for everybody that's involved in WRL to come together in a place that isn't just being on the East Coast. But I think at some point we kind of need to encourage participation from the local teams and the cars that are out here, just doing other things at the moment, and kind of give them the opportunity to come be competitive in WRL.
Yeah.
Would you do a 24 here?
I think a 24 here would be rad. I would absolutely do a 24.
Awesome. That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. We're big on 24-hour racing, and we've been talking about whether or not anybody would pull the trigger here, but yeah, we'd love it. Yeah, I got you. You got to go?
Yep.
Take it easy, Jason.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming up, man. Good luck to you the rest of the way.
Thank you.
All right. That was very...
I agree that 4 to 6 is probably the window, but, like, I imagine WRL would have a hard time shelling out for, like, yep, we're going to do 5 races next year. We're just going to book 5 tracks without having dumped their feet in a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I think you need to make a splash.
Oh, see, I don't. Splashy stuff makes people think
Educated.
it's temporary.
No, educated splash. I think you need to. It's like understanding the water temperature before you jump in, but not dipping your feet in first. Like, okay, this water is 78 degrees. It's a heated pool. We're just going to jump right in. Rather than, well, it says it's 63. Let's feel this one out first.
Sure.
I think this is the feeling out. You know what? Because I don't think you can bank on 35 plus east and centrally based teams towing out to Sonoma. I think you anything west of here has to bank on the participation of local teams. Anything west of here has to bank on the participation of local teams. And I think that you really risk not having local teams participate if you don't give them a justification to either spend money or spend time getting their cars into the appropriate window to be competitive.
Right. I see it both ways. I really do. I think there's been more than one series that has attempted to make a splash, and then it doesn't work out, and it just disappears up itself.
I mean, to be clear, it's the majority of series.
Right. So that's why you don't want to look like that. You want to look like it's measured and like you're thinking it through, and we're trying to do this in a sustainable way because we want to be here long term. If you jump in and do 6 races right away and you get smoked on 4 of them, and the next year you're like, okay, well, we're only going to do 2 or 3, then that tells the people that we're going to build cars, like, okay, well, you did 6, like, but now you're doing 3. Are you really into this?
And perhaps I'm a year ahead of myself, right?
That's what I think. I think you are about a year ahead of yourself.
Oh, there's a rear wing on the 678 now.
All right.
To be clear, it was the whole mount and assembly, like the whole strut, swan neck kind of assembly. Like that was all gone, and now it's all back.
Fascinating.
Which does make me question reality. Like, did I ever actually see it all the way gone, or did I just tell myself it was gone? Anyway, maybe I am a year ahead of myself in just saying, okay, well, if we do get a proper California or Oregon or Washington West Coast race next year, then the follow-on from that needs to be, okay, we're just doing this.
Yes.
Right?
Absolutely.
It's going to be a WRL West Coast Championship. It's going to be 6 races, and we are going to bank on getting 25 to 30 local cars all the time, and some interlopers from the East Coast that want to come out and do the places they don't usually get to go. Like you said, like a North Loop, like you talked about yesterday, right? They came to Utah because they go to COTA all the time, and they've gone and done that thing, but none of that team have ever been to Utah. So they're going to go do the thing they've never had the chance to do and see how it is and go hang out, right?
Right.
Same thing, right? If you put together a 6-race calendar that looks something to the effect of Sonoma, Laguna, Button Willow, Portland, Ridge, right? Those 6. Just throwing numbers out. Or take out Button Willow and throw in, or take out Laguna and throw in Utah, right? It's something like those 6.
Right.
You get enough local teams and 8 to 10 from the East Coast to round out the grid that then also make it a compelling, kind of business proposition.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. I think that has to happen in 2027 with a proof kind of having been the pudding that, okay, you can do this with both local teams and traveling teams at a proper West Coast venue like California.
So I'm going to put on my PR professional communications hat here and sign RJ up for something.
One other thing, just real quick before we go down the PR route, from a logistics perspective, one of the high, I think, key points of what WRL does and what WRL offers is consistency. And it's consistency in staffing, consistency in personalities and faces. As slow Palomar 83 up the front straight. What is that about? We'll come back to that in just a moment. That's a slower BMW headed up front straightaway. It is still accelerating, but not well. But you have this consistency where you know exactly the type of customer experience you're getting. You know exactly the type of officiating experience that you're getting. The rule book doesn't change on a whim. And I think this is really important, consistent pit marshal presence, where you don't feel like you're getting volunteers that don't know what they're looking at or looking for. Seeing the same guys and girls travel to Utah that were at Road Atlanta or at Sebring or at Road America that have a hand, and a meaningful hand, in how these races are adjudicated and pay out, I think is really, really important. The more races you do locally on the West Coast, it becomes easier to have those people that are local and therefore much cheaper to pay and travel, to have them exposed to WRL 5, 6, 7 times a year. And to build that consistency in a different environment, but with consistency that is reflective of what makes WRL, what places it a tier above other amateur endurance racing series by virtue of professionalism, but still being on a budget. And I think that's where that compelling business and logistics case is built, on the back of maintaining consistency, but with cheaper, more local, let's say, labor in the officiating department.
Right. So here's my thought, and I'm going to put this out there, and RJ's going to be like, dude, don't spend my money. I'm going to be like, yeah, well, it is what it is. So what you do is next season you do Sonoma or Thunderhill or Willow Springs if it's done, or whatever. You pick like an actual big track. And Thunderhill's not a big track, but like Sonoma, Willow Springs, you pick one of the big ones.
Sure.
And you say, if you have run in one of these series, and like you target the series appropriately, the ones that have similar enough classes to WRL that your car's close, bring me your proof that you entered. I will give you a VIP pass, and we will let you come hang out in, and I'm trying to think, at Sonoma. You could probably do it at Sonoma, where you can't stand in race control, but you can stand in the room behind race control and see how the race control works.
Interesting.
And see the interactions of people as they go back and forth if stuff happens. So you can see the consistency that's applied. You can see that it's a professional operation. And then also, for coming out, we'll cater your lunch too. If you have the VIP pass, you get a lunch while you're here. Come see the racing, come see the consistency, come see the broadcast, come see all the things. And then at the end of come to the drivers' meeting in the morning, and then at the end of the race, you can sit down and we can talk about it. And you can ask me questions, you can ask entrance questions. We'll have a couple teams there on hand to talk about it. We'll have teams here that are promising that they'll provide rental cars for this event next year. Come check it out.
Round three is in the pit lane to answer AE Victory's stop, but much, much later. Continue.
Right. I think that would be a way to do it, because it's like the Hyperion guys talked about. They had to come see, they flew out to Eagles Canyon to be like, hey, is this legit? Like, we're going to come hang out with Mike Gorman. And like, that's the thing, right? Hanging out with Mike Gorman is what sells WRL.
Yeah.
Talking to RJ and seeing how they do tech here and seeing how stuff is pretty rigid in terms of, we're not letting homies get away with stuff, we're not, the race control is legit, we're not having people willingly back cars up at the start just to make a better spectacle for TV, which is a thing that happened this year with a series we covered, which was not a problem in that series, apparently, which, more fun for me, but at the same time, like, I don't know. But being able to give potential entrants that look into, hey, this is what it's like, and by the way, here's a couple teams that have come over from your guys' series or whatever, and they're not immediately winning because this is harder. If you're crushing it in this other series, come play with us because it's a little bit harder. You challenge yourselves, like, make it fun. And I think that would go a long way to like bringing everybody out. The problem,
this is
you got to have buy-in from the paddock to get everybody there. You've got to have buy-in from RJ to spend money on catering and having extra people milling around, which is not fun, obviously. But you have to make it a thing. You got to make it an event. You got to give people a reason to go, hey, you know what, Saturday, I am going to go check that out. Hey, I'll do the HPD session on Saturday. Like, do a morning HPD that's like 1 hour, and then make the Saturday a 7 and the Sunday a 7. That way you're like, hey, bring your car. If you're a former entrant, you can come get some free track time, have lunch, hang out, ask me questions. Come see why this is really cool.
So, there's a couple of things here. Number one, I had my eyes opened pretty substantially to the other side of club-type racing. Ryan, when you and I did the Classic 24 at Daytona 2 years ago.
Yeah.
that there is space and I think some real buy-in for people and teams and drivers and guests to, even though the racing is not that serious, the customer experience is quite serious.
Yeah.
And to, rather than doing just the club thing where you're, bringing a cooler and a flat top and you're cooking and making sandwiches and stuff under your Easy Up.
Right.
Shouts to Rapscallion, by the way, who was cooking just the most delicious smelling breakfast this morning. To have something that is closer to what I think people would say the next step up is in terms of customer experience, right? SRO is a great example there, right? Is the racing similar? Yes. You're paying for licensing and BOP, obviously, as part of that, but you're also paying for what the paddock experience is like. You're paying for a more rigid tech experience. You're paying for catering. You're paying for, I think Creventic, one of their sales points was Wi-Fi. They would set up a dedicated Wi-Fi network for premium tier, like high-speed Wi-Fi in the paddock.
Right.
And it was like, it's a thing. And I think there is potentially some space for something like that in WRL if we really wanted to provide kind of the next step going forward. One of the things I think you have to be clear,
Brendan. To be clear, I'm not saying we should provide that, and that should be a thing that WRL provides at all their events. I'm saying that as a way to get people to spend the Saturday doing something not with their family that also isn't racing, that you should throw them a bone and have lunch. That's all.
Of course, right?
Yeah.
What I think you have to be careful of is if you're going to up the customer experience kind of across the board and you're going to invite people to spend more money, frankly, with an increased spend or a secondary tier of spending, sometimes, with the wrong kind of personalities, comes entitlement. And in a series that isn't rigidly controlled by BOP or anything like that, where you do have freedom and real technical freedom and flexibility to build cars and do the things you want to do, I think you do have to kind of be able to manage that, whatever that sense of entitlement would be. But in the end, I think in general there is potentially space for something like that, for like a catering, situation. Let everybody have access to that. Whether you make it part of the entry fees or you make it an add-on as like a VIP thing, I think VIP is probably the way to go. I don't think I'm necessarily opposed to that idea because I do think it has value in series where people just want to spend money and go racing, not where people want to do it the Mike Gorman way or the hard way.
And that's the thing is, I don't think this should become that. I don't think there's room for a third set of that, and that's why I'm proposing that as purely a marketing stunt, if you will.
Yeah,
where it's like you're not opening that up to all the entrants, and like maybe that is, and maybe that's part of it too. Maybe it's like, hey, if you're an East Coast entrant, typically, if your team is in one of these states and you come all the way out here, we will cover your food on Friday, or just something. Again, gimmicky. We're not gonna do the HSR. You go in the big pavilion and they're having a giant buffet.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like worker lunch, more or less.
Yeah, I gotcha.
That's kind of what my thought is. But again, it's as a marketing expense, not anything
fair,
permanent.
And I don't necessarily disagree with that. Having that stuff sponsored, I think, would help as well.
Yeah.
It would create an opportunity there that doesn't necessarily exist right now.
Sure.
Which I think would be interesting. I don't know. John Fry makes an interesting point in the chat here on YouTube. Keep in mind, Willow Springs is 5 to 6 hours further south than Sonoma. That one I get. It'd be a big haul for Washington folks like Team Funk, for instance. Yep, got that. Willow Springs is from Bend, Oregon. Willow Springs is over an hour further than Utah.
Yeah, I believe that.
I find that difficult to believe.
No, I do. I buy that. I absolutely buy that. That sounds about right.
I mean, I guess they're going an hour east of the freeway,
right? And it's Bend. It's not like they're coming from further south, but they're also not like from Bend, like from Portland. I bet it's pretty close, but from Bend, Utah's closer. I buy that.
CT 2003, like other streaming and televised sports, viewers should see commentators occasionally. The problem is none of us are in the same place.
That's true.
Not one of us is in the same place as the others. And we're often not in very visible, friendly places when we are at the track. I am at the track this weekend. Brendan Kesmerick is on site this weekend here at Utah. Ryan is in his home, which is probably not super broadcast friendly.
This corner is. It'll be fine. Yeah.
All right. JT, your space broadcast friendly?
Not at the moment.
Yeah, I would need some kind of step and repeat behind me, I think, to make it a little bit friendlier. We did. Was it our first trip to WRL? We had the Joe and Todd spin repeat. Yeah. Yeah, I do remember that. And we had the webcam up and everything because they wanted the banner.
Right. Hey, I mean,
yeah,
we'll do whatever.
Thought.
Yeah. I've thought about that a couple times, and it's like, I think having a better camera to record interviews so that we can just provide those later would be nice. But as part of the broadcast, I'm like, about it. It's not, the show's not about us. You play for the name on the front, not the name on the back.
That's correct. Yep. Cue Andrew Luck AI. You know.
Yes.
We have a 5-minute window for a guest here that didn't look like that was the whole reason he was. Yeah, I got to turn this setting back up because
I'm old and hard of hearing.
Scott, thank you for coming back and reprising your time up here in the DriversEye Live booth. I said it yesterday. What was going to be a satisfying result for you? You said a podium and a top 5, and you went out and you just won the thing. Congratulations, man. Pretty
Blaze
cool.
Racing 118 GP1.
You did it.
We did it, first place, so we got the podium, so we're okay with the top 5 today. But all of a sudden, the math works where we could actually be very, very well positioned to get the West Coast Championship.
It wasn't all of a sudden. I was watching it yesterday going, if Blaze comes away with 2 good results here, it's in the cards, and it's still very much in the cards.
And the national championship, we are currently, and I'm not going to jinx it, we are currently doing the pointy end of it, and so, but it's still some tough tracks and a lot of hard racing to go. But have you seen our pit stops?
Kind of, but not really.
Oh my gosh, they're just incredible. Driver changes are. We can do a driver's change at about the same pace as what a fuel stop is.
So either your fueling is very bad or your driver changes are very good. I'm going to guess it's the latter.
Well, we're dumping 3 Hunzakers as opposed to doing dry brakes and all that sort of stuff, and we're limited to the amount of size of the diameter of the fill. So bottom line is we go by the rules, and as I've said many times before, I welcome anybody to look and examine our car. We are the least cheating car out there. Least cheating
somebody
car.
who's definitely not cheating. Something that somebody who's definitely not cheating would say.
Yeah. Well,
I believe that.
Well, no, seriously. I believe that the honor of winning is earned, and if you're cheating, it's not earned.
Oh, of course. And to be clear, I think the tech process here is rigid enough that that should never really be a concern. I think. You guys obviously went out and won the day on merit. It was exciting, though. Like, it wasn't done until quite literally the last lap.
So let's discuss that. And the only reason why I want to say that is because there was a bit of controversy at the end. Okay, so yesterday, for those people that weren't actually tuning in, as I will kind of give a recap, there was a car off in turn 1 of roughly 3 laps from the very, very end of the race. And if you don't know the track, turn 1 is a good probably, I would say, 1/4 of a mile away from start-finish. I mean, it's a very, very long straightaway. Yeah. Well, at start-finish, a yellow flag was displayed, and we were still way back at the Attitudes, which is roughly straight across from start-finish halfway around the track, battling with what ultimately would have been first place. And we made a good pass going into the final turn before the front straightaway. Now, as described by the scrutineer for this weekend, which I have a tremendous amount of respect for, we discussed that yesterday, Randy Buck said IMSA rules, which they apply to or they are adopted by WRL because they are kind of pretty much the black and white best rules for class racing, like what we do, means that you can, let's say, continue to race up to the yellow flag, but then the field is frozen within the yellow flag area. And both by the transponders on our cars, as well as position, which was determined after video was watched afterwards, we had a nose, just barely a
0.004 of a second was
that's exactly right. Yep. And so neither one of the teams got a penalty because passes didn't occur within the yellow. And after that, then we continued on with that battle, but it resulted just a couple corners later. The other car, which is a GP1 BMW M2, actually lost control and got a little wiggly. And so a couple laps later, we took the checker flag. But it was exciting because we didn't know how long that yellow flag and whether it was going to go for full course yellow, because the car that was off in turn 1 appeared to be all the way up to its axles, but eventually did get out of the trap before we actually went to checker. So if you got all of that, then you're a pretty quick study for those people that are listening. If you didn't get any of that, then I'm sure that there's probably going to be video out there or something along those lines. It was exciting.
Everybody did everything right? You guys were side by side coming to the line. You both realized it was a yellow flag. You both pedaled the cars on the way into turn 1. You weren't racing hard.
That's correct.
You know,
and we single filed it.
And you eventually did get back to single file when you came up to the incident, and then you carried on racing, and eventually, you know, the 88 had the spin, and you guys ended up taking the win. Yep. I think you guys were headed there anyway. You had made the pass 2 corners prior, right? So you were defending coming into the yellow flag zone, and yeah, everything worked out, and there was no further action. I think that would have been the right case, even if the 88 hadn't spun later. And that is all to say that I think you guys just straight earned it yesterday. It was awesome.
And that brings up something else that I'm absolutely loving. We heard from a couple different people that said, okay, you're taking basically a BMW M2, which is pretty much the latest, greatest generation of race cars.
That's the latest.
and you're taking an E36 from 1995. Yep, that's it, 1995. And you're putting the two of them side by side. And the 1995 E36 actually within the same class, which means they have to observe the same rules and regulations that are put down by WRL, which is really strict, won out. And that was pretty exciting. And so we'll call it the cobbled together E36 with all of its improvements that we discussed yesterday has definitely done really, really well this weekend. And I will remind everybody that the M2 was actually driven by a couple local hot shoes. Jason happened to be behind the
just up here about 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's
Jason
great.
Harwood,
He's a super good guy. Yeah, and one of the other guys that's on his team, Matt, who has had a million laps on this track and has been in charge of other racing organizations that run at this track. Yep. He is one of our drivers normally with our team, but he was already committed to Jason's team.
He'll be back with you for COTA, right?
No, actually he's going to the Glen, and he's going to Sebring. And COTA, we were not 100% sure who and what and stuff like that. I may actually back out of COTA myself as being the third driver.
Oh, okay.
And we might do Lincoln, Matt, and Zach.
Oh, cool.
And so basically 3 hot shoes, you know, for that, depending upon, you know, where we sit as far as the national championship goes. And so anyway, so that is an extremely long story short. We're doing really well today. It is a long race today, not quite as long as yesterday, and this is going to be the fun part. Weather may or may not create an interesting little, you know, when you have an M2 with a full active handling and suspension and you know, ABS system that makes us look like we bought ours at Walmart.
Have you talked to Matt about that car?
Yeah, I have. He's having a lot of issues, and the main reason why is because it's really set up for a lot more aero.
For sure. Yep.
And they had to remove it in order to be able to maintain the GP1 class. They had to detune it, from what I understand as well.
Yeah.
And so. But again, that's how it levels the playing field.
For sure. And that is all to say that it may come into its own. If we do get some moisture a little bit later on today, having the electronics for a car that isn't, it's competitive because of fuel mileage game, but lap for lap pace is not right there.
Yeah.
Maybe that kind of help brings the thing back together. You guys are in a pretty comfortable place at the moment. Minute and a half to the good. It's a really good start.
Yep. We had at the very, very beginning yesterday, we got balled up. We started in the same position today with a little bit different strategy, and we managed very, very first corner, first lap to be able to stay away from some of the constraining, because we got passed by like 6 people on the very, very first lap in the first corner yesterday. And then it took a long time for us and a lot of tire to move us, through.
Sure.
When Lincoln, who was driving the first stint, did a phenomenal job. when he did so well, ended up in second place out of turn 1 at that start, I told him, I said, do whatever it takes to get past first place, which he did within a couple of laps, and I said, run away and hide.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we did. So we have used up some tire to be able to go there, but because he's not battling and he's so smooth, it's been incredible.
Yep.
It's just been really, really great. Then
it's the runaway at the front and then just park it. And we're just going to maintain this, use the margin we've built to be comfortable, and now hopefully conserve tire to the end.
Yeah, and because of the fact that we're not running full course yellows very much, 0 yesterday, and it scared us a little bit when we had turn 2 incident in a really bad location about 45 minutes ago or something like that.
We were thinking on the exit curb there.
Yeah, exactly. That was it was actually good and bad because we were ready for a pit stop and a driver change, and so might have helped us, but then it would have potentially added a pit stop at the very, very end because we're calculated out to the end without any yellows.
Sure, you have to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, things, there's just no way to predict it. So, but anyway, so the math is working so far in our favor, and we are not conserving, which, as you know, we're normally a fuel strategy a game out there, and so we always like to reduce the amount of pit stops by at least 1, sometimes 2 against our competitors. We are doing this in out-and-out performance, and so we haven't turned the wick up on the motor. We can't. We're not allowed to. We're not carrying any ballast. We don't want to. The aero is as trim and as thin as we could possibly set it up. We're running, tire pressure is a little bit harder to give us, a little bit more speed, if you will. Might sacrifice a tiny bit in the handling, but and we don't want to do a tire change, and so we're really trying to keep from getting bitey on the rubber because the aggregate here is extremely aggressive. But the other thing is we've been working really tight with Carbotech as far as brake compounds go, and we finally came up with a compound bias front to rear on our stock brakes. Again, it's that's one of the things that people don't realize is we have to run in our particular class in order to run no weight and a small motor. We have to run stock brakes, which is okay because the car doesn't weigh anything. You know what I mean? But trying to come up with a pad that's going to last all the way to the end of an 8-hour race, or today a 7-hour race, that's always difficult. So quick shout out. I'm sorry, I'm monopolizing. My time is
all good.
I can feel the heat coming on. I got to run back, but
you're the time limited one here. We got 3:45 to go.
Got it. A huge shout out to Texas Track Works, Forrest & Co. down there. I have to tell you, within the last probably 2 months or so, they have put some extra love into our car and did some things, nothing fancy, but just really did some incredible geometry and strengthening and all that sort of stuff to make the math work. And the work that they did, as opposed to buying parts off the internet and so on and so forth, they actually did some custom fabrication and stuff like that was really impressive. And so Mason and Forrest and the entire crew down there, thank you guys very much. That's Texas Track Works. To CBR, that's our main title sponsor. CBR is the most incredible cooling systems out there. That's what we're running. We were running, I'll tell you right now, all day yesterday, even in traffic, 191 for water temperatures. Today, we're like 189 for water temperatures, and that's exactly where we want it, even in traffic, and so it's incredible.
Very cool.
And then, of course, to Jason, Hospitality Health, and a sponsor keeping us on the road. We thank them very much. And I know I'm forgetting someone else, and that's my job, is to remember all the sponsors.
Put it on social.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly right. So anyway, to you guys on the air, I know it's a long day, an incredibly long weekend. I hope you're having a good time. At least the vistas are incredibly beautiful here. And thank you guys for putting together a good one. There's a lot of people listening from our families, especially out east, Grandma and Grandpa, and we appreciate them very much. So, all right.
Scott, man, thank you very much.
Got to run.
Best of luck to you the rest of the way.
Thanks a lot.
Jordan, let's do a quick break here, and we'll reset things when we return for the break. Got to get Continental some more airtime. So we will fire up the break here. We'll talk to Uncle Continental, and we'll see you right back here at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. The last round of the World Racing League this season. We'll be back.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle. Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to the World Racing League. It's the second half of the Crossroads Endurance Challenge here. Day 2. We're about 3 hours in, about 4 hours to go, roughly. The timer will return shortly. Burt Brothers Motorpark here in Grantsville, Utah. A lovely track. The first time WRL has been out here this far west, and I have had a great time calling the race. 3 hours 42 to go. Brendan has stepped away for a moment, I think. So you got me and JT Tammy holding it down while Brendan is out doing whatever Brendan's doing. Jordan Worth is on the 1s and 2s in the North Carolina studio. Studio indeed. Not in terms of living accommodations, in terms of production quality, etc. Budding podcast producer Jordan Worth, I think. Although it sounds like that's over now. So I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Great things to be had. 3 hours. It's on hiatus, he says. So that makes sense. Let's give a little rundown here. The number 70 of Round 3 Racing has taken the lead back at GTO. After the round of pit stops, the number 119 of AE Victory was in the lead. But they are currently losing a couple seconds lap to Round 3 Racing, and they're stunning pace out of the 70 Porsche. Third place is the number 191 of CHR. They also are putting up those 206s, but they're a little ways behind those top two. So if they keep putting in good lap times, they might be able to catch AE Victory in the next couple hours here. 87 of Stoic Racing in fourth position, also running 209s with AE Victory. So not a huge chance of them being able to catch CHR at this time. 17-second gap as it sits right now. Fifth place, 246 of TCB. Sixth place, the 144 of Forza Motorsports. Seventh place, the 678 of Rapscallion, and then the 669 of Rapscallion. Ninth is Singler. 10th is the 111 of Bruce Innovations, and the 40 of Off Leash Motorsports rounds out the cars that started the day. We go to GTU, which I believe is going to be the overall leader right now, the number 60 of Stratus Racing, after having run into some issues yesterday. Currently leading the race over the number 59 of Stratus Racing, another car that had issues yesterday. The 908 of Automatic back down into third, followed by the 909 of Automatic. Then the 58 of Stratus, and then the number 1 of Round 3 Racing, which we had seen being towed back behind the wall a little while earlier. So, remains to be seen what the issue with that is. GP1, we have the number 118 of Blaze Racing. Scott Mann was just up here speaking with us about that. They're having a good day so far. They're looking forward to some good championship results. They're followed by the 38 of Palomar Racing, another BMW. 2:17.227 their last lap time, so they're holding on in second position. The 88 of Zalus Motorsports, the worst car in racing, holding down third position. The 808 of Off Leash Motorsports, about a second and a half or so behind Zalus, so we'll keep an eye on that. They're currently running faster times, so a battle for third position there in GP1. HQ Autosports, another minute and a half behind them, followed by the number 981 BSR Cayman, the only Cayman in the field, 2 seconds behind the HQ Autosports BMW, so that'll be a battle for fifth to keep our eyes on. Seventh place, the El Diablo Motorsports, only 3/10 behind BSR, so a little battle here for fifth in GP1. Then you'll have TC Design, Ginger Racing, Bruce Innovations, Hyperion Auto Collective, and Bruce Innovations again. And then the 64 of Open Throttle Racing having a dreadful day so far. They are down at last in class. GP2, we have the Garage 66, a strong running Toyota 86, Scion FRS, Subaru BRZ, whichever one, I believe that one is technically a Subaru. They are currently winning in GP2. They were running strong yesterday and then ran into some reliability trouble of unknown provenance towards the second half of the race. That has not come to bite them so far today, so they're hoping that their race-winning pace stays where it is and that they can keep the car on the track. The 83 of Palomar Racing, GP2 BMW, they are in second position. They have not had the pace all weekend to keep up with the quick runners of Garage 66 and North Loop Motorsports, so they are going to be satisfied, I think, with second here and continue to keep the car on the black stuff and continue plugging away to get that podium position in class. In third position, there were 76 of Boulder.
Just into the paddock.
Just into the paddock, they say. So
Boulder just went into the paddock, according to.
So if Boulder's just going to the paddock, if they're in there for very long, that's going to promote the number 21 of North Loop Motorsport, who has run into issues. They had to change out an ECU today, which cost them several laps. If Boulder's in the paddock for too long, North Loop will overtake them for third, and they'll have a double podium this weekend. AOA Racing number 851, I don't think we've seen much of today, Brendan.
Correct. 5 laps. Can I introduce another guest?
Yes, you can.
Finally. Heck yeah. A legend in something of a legend in DriversEye Live broadcast races anyway. It's Troy Lidstrom. Oh, I forgot to introduce you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes.
Welcome, Troy.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
Real good, real good. Having a good time out here.
Yeah. So we would normally see you associated with Samson Racing Communications.
Yep, with
I think the 180.
our car, or 180.
E46. Very much not here this weekend, but you guys are.
We're here. Yeah, the 180 is probably retired from GP1s, just not enough. Definitely learning that today, driving the M2. And we're having a lot of fun with
It's the Off-Leash Motorsports.
Off-Leash Motorsports. Sean's out there right now. We seem to be doing pretty good. We ran it up to second this morning.
Yep.
We were doing double stints, so 3 hours in it. I'm pretty exhausted, but all is good. I love long stints. So
3 hours in the morning, much better than 3 hours in the afternoon.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yesterday it ended up being a test session for us because we lost an axle seal first thing. And we dialed in some speed, and then we went too far. At the end of the day, we actually went back to what we started with.
Oh, so really?
It was kind of funny, but that's what happens sometimes in testing. You know, you have great ideas, and then they all fall apart.
How'd you get hooked up with Off Leash?
They just had a couple open spots, and we were trying to put together a deal with Brett Strom. Maybe I've got a car coming from him, and we were going to try to make it out here, but that deal fell apart. So we did the Off Leash thing. So
is that the GTO car that you were referencing earlier?
That is the GTO car that's coming. It's in build right now. It's car number 11 that Brett has built with the 4-cylinder turbo.
What car is it?
So it's an E335 from 2004.
Okay.
It's shell.
Yep. Okay.
And then you build it into a GT4, basically.
Fascinating.
And but it uses the
turbo.
modern the B48, I guess it is, right?
Yeah.
B48 4-cylinder, which is in a lot of cars, and he does some tricks to it. Doesn't take it apart,
sure,
because the factory does a good job with that.
Yeah.
And then between extra fuel and electronics and a new turbo and all the other magic that Brett does, a sequential, it turns into a GT4 car. I've driven them. They're super fun. They're super competitive. You've seen it on track, Rooster Hall. I mean,
Rooster Hall. Yeah.
So they have one. They have like car number 6 or something.
Okay.
I'm getting car number 11. It's an underdog car. It'll be an underdog car, right? How many 4-cylinders are out here?
For sure.
I like racing as the underdog. I always have.
All right.
I raced a truck.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, so I was going to talk about that. I want to talk about that. I have vivid memories because that's where I was posted up. When I was at the 25 Hours of Thunderhill and we were doing the broadcast, that's where I would stand, is right there at that cutout in the pit wall. And you guys were behind Flying Lizard, but not quite Flying Lizard all the time. But you had your hauler right there behind it, and then the Flying Lizard was in front. And so I have vivid memories of freezing to death, seeing that car get pulled in, or that truck get pulled in and out. You have that in the garage. Let's bring that out. Let's bring the truck.
But to make it competitive and make it fun. The problem is it'd be really fun for 5 laps, and then it'd be a problem. But unfortunately, it's got too much power for it. There's no way to get it down to reasonable power here. It's a stock car.
All right.
Someday it'll be back on track. I start it up and keep it running, and it'll race again. There's just too many things on my calendar, and I'm enjoying WRL too much. And I'm good for about 6 weekends a year. Any more than that, and I'll be a single man. So I like being married. So we'll stay 6. And so with the B48 car, though, it'll be fun. We'll be another underdog car. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I do like showing up. When you're in an underdog car and you make the podium, the whole team is ecstatic. If you have the best equipment and the very best car and you finish third, sometimes it doesn't feel that good. So I think it always feels better to be the underdog, even when you don't do great. So,
yeah, I know. I totally understand.
Yeah, so
which is why you're in the M2 this weekend.
Yeah, we're in the M2, which is really fast in a straight line.
I bet.
It's super
Are you
fun.
also finding it's a dog in the corners?
It is very tough to drive
Yeah.
fast in the corners without ripping the tires off of it.
Got it.
So there's a happy medium. In the morning I could turn at turn 11, but there's no way you can maintain that pace. You would just tear the tires off or you make a mistake. So the car's a little slower now, but it was consistent yesterday afternoon, and it'll be consistent this afternoon, and it might be enough.
Yeah.
Everybody was slow yesterday afternoon, and we were the fastest car. For about probably 30 laps, we were the fastest car
Wow, yeah.
every single lap. Now, we were 84 laps down, so
Right. Yeah. Nobody saw it.
Nobody
Yeah.
saw it, but we knew that what the adjustments we made were working. So it's fun. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who's getting in. I don't know whether our stops are going to be right. I'm just a renter for the weekend, having a blast and learning. They're running the Mercedes. They were running the Mercedes. I guess it broke, but so I'm watching the GTO guys and learning some stuff for next year for us.
Yeah.
Is
that car the 235, the 240, or the Club Sport?
It is not a Club Sport. Someone told me that today.
Okay.
I thought it was.
Yeah, it looks like a 235 or a 240. They're pretty similar.
Yeah, it's a factory-built car,
Yeah,
but
sure.
I guess it's not the Club Sport. 'Cause
Okay.
I got corrected on that. I should know that stuff, but I'm more focused on what our team is going to do,
course,
and
yes.
I'm just a driver here. So
I gotcha. The new car that'll be built specifically to WRL 9-to-1.
Yep,
GTO?
it's totally full Motec programmable, power sticks, whatever power we want. So
Same as the Rooster Hall?
Same.
Like almost identical car? You
almost
guys do something
identical. There's a personal stuff that we're doing that's different, but
Okay.
it'll be identical to that car.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
all the car. The beauty of that program for Brett is that he's got 6 engines. He builds 4 or 6 engines at a time. He builds the corner. The corners are all built. The suspension, and mass produces the wiring harness and everything. So it's not a one-off build. Like really, there's hardly any race cars, right, that are not a one-off build.
Yep.
Which means it's got serial numbers for every part number. So if anything breaks, I can just buy from him, or it's got a cross-reference. Where you can buy it. It's basically like the BMW program.
I was trying to remember why I knew Brett's name, and I obviously I know he ran it at Thunderhill, but he did something very specific, and I was trying to remember what it was. And I think what I landed on was he was one of the first people to build an M4 into a proper racing spec car. He brought an absolute monster of a car to ES one year out there.
Yeah, I know that he's built so many cars.
Sure, I didn't know him from.
I didn't. I don't remember the year of the M4, but he's just built a lot of good cars, and he's been a staple in the BMW racing in Southern California. At Buttonwillow.
Yeah.
Back in the day, he'd show up with 15 clients' cars. There's half of them on track. He'd bring a bunch of them, but they'd all pit together. It was really fun to watch them, and I was in my truck, and I always wanted to be part of it. Now I'm going to be part of it. So
That's cool. You've got significant amounts of seat in a different car, and you could have gone GTU class racing, Troy.
Could have.
You could have. Instead of buying this car from Brett and going GTO class racing, you've got at least 49 hours of racing experience. 50 hours, because they're both 25s.
What are you referring to?
Your Volkswagen.
I could have bought one of those. Yeah.
Another. Well, you
not in America.
Of course you can.
Well, you can, but there's just it just doesn't get the.
What a value proposition, though. 20 grand for a race car, you get it shipped.
Do they still? I haven't paid attention to it in a few years, but you can still buy them.
To it.
I know you guys
like
do.
Grand.
You talk about it. That's why I love. I did have a blast doing that.
So you ran the Fun Cup 25 hours of Spa in a year.
Right?
Yeah, I don't think you gave me the year on that.
It was a long time ago.
And then
2007.
You also brought a VW Fun Cup, or ran a VW Fun Cup at the 25 at Thunderhill.
Right. They were trying to get it started here.
Yep.
So they knew I had experience. They had car and driver was in the car too.
Oh, wow.
So we
didn't
drove.
know that.
Yeah, it was 2000. I believe it was 2008.
Yeah?
Unfortunately, like I said, they put us in ES class, so the car's not going to be competitive. And the promoter of the car, who was trying to sell him, wanted the car to run on those skinny little
The 195s or whatever they are.
little skinny Michelin radials.
Yeah.
Which meant the car was turning, I don't know, 210s. I think our fastest lap was a 210, if I remember
quicker
right.
than I thought it would be, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a 210.
Yeah.
And but we're in ES, so
Yeah.
we're in the end. The
145.
input shaft broke, which they fixed, but took 2 hours. But it was just a fluke breakage.
Sure.
But I did race it in Spa, and that was kick-ass fun.
Was it crazy fun because there were 100 of them around you, or
There
was
were
it just
153.
Yeah, there you
It
go.
was insane.
There you go.
Fun. I mean, really hadn't done anything like that, right? We've done Hill where we have all the class racing, but it's one thing when everyone's in the same class.
Yeah.
In theory.
Draft trains of
theory.
14 cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the 6 leaders passing you 4 wheels left of the apex in the dirt at 4 in the morning. You know, crazy stuff.
Sounds
Super
like perfection.
fun. We went with a bunch of NASA guys, Ryan Flaherty and a few other guys, and we're with a French team. We qualified. We were up in the top 20.
Oh, wow.
In the rain.
First trip to Spa?
First trip to Spa.
Wow.
In the rain.
Really
I mean,
good.
it only takes one guy. I don't know. It wasn't me.
Yeah, sure.
One
Okay,
of
I
us.
gotcha.
One of us qualified, and we got. But then the car shifter snagged up. It was locked in a gear, and it stopped raining, and we ended up in 99th in qualifying as we went through the field. So I'm starting in the 33rd row, 3 wide.
Wow.
I mean,
Dang.
I'm getting the chills and smiling right now just thinking about
Coming
it.
down
And
the hill towards the
and it was
rouge?
2007. It was a long time ago.
That's so cool.
And it was really, really cool. They had the penalty. You get a penalty because you're only doing 90 miles an hour through
Yeah.
all routes. But if you go off, you get a penalty, and the French translation is disrespecting the rouge. That's what it's called. But if you go 4 off, which is easy to drive over there, you get a stop and go for disrespecting the tracks. Pretty cool penalty. I almost wanted to get it just to say I got it.
I think you get a T-shirt with
Yeah.
it. You come in, they ask you what size you want. Yeah.
At the end, because I could talk about that race for 20 hours.
We have 3.5. So.
But at the end of the race, we moved back up, but we got in a gravel trap in the middle of the night. It took them 45 minutes to get us out. So we're running around, and they announced that there's going to be a trophy for 33rd, 66th, and 99th place.
Oh, wow.
And so we're battling for 99th. So, or maybe it was 66, I don't remember, one of the two. So we're getting these great plans. Hey, we're going to come in the pits, we're going to pull out, and we're going to get 66th place. We're going to get a trophy.
You and 10 other teams.
Yeah, 10 other people had the same idea. It was this weird fiasco. The last 5 laps, everybody playing games, and we ended up getting 66th or 67th. I mean.
Ah, okay.
And it was really funny. It was really fun. The whole experience was fun. We had it's the standard French deal, or I think we had 5 or 6 cars in our team. We're in the Spa garages. We've got a caterer, great food. We're sitting down to white tablecloths, and eating lunch. And I'm talking to one of the French drivers on the French team, and he's got a glass of wine. He's about to get in the car. He's drinking a glass of wine. And we have like a soda machine, but it's wine. You just put your glass under there, 3 different types. Of course. And because you got to have wine with your food. But what was funny was I was just mentioning, in the States, you can't have any alcohol in the pits.
Yeah,
You'd
no
be
kidding.
DQ'd.
Yeah.
And he's all, oh yeah, here too. We're not allowed to drink before we get in the car. But he's holding a glass of wine while he's saying this, because that's not drinking. That's wine with dinner, with lunch.
So
it was the funniest thing. I couldn't wrap my head around it.
I marshaled the 24 Hours of Le Mans in 2012.
Mhm.
I was out at the second chicane on the Mulsanne, and we had our pre kind of week briefing on the Wednesday afternoon, and it was technically no alcohol at racetracks,
Right.
And it's not permitted. We're race officials, but we're in France. And we have to eat dinner.
Right.
And that was the line. Was
Exactly.
like nobody was going to tell you couldn't have wine with dinner. It was, as you said, completely separate from
From drinking. That's not
yep.
part of the ride. It was, you looked at me like, yeah, of course not. We would never drink before we get in a race car. And he's about to get in a race car.
So did you know that they are bringing the Fun Cup to the United States?
I have only heard you guys and rumors, but I mean, they've been talking about it since I went in 2007.
Yeah.
So I don't know how it translates. I mean, maybe the open cockpit version of the car.
I didn't know they had no.
Yeah, the open cockpit version, which runs bigger tires.
Oh, no.
There's the son of the founder of the whole series lives in Northern California, and he has the open cockpit version. He's run it. I don't think he's running 25 hours, but lots of other endurance races.
Oh no!
And my data's like 4 or 5 years old.
No, that's
I haven't
fine.
seen him for 5 years.
Oh man!
I can't remember his name. Good guy.
So they're doing 2 international flyaway races. They're going to Kailami in South Africa in January, this upcoming January, and they're going to Daytona next December.
And are they 25 hours?
No, I don't know what the format is. I think the Kailami one is it's either 8 and 8 or just 8, or 9 and 9 and just 9, or just 9. And in order to go to Daytona, you also have to go to Kailami.
Okay.
So
are we signing up right now? Do you have the number?
At last check, they had
fun.
92 cars signed up to go to South
Wow.
Africa, out of a maximum of 100. And there was a rumor that when they went to Daytona, they were going to have to do heat races and everything, and then they were going to do a big finale, but it was only going to be like 4
Are they going to
hours.
set up
I think
hay
that's-
bales down the straightaway? I mean, that's a long ways in a
drafting,
fun
man.
cup. Yeah, no, I
You
know
went
you're
to
bump
Spa.
drafting. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it was a long ways, and you could not get. If you got out of line, you lose 30 spots.
Absolutely. Yep. And I think it's probably going to be
Yeah,
the
it
same
will
way,
be.
where you just get trains around the
Yep.
banking. I think it's going to be spectacular. I don't know if I have to pay my own way there and we're not broadcasting. I don't care. I think I just have to go at this point.
I would love to.
Tyler Huffman is...
Imagine racing in South Africa. I've never even heard of that, so that would be a blast. I'm sure it'd be a blast, right?
Tyler Hoffman is going. Kingpin's going to run.
Oh wow.
Going to run Kyalami.
I'll put my hat in the ring if anybody's listening.
Listen, I'm in. It sounds tremendous. I actually didn't know that you had done Thunderhill also in a Fun Cup.
Yeah. It was a
mean,
challenge.
You probably know as well as we all do now. Like, that car is probably not competitive in GTU.
No, it can't be. I mean, if you completely make it not a stock Fun Cup car.
Oh, sure.
Figure
Well, start
something
with the
out.
tires. Start with the tires.
Sorry,
right?
sorry. That's why I think the open cockpit one has bigger hubs. They can handle more grip.
Okay.
Pretty sure of that.
Maybe we need to talk.
Because
talk to
I know you
talk
can't.
to him.
One of the reasons you can't put bigger tires on it is you just break everything.
Yeah, sure. Maybe we need to talk to your boy there.
Yeah, I'll send you his name.
Did you
when I
run,
remember?
out of curiosity, did you run the Diesel Fun Cup when you were there, or
No,
just the regular
the
one?
regular one.
Do
Yeah.
you know if they still run the
I never seen that one. I've only heard rumors.
Yeah, they were going to run it in the UK. I had a buddy that was running and taking photos for Fun Cup UK, and they were bringing those cars all over to Diesel, and I don't know what happened. Oh, that is a backwards... Well, part
The
of...
rapscallion.
Oh, no, that's on the... Yeah, 669, right?
Yep.
That, you have any idea where that is, Troy?
No.
Is it turn 1? It looks like turn 1, but I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the pit exit. going up here in
that's the
upper
in
left.
car. Okay,
Yeah,
so I didn't know what I was looking at. I just first look.
Yeah, backwards 669. They've had a kind of a torrid weekend.
Yeah, I was behind them a couple times.
Yeah.
Hoping they would go faster.
Flashing the lights, doing the endurance
I mean, they're
thing.
fast. It's obviously
Yeah?
it's a fast car down the straightaway. They were having just some problems with handling. Obviously, now they're
Yeah.
backwards. That's real problems.
Do you have any intentions to go to the Revive 25 out of Ozarks?
Not this year. I mean, I've heard nothing but good stuff about the track. That's just unbelievably fun, scary. Every adjective. I've heard all the adjectives and all of them the good kind. And but I've never been there. Like to go there. It's a long haul from San Diego.
No kidding.
So Nationals, I heard, was really fun. Yeah, everybody had a good time. So maybe some event there someday, but not the 25. Right now, I'm kind of focused. Like I said, my 6 weekends a year that I'm off leash.
Yeah, sure.
But is going to be WRL for a little bit.
Cool.
We still have some bucket tracks that we didn't get to this year, like Daytona and Road Atlanta. So we'll try to do those with WRL next year.
Bring the truck out to Daytona and run it in HPDE.
There you go. Yeah, it would fit in the hauler. Might have to do that.
I'm full of good ideas, man.
Yeah, that would be
It starts
fun.
with the Fun Cup and it ends with who knows what.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of made a deal with myself. I wouldn't run the truck anymore anywhere where there was something really hard to run into, like
Safer
walls.
barriers.
Safer barriers would be better because, you know, it's an old school steel chassis, and the only thing that's going to give is my body, and it's 63 years old. I do a lot of racing. So
Yeah.
I still feel like I can do this another 5 years, but so we're going to try to get some bucket tracks in and have a good time. And I want to run the GTO for a little while, even if we're not competitive, we just pop the sequential out, put an 8-speed in or something, and go back to GP1. So it's easy in that car because all I got to do is chip it down.
Can't run the 8-speed in GTO?
Yeah. Oh no, the 8-speed. It's the sequential is way better.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So I'll run the sequential, but I can't run the sequential in GP1 because it's too many points.
Got it. That makes sense. I understand. John Sloan says,
Is that full course? That is full course yellow.
Whoa.
First one of the weekend.
Whoa.
Wonder where we are on pit strategy. That could be good.
What do we do?
Yeah, too many choices.
Yeah, haven't had to think about this all weekend. You enjoyed the all green flag running yesterday, or do you like the yellows to kind of mix things up?
Well, it didn't matter for us because we broke on the warm up lap, right?
Oh,
so
gotcha. Sure.
But surely when it stays green, everyone's on the same page. Nobody gets an advantage. So when you're behind, want the yellow, right?
Of course.
Where are we? We are in. I think we're up to second. Yes. I would say that 808 is in second place, and we must be right about our window. Yep, we are.
Perfect.
I bet that's pretty good. I don't know. We pitted lap 75, 98. That's not enough. Sorry.
Not enough. It's more than half, right?
25. We may pit. I don't know what they're gonna do.
Are you? Do you have a hand in any of the strategy or decision making down there? Or are you literally just?
I put my piece in last night when we had a team meeting.
Great.
And I think that's why I started and ended up 3 hours, and now I'm pretty much done. So unless I get a chance to get in at the end of the day, but I doubt it.
I wonder why this has triggered a full course yellow. Whether it's just too many cars at too much speed down there at turn one, or if it's an awkward recovery to tow across the racing line. They've been really, really aggressive with the hot pulls this weekend. Really aggressive.
Yes, this morning's hot pull in turn 3, or turn 2, between 2 and 3. Not a lot of tracks would have done that, I don't think.
Oh, with the car parked up on the exit curb there? So we actually had, that camera was functioning for us at the time.
Okay.
We've been dealing with cellular issues here as people wake up and do more things, go figure. Apparently the whole valley just has one tower. But we kind of spotted it, and everybody that came up around turn 2 just hugged the right-hand side of the track.
That's
they did
what we were
really
doing
nice
too,
job.
But what I meant is just, I mean, you had to do that, but I didn't know if everybody, I was doing it. I didn't know if everybody was doing it.
And that's kind of my point.
It's
like
costing you 1.5 seconds. You're like, oh, I hope everybody's doing this.
Kind of my point was eventually, like, you're right, not a lot of tracks would have done that, but everybody here was demonstrating that they were doing the right thing, given the situation and where cars were parked over there. And so you trust people until they give you a reason not to.
And I was like, the Continentals, there's this certain speed during a yellow where they squeal like crazy. And I'm always like, I'm going slow.
Yeah.
That's not me.
Well, and the 200 treadwear tires in general are always it's going to sound more aggressive than it really is, right? Because they do make some noise. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Let's see how this all pans out.
Yeah, I really throws a wrench in it, and you never know where you're going to be behind the pace car.
Fortunately, most cars going, if we base it off time, most cars going a little over an hour. I think any car pitting now would probably be 2 more stops to the end.
Yeah.
Right? Takes you down to about 2 hours 10, hour 5. As long as you can go 65 minutes here, you should be in pretty good shape to come in now and kind of reset. We have cleared halfway for what that's worth as well. Which means I'm also managing a social media post at the moment, which is its own level of challenge.
I hope we win, because that would be it would be a very big disadvantage if we didn't. So.
And you need to do it now. You don't want to come in once the field is already kind of gathered up there.
Yeah, they're all gathered. So
Yeah, I guess if
gonna
you're at
come
the
in.
tail end of the train, it's not so bad. But this may be quick. Car's already out of the way over there, and being towed.
Lights are still on, so
to
at least one
Wyoming,
more
it
lap.
appears.
That's 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Where is that? Where is this? I've been
Denver
through
Airport?
most. I said Wyoming earlier. I think they're trying to come down the west pit exit lane and come back up this way, but it's a kind of a narrow cut back there.
Yeah, I don't know where we are. Do like this track though, man. It's so much fun.
It can't be your first time here, right?
No,
You guys
no,
done the 6 hours
we have
here?
the 6 hour. Probably done that 6 times. And I'll tell you, this is a dark place at 11 o'clock at night.
Would you do
I
a
believe
24 here, or is that 6 hour enough?
Oh, I'd do 24 anywhere. Are
right.
you kidding me? Yeah, no, this is a great.
I forgot who I was asking. Sorry,
this is a
Troy.
great. I need my. I have 14, 25, 24 or 25 hour races, so I'd like to get another one to 15. But anyway, the darkness, and then there's all the years we did the 6 hour. There's usually the state fair or maybe the county fair right over there in the fairgrounds.
Oh, is that right?
And the fireworks would go off about 10 o'clock at night.
That's kind of cool.
And it was insane. It would light up the tracks. The only time you could see. And it was.
They do any temporary lighting?
No.
For that?
No, nothing. Well, maybe just in the pit. I don't know. There's enough lighting in the pits. It was dark, and it usually seems like every year there was a thunderstorm around 9 o'clock at night too. Even a red flag occasionally.
Oh,
because
wow.
There's so much water on the track.
Yeah, sure. Here we go. Yeah, we are getting the pit callers now. I think they did a really good / aggressive job of getting the field kind of gathered up here. And I'm not sure too many actually had the opportunity to pit before we went, or when we went full course yellow there. North Loop is out. 70 is in out of the GTO class lead. Palomar 83 is in out of second in GP2. So you guys aren't compelled, as Samson Race Communications, not compelled by championships, really, would you say?
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's fun to have a championship. We'll try for the Western thing,
Okay.
Western of WRL for sure next year. That'll be on our target.
Okay.
But we'll throw in some extra races in there, like Road Atlanta and Daytona.
Sure.
Probably
Yep.
Barber, because that's just too much fun. And Barber will be probably really good for the B48.
Oh, interesting.
Just because it's light.
Okay.
So it could be as light as 2,700 pounds if we choose to race it. I would probably race it at 29 or 3,000.
Just to get the extra power out of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. It is kind of interesting to me that there isn't like a very obvious, and maybe this is a good thing, it's the way the rules are written, that there's not an obvious sweet spot where it's like, well, just you got to middle the thing. You got to run it like 2,900, 3,000 pounds. Anything more than that, the car's a dog, anything less than that, and it makes no power. There is some variability in there.
Well, yeah, because you got so many different chassis, tire sizes, and tracks.
Sure.
If we only raced on one track, then there'd be one formula that works. But
You know what? That's a really good point. And there is some variability in there where you can take ballast out, and be, like you say, Barber, lightweight, Daytona, go for the power. That makes a lot of sense to me. You guys are second in line here as we come back to green.
Yeah,
onto the
that's
front
what
straight
it is.
away.
No, that might be the 5.5.
Oh, you're right. It's
Yeah.
the 5.55, right car shape, wrong number.
They both,
you're absolutely right.
Well, believe me, Friday I was having that problem too.
But
Here
the
we
white,
are.
the
Here we
white
are right
with
here.
some vague trim there
Yeah.
does make it a little bit difficult. What's with the purple?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I first time I saw the car was Friday, so.
Genuinely zero labs, no testing, no nothing. Just hey, we're gonna rent the seats and
Yeah.
go up and do it.
Yeah, I mean,
Didn't do the
we knew
Thursday test day either?
we knew the track. Knowing the track was
Great.
not an
Yeah,
issue.
that's true.
I think, and plus it's a paddle shift car that almost drives like it really drives like a street car, because brakes are easy,
Yeah.
steering. It's a little bit of a numb feeling. Not my favorite race car. Any race car is my favorite race car at the moment, right? Anytime you're racing, it's great. But it doesn't. It's so easy to drive that you really don't get that I don't know. The hair doesn't stand up on the back of your neck. You don't really get that pucker factor that I'm looking for in a race car. That's why most of us do this, right? You got to be a little bit scared. And the M2, it's hard to really feel. It might be scary, but you can't feel anything because there's not that much feedback.
It does make sense.
So, but it sure is dependable in the axle seal. But I mean, it just runs. I mean, the first lap I did 3 hours is probably 80 laps.
Yeah.
And the first lap and the last lap, car felt exactly the same. There's really no difference. I mean, the track got hotter.
Sure. Yeah.
But felt the same. You know, little push.
We should kind of find out what this has done to the GTO lead battle at the moment. Round 3 Racing, AE Victory Racing. I fear they may have been caught by the safety car there, and it's put a lap, or nearly a lap, between the Porsche and the Supra.
That is correct to my knowledge.
Yeah, Supra is about 8th in line here. I think the Porsche is at the tail end of the grid.
Same with Blaze. I believe Blaze has almost an entire lap on the 808.
Yeah, I mean, that was close to being that way earlier. I think that was like a 1.5-minute margin. That sounds right, Troy?
Yep.
Yeah.
You see him coming through the shot here, 808, and then directly behind that 88 is the 118.
And AE is in. Well, that's odd. Why didn't they under the yellow? I mean, I guess they would have lost the lap anyway, and it wasn't really going to matter. Oh, the 70 hasn't caught the Q yet. Right, we went back to green before they were able to get back up to the tail end of the line. So where is the Porsche? Just rounding 14 and 15 now. There it is. Do you call these corners by the names or by the numbers?
I'm a numbers guy.
Numbers guy?
I don't know. I mean, I just don't know the name. I see the names on the
board there.
Board and the paper handout, but.
So is this last corner 23 for you or 15?
You know, the sign says 23, so that's what we call it. But, you know, and the weird thing here is that they've painted the background of all the corner numbers yellow. What? And I don't know whose decision that was, but I've heard at least 30 drivers talk about it.
Where are the signs?
They're on the corner worker sign. If you look down there, see corner 1, you can see the yellow. So when you're racing, out of the corner of your eye, you see a yellow square.
That's a problem. That's a flag location.
Ridiculous. Yeah, it's really. I don't know whose idea that was. Wasn't a good idea. So you can see it right out here, straight out.
Yeah.
Yellow background. I don't know.
You know what? And from this angle, it really does look like a yellow flag.
Yeah, it looks like out.
Yeah, that's tough.
Every single corner has one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, same thing. Yep.
And you know, of course, you're only looking at the flag, but with your peripheral vision, and you see yellow. Yeah. So I don't know. That was a really bad idea. Whoever thought of that.
We were chatting with Zalus yesterday, and they said because they run so many configurations here, they go with names instead of the numbers.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
That makes sense. I mean, we still always have the names for Button Willow. I mean, that was how we always referred to it for the same reason. We had multiple configurations
and directions, which makes it tricky as well.
But I've mostly only done endurances here. I've done national championships here.
Sure. Yeah, it was just here 2 years ago, right? Last year.
Yeah, I didn't do it then, but I did it back in like 2010 with the truck. Won it. Won a something. I don't know whatever they called it, STR1 or something. That was fun stuff back then. It was fun stuff.
Would you consider this like a must-visit location if you're a racing driver?
It is a great track for racing. You can go side by side through every corner almost, and it's really safe. You know, if that's something that appeals to you, and at this point in my life, that appeals to me a little bit.
Sure.
I don't really like running into things, and it's wide, so it's. I mean, look at the view you got from up here. Jeez, this is awesome.
It's tremendous.
It's tremendous, and you get really interesting, fun, crazy weather, which I guess the rest of the country, most of you guys all know about. I'm from San Diego. You know, we one time my chair blew over on my deck. That's about it. So we don't get much weather. So this is I would say yes, especially for West Coasters.
Sure.
It's a must. You know, you guys have so many great tracks in the East, but for WRL and for the seat time you get, I think it's a must. That's why we're here. That's why I rented a ride.
Sure.
I mean, it's not that long a drive. We could have towed out here. 20 hours or something or whatever. Not that much. What is it? 11, 12 hours?
By 12, yeah.
Yeah, we had a kind of a longer chat earlier about, is there a sweet spot for number of races for WRL to be on the West Coast where you're encouraging more West Coast endurance or sprint racing teams to make WRL a part of their season rather than just as a one-off.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And I told our dad a good idea. I'm sure they thought about this. I'm not. Every good idea I've ever had is I'm the last guy to think of it. But we need a drivers' championship. And it costs him nothing, right? It all is an app, a spreadsheet, and a $15 trophy.
Yeah.
But with a drivers' championship, drivers come west.
An interesting take.
And so teams,
yeah,
it's expensive for teams to come west, but drivers will come west, which means teams can rent. It means more. I think it would be a larger count because every one of those teams that's not here this weekend has a driver that would like to be here. I bet. I'm guessing here, but they got a driver that would like to be here, and he's probably in the hunt, and he could get some points.
I know some of that relies on the Flextronics technology and being able to make sure that.
Yeah, we heard in the meeting on Friday that the wristbands, which I'm not wearing right now. Apparently, I might not have been wearing it
Which
in the car.
wristband? The Flextronics.
The Flextronics wristband. I just noticed it's not on my wrist.
I thought they were doing pucks.
Pucks, yeah, it's a puck. I guess.
But it's on a wristband.
You can wear
Puck
it on your
a
wrist, or you can put it in your pocket. I think it was in my pocket. I had it on my wrist earlier, but anyway. So it'd be really easy. He talked about how much more information they're going to get out of that next year, and all they need to, you have some rule, 20% of the race or something a driver has to do to get points.
Yeah, sure. Yep.
And boom, you're in the have a drivers' championship. I think that would add flavor. The other thing I'd love to see these guys do is an award ceremony immediately following the race.
Tech.
Who cares? So someone gets DQ'd later, and the wrong guy gets the trophy. It's the 1,000 people standing here who would love to see it in an award ceremony, but they all leave and go back to the hotel, and then there ends up being 40 people.
Fair.
I mean, almost every other series does it.
Yeah.
And if that take away trophy. I think it would be way better publicity. But who do I know?
We could do it as
I don't even know why I'm making suggestions because someone's going to ask me to do something, and I don't want to work. So I'm going to just keep my mouth shut.
You're just the ideas guy.
I'm just the idea guy. Yeah. But I would love to have, not having an award ceremony half the time I would like to go and support the drivers that won. I'm usually already in my hotel room before they have it.
Before we started doing some social media stuff at the drivers' meetings, I also was. I would go pull cameras and I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Go back, charge the batteries, and take a nap.
Anyway.
Yeah. You know these guys?
No. I just thought I didn't realize anybody else was here. I was just going to make this my new seat for the rest of the day. But no, it was good talking to you.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, anytime you want to talk Fun Cup, you just call me up or text me.
JT just sent there's the event poster.
Oh, wow, that's so cool.
On December of 2026.
December 2026.
Yep,
okay.
17th, 18th, 19th, right before Christmas.
Right after COTA.
Yes.
Oh, maybe we'll make a trip out of it. I've got friends in Daytona Shores area of Daytona that I need to visit. So perfect.
All right.
Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
Your time.
Thanks for the time.
Good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, definitely. See ya.
I think we're going to turn this thing around quickly here, gentlemen. Yeah, well, maybe not. They're meeting each other. I asked Troy if he knew the guys that walked in. He said no. I think these are the Hyperion guys. Yeah, it's John and Tyler again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They want to have Tyler talk now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Under 3 hours to go. This day has flown by, man. Flown by. I just had a thought, which I promise you nobody's going to like, but I have to say it anyway. If Fun Cup is at Daytona 2 weeks after COTA, should there not be a push on to bring Fun Cup to COTA on the WRL weekend?
Yes, there should.
I think there should be. I think that'd be tremendous. Not that they're going to be short on entries for that by any means. You know what you could do, though? You know what you could do? You know what you should do? My favorite phrase. You know what you should do? Sebring is the month before, potentially, probably.
Oh boy.
And Sebring has capacity for more cars than are signing up for it at the moment. I think you should invite Fun Cups to come over and fill out the grid at Sebring. I don't know the rest of that. What does the rest of that calendar look like for Fun Cup next season? How's that look? This website is a disaster, by the way. October at Nogaro is the last one. You could ship them that. No, not Navarra. Navarra's trash, man. Nogaro in France, central France. This is who are him? Oh, it's Garage 66 again. And who is he behind? Good job, man. Wonder who he's behind. Looks like a black BMW. He's hustling it on the way into the there. A little bit of opposite lock, kind of holding the wheel straight as once the car gets turned in, as the NPO1 scoots up the inside. A little washed out here on the windshield as well, which is tough. I don't like it. You can't tell what's happening at all. I mean, I know he's at turn 3. Map's not helping things either. No, we're just going to send it. All right. Up the inside at turn 5. It's a pretty good move, actually. So we've got a car under tow down at the exit of turn 6. Have that camera?
Is that the Singler?
It is.
Yeah.
BMW.
Yeah, number 13.
Be the Forza. That's the Singler, yeah.
That car only needed, I think, 3 points in order to get itself up into the top 3 or 4 in the GTO points. That is going to become tougher here. So, this full course yellow, I think, has provided us an interesting opportunity coming to the end of this. I don't really like what it's done to the battle at the front of GTO. And this is the problem with full course yellows and safety cars. This is, I think, the finest example of what it creates. Is we were set up potentially to have AE Victory Racing chasing round 3 racing over the course of the last half of this, or the second half of this 7-hour enduro. And now, all of a sudden, instead, they're 2 laps down. 2. Well, it's not quite 2. It's 1 and 2 change. It's still excessive. Right. The race should not wing by a lap and a half on the back of needing to tow a car out of a location. It just does not sit well with me. Neutralizing the race to go tow a car, absolutely fine, but better ways to do it that don't create lap and a half swings. And now puts them in a battle with Stoic, who they really haven't been in a fight with at all through the course of the race. And now they're just kind of stuck in this no man's land, depending on what happens. Or no woman's land. Could be either. With, what?
Race log?
Oh, my goodness me.
Just everything you were saying, just go ahead and completely
no,
move it.
No, JT. My point still stands.
I know, it does.
Yes, we're about to get the race back on the back of a 2-lap penalty for passing under yellow by the number 70, which just happened after the green flag, ironically. I think probably as they were recovering that number 7, the number 13. But the point remains exactly the same. Right? Yes, the end result is going to be similar. And if anything, this actually benefits CHR in a way that all of this wouldn't have benefited CHR because it would have gone to the favor of AE Victory. There are better ways to do this. And I'm just annoyed that this is how it has to be. Because it doesn't. Because we do this at Barber. We do code 35s at Barber, and it's fine. All of the technology is here. It's just tracks not wanting to do it. And
racers don't like it. There's racers that don't like it.
No, but that's the problem, is opinions are divided. So when opinions are divided, go with the right thing. Do the right thing. And I just don't think safe cars in modern motorsports are the right thing anymore. I think they ruin races. RJ, I remember having a conversation with RJ years ago about, we're obviously here as DriversEye Live. We represent the World Racing League. We have vested interest in the World Racing League continuing to be successful and well promoted and visible, and we have taken steps this year to do much, much more of that. But one of the comments that was made was, well, we also want to give you guys room to editorialize and talk about, things the way that you see them. This is one of those times. I'm turning in a token here.
don't do
using
this
up
to
my
RJ.
chips and my tickets.
He's probably twitching right now.
No, RJ's on the phone doing something else. Something else important. No, this is just... it's one of those things. And everybody is entitled to their own opinions, and I'm sure they have them. And that's all fair. And this is just mine. Do it differently, do it better. So this has CHR now out ahead of AE Victory Racing by a margin that will need to be updated when they come back start finish, because I think
I was showing about 1:17. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's correct. Also, the number 70 is directly behind the AE Victory car as they head towards turn 11. And now towards turn 13. So we'll pick them up here at the final sequence. At 14 and 15. This camera feels like it's zoomed out over the course of the day. I'm not really sure how that's happened. But we should see the purple and white Toyota Supra first, and then the 808, as a matter of fact, and then the number 70 round 3 racing Porsche. So that now becomes your battle for second on track. So it's all the same as it was before we went to the full course yellow. But actually, it didn't need to be this way, and here we are. So, battle for second on track in GTO. We will enjoy it for what it is. It is being closed pretty handily here by that number 70, although there will be that traffic to contend with. George, this is
probably the other
worse.
direction.
Yeah, this is somehow worse. Can we pan? Can we create a pan and or a pan and tilt here, or a pan and zoom here? There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Track the cars.
Look at that. That's how we get Porsche Sprint Challenge right here. Look, our cameras move.
No, you can't say that.
We have bad cameras.
If we did it at 4K, you could probably take a 1080 subset of 4K and just pan in 1080, and it would be similar, but worse.
How much would that cost? How much would it cost to go 4K on a cell
whatever
budget?
whatever it would cost to cool the cameras.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, so some kind of like standalone water pump. You guys don't know anything about water pumps, do you? Not for cars. No, yeah, I didn't think so. Not 2 minutes before Troy turned around to talk to you guys, I said, "You know these guys?" And he goes, "No idea." Yeah, apparently. Oh, okay. I got it.
Sounds like a business opportunity to work with Chill Out Systems to develop a cooling system.
So
for
the
our
problem
cameras.
is, so I've considered that, JT, and the problem is any solution like that or similar requires way more shipping and way more power trackside, which balloons the cost in a hurry. So, Brendan had good luck with the heat sinks, so I don't know what the plan is there, maybe. But I also have a suspicion that if we put like boxes around them and then put dry ice in the boxes, that would help. But I haven't tested that yet, and then that involves going to the grocery store every time, hoping that someone has dry ice available.
Ryan.
Brendan.
Do you want to talk a little bit of cycling and racing again?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, as we mentioned earlier, that folks from Hyperion Auto Collective are here. I assume that I know your co-driver's name. I know Tyler. I got you guys. Don, I got that.
And then currently driving is Grant.
Grant, thank you. Yeah. I was going to say, I assume he's not here because he's in the car. Yeah, I got it. Okay. I'm going to turn the second microphone over to you, John. Tyler, you're with us here. You kind of stood and spectated the interview yesterday, but yeah, we want to chat and get to know you guys a little bit better. So Ryan is going to hang out with you guys. I'll give you the second microphone here, and you guys can get after it.
So Tyler, man, great to finally have you on the mic here. Assuming you are on the mic at this point. Not quite. I went too fast.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Now you can hear me, right?
There we go. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I'm just standing behind everybody and just kind of listening to John and Grant talk, and now I'm talking to you now.
Did you go back and listen to the broadcast so you would know what was being said, or do you still just have one half of the conversation?
I have one half of the conversation.
One half of the conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Got it. Okay. So, Tyler, thanks for coming to chat with us. I'm glad we got the opportunity to chat with you. I wonder why Brendan doesn't have all of the microphones set up, because we have 4 headsets. So this is not standard procedure here. I don't know if he's being lazy, and you can tell him that. Tell Brendan I think he's being lazy by not hooking up the other mics.
I'll be sure to let him know. Yeah.
He didn't bring them because he had to have extra space for his sweaters.
His sweaters and his thermal printer. Yeah, that makes sense. So, Tyler, tell me, how did you get into racing? Because it sounds like you're the service manager for the bike shop, which, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, there are similarities and there are not in terms of tinkering with a car versus tinkering with a bike. So what makes you go from cycling to racing?
It's hard to say. 3 years ago, I never would have saw myself in the seat of a race car. But basically what did it is I've got a friend when I lived in Arizona, rode with him quite a bit. He's a WEC IMSA driver. Probably heard of him, Ben Keating. I rode bicycles with him, and this is before I even knew he was a famous race car driver. So rode bikes with him, hung out with him quite a bit. He invited me to Daytona 24 a few years ago, and fell in love instantly. I was like, have to figure out how to do this. So when I got home, I texted him, was like, what do I got to do next? What's my next step? And told me to buy a sim, start practicing in that, and just kind of went from there.
So which sim did you work on here? Which ones are you? What's your main go-to?
Oh boy, it's a smorgasbord of parts at this point now. Got a track racer frame, Fanatec parts, GSI parts, triple screens, all the good stuff, but not too crazy.
And then what's your software of choice?
iRacing all day.
iRacing? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
iRacing superiority here. I think, JT, you run the R Factor, right?
Yeah, I do both R Factor 2 and iRacing every week.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yes, well,
nice.
Hey, there you go. Fair enough. So are you doing GT racing then, presumably, if you're trying to get into this? Like, are you running specific series? Are you doing hosted stuff?
Yeah. So actually, good friends with the Riot Livery guys out here. They do a Tuesday night sim race every week.
Okay.
So, raced with them for about a year now, and just meeting them for the first time in real life this weekend. So it's been pretty cool to be able to do that. Racing against them has been really big help with learning how to manage traffic and everything. So it's been a lot of fun.
Awesome. So tell me about your background. You're a cycling mechanic, obviously, but like, what gets you as a kid? What gets you into biking? What kind of fills that void here? I have a theory, and I want to see if it's correct.
Oh boy! All right. Well, hold on your hats. Maybe grab a Kleenex or something.
Okay.
So grew up doing motocross, four-wheeler stuff. I was into it less. Had a younger brother. He was pretty good doing motocross stuff. He crashed. Basically, he died.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That's dreadful.
From there, yeah, thanks. And then my dad and I just started cycling and found some trails that were pretty close to our hometown, and found out that there was a race out there. Showed up, got absolute dead last, but fell in love with it, and just kind of went from there.
Gotcha. Which town did you grow up in and were doing the cycling?
I grew up in Oregon, Oregon.
Okay.
Tiny little town on the Columbia River.
Famous for
Oregon.
irrigation.
Exactly.
Oregon.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, watermelons and irrigation.
I was telling the gents yesterday that I'm a Reading guy, but I had relatives in Springfield. I had people that I knew in Bend. I had people that I knew in Keno. Like, the rural Oregon section. I'm there. I'm right there with you. I totally.
Nice. It's awesome. Yeah. It was super fun growing up in a smaller town.
Yep.
Kind of get to do the outdoorsy kid stuff growing up. So I really appreciated that. That was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So did you take the cycling on as like trying to go pro Cat 1, trying to do that kind of thing, or was that more of like, did it become a hobby as you got older and you went to school, or what did that look like?
Yeah, no, I got into cycling my senior year of high school, and then picked it up pretty quick. Got pretty good pretty quick. So moved to Bend because that was the place to live in Oregon anyway for to be a cyclist.
Right.
And just started racing and moved up through the ranks fairly fast. And I was into it for probably 3-4 years. I raced pro.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a super fun experience and everything. But I've said this before and I'll say it again. Driving race cars is so much cooler than racing bikes.
It's a good workout for sure. The problem for me is I find that I have race car aspirations as well. I have a MR2 that sits under a tarp that's got a cage in it already that I build this project in my head that becomes too big, and it's like, that's a lot of money. But the cycling is like 1 to 2 fewer zeros on the budget, and that's what kind of sucked me into that.
Well, it can be.
What's crazy is my parents bought me my first mountain bike from like a legit bike shop. It was $300, and they said, "We're never going to buy you a bicycle this expensive ever again." And then a couple years later, I had a $10,000 mountain bike in the garage. So they didn't hold true to that.
Well, that's good. Hey, I mean, if you've got the parents that you can squeeze for the cooler stuff, then hey, I have more power to you there. I unfortunately, I was telling them yesterday, I went and tried to do Sea Otter because my daughter is getting really into mountain biking.
Yeah.
And I tried to go do Sea Otter with her, and we did the family ride. And I grew up road cycling in Redding because like that was what you had trails wise and stuff, and never competitively, but like I did that as my hobby. And, it was a good time.
Yeah.
So she's into mountain biking. I'm like, I don't know how to help you on this. And I went to Sea Otter and tried to do the like family off-road ride on my gravel bike, and it was a just absolute nightmare. Just not the right tool for the job at all. So now I'm trying to get into mountain biking. Like, okay, what do I do? What am I buying? None of the stuff fits the same. Like, what are we doing? So,
well, that's maybe we should exchange phone numbers and help you out.
Yeah, we do know a couple guys that could probably help out with that.
Okay, I would definitely appreciate that. I think right now I'm trying to get my daughter onto something with suspension bits on it because I think it's getting to where she's probably time for a 26-inch.
Okay.
She's kind of like right on the cusp there. She's going to turn 10 on the 1st.
Do you know where she is as far as her height for her age?
Moderate to under.
Okay.
The thing is, if we get real specific, I was looking for that Marin. There's a full suspension Marin that you can go from 24 to 26.
Ooh, this is right in my wheelhouse. I will say that is a bit. It's not an impossible dream, but it is much more attractive than it seems if you are very good at finding the other wheel size. But it sometimes is better to buy the right resale for decent kids bikes is pretty reasonable on Facebook Marketplace.
Right.
So it sometimes nets out to be easier, better, and either the same money or cheaper to off that and then get another one, because by the time you buy wheels and tires and then hopefully the cassette body is the same, and
it is. The only thing you'd have to change is the crank, allegedly, assuming she needs longer.
If she needs longer cranks, although the hot ticket because of Pagacha is short cranks. We can't sell 172.5 road cranks to save our lives anymore.
I'll take them. I'll still take them all. I'm pretty tall. I'm in. Like, let's do them.
I'm still
I'm 175, so
I'm still
that's cool.
Gonna run my 172s until they're gross.
Yeah, I got you there. So it's an ongoing project, obviously, and to our point earlier, it still costs money. It's less money than racing, but it's
it's still money.
At least at the realm that I'm playing in, I'm aware that people are spending way too much money on bicycles. What gets me is when people who look like me are rolling past me on like $10,000 Cervelos. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Like, what? Like, well, you're trying too hard here. Let's simmer down a little bit.
He's got to get to the coffee shop.
Well, it's funny. I was just talking with Troy on his way out. We don't know each other by face very well, but we actually hung out with him at Eagles Canyon. When Grant and I went there to just check out a WRL race, and we recognized his car from some Oregon races. Mm-hmm. And as it turns out, he is a very avid cyclist and just did a 126-mile ride for his birthday, which is double his age.
Oh,
and
nice.
And he has a rather nice road bike, but has a long history. He raced Redlands, the Redlands Classic, back in the day, and did quite well. So, like I said, Tyler met Ben through cycling. And you know, now we're pretty good buddies with Ben, and he's a very avid cyclist.
Right.
And the overlay for fitness and the racecraft and all these things, and in the tinkering and the engineering and the optimization for the rider, it really is such a good fit and such good prac for the other thing.
Right.
We like it quite a lot.
Yeah,
so I'll ask one more biking question, and then we'll get back to Tyler.
Yeah, there are probably listeners that are rolling
their
eyes.
Hey, no, I'm going to take the shot. I'm going to take the shot. I got the shot once. I'm going to take it. We talk about college football way too much, and like, people kind of know about that. So like, I'm going to take my cycling window here if I can.
Yeah.
So we were thinking about it. You guys had mentioned Tour of Utah. They had come and done this track.
Yep.
And so I was talking to Brendan about it after you guys had left. I was like, Tour of Utah, they've done this track. They still do a road race kind of at Sea Otter at Laguna, where they'll race that. They do like 10 laps or whatever.
Is massive, yeah.
And then I had a friend that grew up, and he was in high school racing like Cat 3, Cat 2 stuff. And he would do the Chico stage race, and they'd go race at Thunderhill.
Yep.
So herein then births the idea, because I want more stuff for the broadcast. Would you guys be willing to co-promote with us a bike racing series on the West Coast that just does like criteriums at racetracks?
I mean, I would love to do that. That is, I want to do a race at ORP. This is, of course, in all my spare time. It's a great venue because I personally grew up racing crits. I think it's the GOAT facet of road cycling, and for me it's my favorite thing to do. It's very spectator friendly,
right?
Criteriums and cyclocross, and it's a great venue because there are like parking spots with pavement and bathrooms and
some of the best bathrooms
all of these things that anybody who's ever done a bike race, either in some town and it's all houses and you're trying to find a place to go to the bathroom or change or pin your number, or you are quite literally outstanding in your field in the middle of nowhere, and that's just the way bike racing typically goes at the amateur and amateur level.
Right.
And the surface is there. You don't have to worry about road closures. There's a lot of times that car tracks just kind of sit there not doing anything. So I think it'd be a very easy path, and the economics of bike racing are terrible. So it could be a way.
They are.
It could be a way to hence them, fading into the distance, especially stage racing. I don't think there's a single C1 or C2 stage race in the United States anymore. And gravel racing, which is great. I love it. Gravel racing is kind of taking the oxygen out of the room. Particularly with road, but some obviously cross country bleed over there. But it is a great idea. I'm on board. Put me in, coach. Let's go.
Perfect. I'm glad to hear it. No, you're absolutely right, and I appreciate that Lifetime appears to be just pumping money with no regard for profitability into the gravel racing. It truly is incredible how much money they're spending on that.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old days of like Mountain Dew and Taco Bell money with Sean Palmer. You got to acknowledge it when the times are good. You step on the gas, and we're doing that right now. We do sell quite a few gravel bikes, and they're great. If you're going to buy one bike, that would be the bike. I kind of, it's a select a surface, choose your own adventure kind of situation.
Right. And that was sort of my thing. In addition to being quite portly at this point, I'm trying to lose weight. The comfort of like, I have a steel frame that I'm not going to break instantly.
And bigger tires. It's just more comfortable. And as it turns out, when bikes are more comfortable to ride, people tend to ride them more often. It shouldn't be something that you suffer through and crushes your soul and your bits equally.
Do you mean to tell me that I shouldn't be taking my S-Works bikes for 5-mile loops with my daughter? Like, what if you're not riding a UCI certified racing bike? What are you even doing?
I mean, they're not cheap, so you need to extract that value every chance you get.
Fair enough. So what? So you said you met. How did you meet? Now I'm drawing a blank on his name. Ben Keating. Thank you.
Yeah.
How did you meet Ben Keating? Like, how did you get into that circle? Like, that's a wild thing to say. Like in a sports car race, it's like, I met Ben Keating. Like, how did that work exactly?
Pretty wild, yeah. Yeah, I was working at a bike shop in Tucson. He has a house in Tucson, and somebody, like, his house is in like a resort area, and he asked somebody that's working at the resort where to go to get some new bikes, and they just so happened to tell him to come into our shop.
Okay.
And I was pretty fit and fast at that time. It was kind of during COVID, so he wasn't really doing much. So he was in good shape as well.
Right.
So you know, I get along with people that have cool bikes and a cool story.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, next time you're in town, let's go for a ride. And you know, we rode quite a bit every time he would come into town, and we got to be what I would like to think pretty good friends.
Perfect. It's one of those things where you have to be lucky to some extent, right? Like, to
Totally.
get into stuff, everything has a story of how it happened. But if you get that lucky, you got to take advantage of it. And so I think
for sure,
can't think of a better person to have happened to meet than Ben
he's
Keating,
the
who is
coolest
just
guy.
the standard bearer for, like, yeah, this is a
And
cool thing.
talk about
Everybody should
cool
be doing
stories.
this.
I mean, he really is a wonderful guy. It's an awesome opportunity when working at bike shops. You really get to know a lot of people really well, and in a way, it filters out certain personalities and certain people.
Yep.
And so we're really, really grateful that we get to work. One, I get to choose who I work with, and the customers that come in are just fantastic. And Ben really is a really neat guy, and he has been so gracious with his time and being patient with our exuberance and kind of feeding the passion. And it's been really cool. I am also quite good friends with John Fogarty. He raced for Gainesco for a long time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So he lived in Bend. He lived about 10 houses down. And when I was still racing at the sharp end of the stick in enduro and EWS, he was one of my #1 training partners. And I got to know John very, very well. He's a really good friend of mine. Sonoma is his home track.
Right.
And it's funny because when John and I were really riding a lot together, I was still pretty blacked out on rally. So I was co-driving for Carl Decker, who's been a professional mountain biker longer than any other professional mountain biker ever.
Okay.
He raced for Giant for a long time.
Got it.
And Fogarty was always trying to explain what he was doing with his multi-class endurance racing and sports cars and prototypes, and I was trying to figure it out, but it was all gibberish to me. And it's funny to kind of reflect on my mindset then and my level of interest in endurance racing and how hard he tried to get me to go to Daytona, and I didn't take him up on the opportunity.
Okay.
So I am also, FYI, trying to get John back in a car. I think he's
Nice.
he has expressed some interest at times. So I think he's maybe looking for a little bit more consistent durability out of our vehicles. So
Out of the vehicle.
we'll see how that progresses.
So to come back through that, 722 right now, you're running 11. What is holding you? Like, you just turned in whoever's in the car is doing a 2:13.9, which is fast.
Yeah.
So is there a key problem that's going on? He did a 13.9 and then a 13.901. Just like that's pretty darn good. What's holding the car back right now?
So we have a couple things. One, we have points on the table. We were a B running Lucky Dog car. So we won ORP B race Saturday, Sunday. And from then to now, we have developed the car a little bit, trying to optimize it for GP1, but we still have points on the table. And there's a pretty clear path to buy another 0.4 in modifiers. So that's on the car side. However, I drove the last stint yesterday with, used tires and was turning in pretty consistent laps, but I was able to see exactly what the other GP1 cars were doing, particularly the M2s. They are very portly and you can see it. So it kind of finally clicked in my head that, we have MCS with remote, so we're 0.6 just on suspension. So I just started straight lining the chicane, hitting the curbs flat, full gas, and we can outbrake almost anything out there. So even the GTO cars, we can late brake going into the first hairpin, and our minimum corner velocity is at or better than a lot of the GTO cars. So there's that. This is our first WRL race, and this is a massive step up from where we came from. So it is where we feel like we belong here. We love being here. We've shown good pace at times. As far as durability goes, today we had a 9-minute pit stop. One of our 4 seat bracket bolts, the head broke.
Okay.
And that was communicated. The driver who was in the car is brand new to that car. So he actually has the most experience on our team. We're running 4 drivers. Tyler started. Josh went in. Josh owns Arc Flash, who's our motorsport builder in Bend. Very wonderful guy to have on the team. He was off pace a bit because this is the first time he's ever raced the car. And every car's, it's an E36. He's used to driving E36s, but he had an E36 with an S54 and relied much more on power. That was, he's making 340 to the wheels, and we're a whopping 223. So, so yeah, he's just learning to trust the brakes. I lean on the ABS quite a lot in the car. I really like it. I drive very trail brake heavy. So everybody has different driver styles. Grant and I drive very similarly and produce lap times pretty similarly. But that bolt killed us today. And
got it. Okay.
And so I think there's some of that. And I put Tyler in first because he is our fueler, and that was the least penalty in terms of how we run pit stops. There's just 6 of us and 4 drivers, so everybody's doing double duty, and I'm trying to do mental math on who's going to hold the pit board, who's fire bottle guy, and trying to keep consistency. And with this whole new rule set and this whole new facet of racing, which we are racing in the pit, you are racing to change driver faster than the other teams. We are somewhat used to that, but in our other series that we run, that's a little bit more budget oriented. We have 5 to 10 minute long pits. That is, what they do. And we, for the last several races, have practiced as much as we can within their rule set how to pit like WRL, and we'll
just sit and wait when you.
And we just sit and wait when it's a game. We just try to see how much time we can have on the clock sitting there waiting, and it's usually 3 minutes. So it's
got it.
That's been good. But we love that series because that has helped us develop the car. I mean, it's a perfect test bed to help develop the car. So I really see that. We're pitting in.
We're coming in the pit. Looks like we got a fender loose.
Oh, well, you guys might need to get down there and fix that then, I reckon.
Yeah, we've got 2 guys down there. Let's see here.
Got a good view of this here.
Oh, yep. Our
fender's
fender's loose.
Panel.
Yep, side panel. We got Derek and Josh.
Maybe a little bit of zip tie and duct tape.
This is a good pit time. Like, there's lots of, we've been seeing it on the screen here, but there's lots of GP runners that are doing the pit stop now. This puts you in the window with 1 more pit stop to go for most of the general production class. Are you finding that even with the modifications and such that you're running about the same stint lengths?
Yeah, I mean, we were trying to just run a 3-stop race today. This is not ideal. Looks like he has gaffer tape. I mean, we can't do a splash dash because we're in the interview. Otherwise, I think we'd be putting fuel in right now. But I don't really think we need to. So this would be a shorter stop. If we don't do fuel, he can go back out, and then I'll just go in at my planned time and plan fuel, and then that way he'll have a lighter car for the rest of his stint. So I don't think doing a fuel right now would really ultimately help us.
Well, especially with the lack of yellow that we've been seeing, there's not really an advantage either. If we were getting more yellow, then I can see like, hey, I want to put fuel in.
That is the biggest change between, or one of the biggest. There's a lot of changes, but between our other series and this series is there's 0 yellow, and even when there's a standing yellow, it's these guys
are on it.
Guys are in it. So we're used to being way more timid and way more cautious and way more aware. This level of racing is exactly what we wanted, and it's a lot. We've been kind of drinking from a fire hose all weekend, but I think we've shown that we're at least not in the way and have, at times shown some decent pace and decent consistency. So this is our first event. I have a plan. I really want to go to Coda. I really want to trailer from Coda to Eagles Canyon and then fly back and do Eagles Canyon. And and I really would like to see us go to Road America. So I'm going to try to find ways to make that happen. I was listening earlier with the interviews and you guys kind of talking about different West Coast things and geography and hauling. I think Troy's point to having a drivers championship is amazing. That is a wonderful idea, because you can ship drivers way easier than you can ship cars, and so it may be a way to stitch together different maybe cultures or different areas of the country.
Well,
so
especially because I'm sure the inverse is true too, because Troy was talking about there's East Coast drivers that probably want to be here, but on the flip side, there's probably guys on the West Coast that it doesn't make sense for you to tow to Watkins Glen from Bend.
I want to. I did the economics. It is not inexpensive. And then Watkins is also kind of, if you fly there, I don't know if you fly into Syracuse or Rochester or, even staying around there is it's almost like VIR-ish from my perspective when it goes to working on logistics. But that's a go track. I mean, that's mega. We want to go there.
It would give you the opportunity to go do something championship meaningful without having to take the car necessarily.
Oh, for sure. That would be wonderful. Yeah, and you would kind of find partner teams. We already have. I mean, there's so many teams that everyone here is so welcoming and gracious and has been fantastic. Very open book for this level of competition, where there is a lot of thought that goes into how you build a car to be competitive in a certain category. It's been really, really just a wonderful experience. And so I think having teams that you're like, oh well, we could use a driver or whatever, and you kind of reciprocate the opportunity, we'll say, seems pretty good. So yeah.
So to that end, Palomar, right?
Yeah,
They
Andy's
came
awesome.
from a super similar background to you guys. They're running what I assume is broadly a similar car. Have you spoken with them a whole bunch about getting prepared and all that? Because they've got a partner team, quote unquote, back east in Chattanooga Touring Wagon, and those guys are great too.
I didn't know that.
Also runs an E36.
As I mentioned yesterday, his interview is what inspired me to do WRL. He was talking about his cars, talking about their challenges and what they were running in their E36s, and he just seems like a really nice guy. I've met him in person. I met him at Eagles Canyon, and guess what? He's wonderful, and so trying to, I think, not necessarily combine forces, but to see where you can get some economies of scale with that kind of thing is pretty obvious. It is interesting from a geography standpoint, because the distance from where I am in Central Oregon to where he is in Southern California is a much, much greater distance than going west. I mean,
going east.
Or going east. Yeah, the other
way.
The haul here was 10 hours and change, and it was a cakewalk. Going south, like to Willow Spring, is a gong show.
And then you're hitting the mountains too, and you're getting double hammered on that as well.
It's a brutal drive. I mean, I want to say it's like 18 hours to get to San Diego. I've done that drive before. It is not fun. I would rather drive to Ozark before I went to Southern California. I love Southern California. Don't get me wrong, but
sure,
I would in terms of, we have a GMC 3500 HD with a stacker that's a bumper pull, so we have to consider.
We get gallons to the mile on that.
Right.
Yes. Yeah. So and it's a stacker. So for me, the economics of running a second car are quite favorable, and we are almost to the point where I have more drivers than I have car, and so we have talked a lot about how we're going to make that work and what we're going to do, and it will probably involve some. Josh, who was in as our second driver, is an engineer and is a brilliant fab and mechanic, and we're trying to answer the questions of how much of your points do you spend on power, how much of your points do you spend on aero, how much on suspension, and we're getting a better sense of that, especially being on this track and also seeing Eagles Canyon, which are very different tracks, and trying to see where things are going. It's for me as an E36 guy, it's almost heartening to see the struggles with the M2 guys, and I can see it in their way. I mean, they have motor for days on us. Right. There's an M2 that we're racing against that's 3,700 pounds.
Yep.
We are 2,685.
Right.
And it's hilarious. 20 minutes into my stint yesterday, it just kind of clicked. I started seeing where they really, really struggled, and it was exactly where we shined, and was able to pick apart quite a few of them. So I think that car will develop, and whether you're looking at a 1 Series or a 2 Series or whether it's an M or a non-M, and I'm not sure if F Series M3 suspension fits over. Of course, we had rear wheel bearing issues on Thursday. We replaced our rear hubs and bearings and one of the half shafts, one of the drive shafts.
So I can give you a little bit of background on both of those things. One, the 24 with Bruce Innovations, who I'm assuming is one of the cars that you're talking about, the dark blue 2 Series, they had an E36, and they got to where he was like, yeah, man, I can't develop it anymore. The parts supply is getting harder and harder to work with, and we have to move to a new platform because this is just going to get ridiculous to where
that's why I got rid of the S52 and put in an M54.
M54, okay. Well, even the I
even
also
M54s, all the spec guys are snapping up M54s, but the good part of being in the middle of nowhere is I don't have a lot of guys that are snapping up all the M54s and ZF5 speeds on Facebook Marketplace. So
Got it.
We've this motor, knock on wood, this motor has been quite durable so far. Our fuel cuts at 6,200 RPM, so we're not, and it's got full Epic springs in it, stock size valves, and has been fine. We're running 100 low lead, and it's and mild cam, so it's quite detuned of what it could produce. Our next motor that we're working on will be a little bit spicier, but like I said, we have between 0.4 and 0.8 to spend. So and I don't really want to invest in the water pump thermostat housing and the oil upgrades and all those things, but ideally I have 2 fully dressed long blocks that are both identical, both with 272 Schrick cams ready to go, that can produce of course we time cert and ARP head studs.
Right.
It would be nice to have 2 motors that can produce 255 and run them at 238 and 70, maybe 6,800 fuel cut. And I'm just thinking about Redline with the ZF5 speed and the diff that we're running at Road America and Coda, the back straight on Coda. And so here we're hitting, I think VMAX yesterday was 124. I was lifting and coasting a lot during my stint to try to save fuel, and unfortunately we splashed and dashed with 1 to go.
So you didn't quite save enough.
Yep. Yeah, I should have been more aggressive earlier in my stint. But also, fortunately, we were able to splash and dash and not have to get towed to the pit.
Right. Yeah. Hey, that's always a good call. I mean, that's better than it could work out for sure.
So
the other problem they end up having, there's a team that will periodically run a V8 swapped M3. I think it is an M3.
Yep. And we looked at both S65s, which I would love to do an S65, and at that point we're like, maybe next car we build E92 or even an E46 with an S65 with the DCT.
They have an LS3.
And it's choked down. We looked at that.
Choked down.
We were just
and then
worried.
they had switched to, they've got the work truck motor in it now. They've got the.
Are you talking about Screaming Goat?
Screaming Goat, yeah. So they.
Well, that was, I think, a Ford base. I don't think it's an LS base.
No, it is. So he had told me, because we chat with them a bit too.
Yeah. He also has a custom billet crankshaft, by the way.
Yes. Yeah. They had told me that when they were running in GTO, they had an LS3, and then they told me that they kept breaking axles with it because they're running bigger tires, which is a discussion point in the paddock a lot, is the tire size. But they kept breaking axles and hubs and stuff like that, and so they told me that they stepped down to the work truck V8, which is like the 4.3 or the 4.8 or whatever it is, that's like smaller than the 5.3, and that it's way more reliable and it makes power for GP1, and they like that.
And they didn't have, I think they de-stroked it with and it sounds, so I have video of it on the dyno at Eagles Canyon, and it sounds like it makes 800 horsepower. Yes, it does. Bonkers, and I think they had a mechanical issue on Saturday, but I think they did quite well at Eagles Canyon in that car. It sounds so triumphant. It is one of the nicest sounding. It's savage on the dyno. It's very, very, very loud. But yeah, we're looking at a lot of different. What I want is, I'm not even gonna say it because it makes no sense. In cycling, we have cheap, light, strong, pick two.
Right.
So never mind. But I'm trying to find something that is somewhat economical, somewhat scalable, somewhat reliable, and I'm only interested in endurance racing. So it really needs to be able to be run and get a lot of hours out of it relative to its cost. And that's the game. That's part of the game. That's part of the dimension of what we're doing right now: racing in the pits, racing on the track, and racing in engineering and development. And it is really cool. I almost want to try to keep the E36 and E46 relevant in GP1. And then there's also the nerves of like, well, are the modifiers going to change? Is the rule set going to change a little bit at some point? So we'll see.
The rule set for the GP classes, and I wish Brendan was on because then he could, correct me. But even JT, the rule set in the GP has been pretty stable. It's the GTO stuff that they change as people get more and more expensive cars, and they find loopholes with like, well, this is production based, but it's not. It's like the Ginetta, for example, is no longer considered production based. Like that's the stuff that they're changing. The GP stuff seems like it stays stable-ish. I know that they had talked about moving the power to weight a little bit to get more gap. Last year the discussion was, what are we going to do with GP2? Are we going to slow it down? Are we going to speed it up? Are we going to keep GP3 the same?
Yeah, because GP3 is basically gone almost.
Right. Yeah. So that's what I do like, is that at least for the classes where the money really matters, it seems like they've been able to keep it pretty stable. So I feel good about that.
I don't want to see GP1 go GTO, and
right.
At times on track, they are so much faster in a straight line, and their tire budget is our budget for the entire 4 days we were here. It's
right.
I mean, like, the math is very easy on that. But I hope that GP1 stays this. It's really crazy because you can have this, like, I mean, obviously I think there's some development to happen with the M2 comp, but you can get this, M2 cup car basically, and that's your path, or you can get an E36, E46, E92. It's surprising that we don't see more E92s. I think Mike does, pretty well with his open throttle, but
he's even going to the F Series cars now too. Like,
yeah,
that's his, he's going into the four-cylinder.
He also has about 1 million cars, so
yeah. Oh yeah. Mike's a good guy. I was hoping we could hear from him this weekend, but I think with the one car, he's carrying more load.
Yeah. Well, I'll try to get him up here.
That'd be great.
We just realized we need to go.
We need to put John in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta go do John things.
Perfect. Well, hey guys, thanks for coming up and chatting again. We really
thank you so much.
Yeah,
thank you.
so much.
Free to come up. You don't even have to text me. Come up anytime.
Well,
like 100%. Like whatever you got to do. If you want to come up for 10 minutes, you want to come up for 30 minutes, you want to come up for a minute, whatever you want to do, come see us. It's not a problem.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate
of
you guys.
Course.
Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. Gentlemen, thanks for coming to chat. We'll go to a commercial break again here with Jordan Worth on the controls. We'll say hi to Continental Tire, Cross Contact LX, the ultimate tire. JT, I wish this was a bit. I don't.
Smart choice.
The smart choice in tires.
In
Thank you.
WRL.
The smart choice in WRL, absolutely. Especially if you're in the GP class. And they give away a clock. Brendan, have they been giving away the clock, or was that just a thing that I saw one time?
What are you talking about? Sorry.
At the end of qualifying, like before or was it the end of the race?
Where?
At Eagles Canyon, they gave the GP1 winner a clock, like a wall clock that was like Continental branded.
I genuinely have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds fascinating.
It was cool. It was like it's like a promotional, whatever, like clock. But like it was neat. I was like, oh, it's kick-ass.
Who sponsored the clock?
Continental.
Huh.
It was a Continental. Like surely
should we be doing more? Should we be doing more gimmicky trophies and awards?
So on one hand, yes. On the other hand, I think RJ's thing of we're gonna have local liquor is actually a really inspired idea, and I like
absolutely.
that a lot.
No, I'm here for that as well.
But if we're talking about adding a novelty $25 trinket to that, then yes.
Well, it's more the okay, so it was a GP class pole sitter, right, or winner?
Yes.
Pole sitter or winner?
I don't remember. They only gave
Right.
one away, was the thing.
So if we can find somebody to sponsor the odd, not odd, but like the, I don't know, pick like a hard charger type board. You know what I mean? Not specifically
Sure.
just hard charger, but that concept of, hey, this thing isn't results based specifically, but it is something that is acknowledging somebody's achievement, and it is a sponsored giveaway thing instead
The
of
most
just
combative
being
jersey.
most combative.
That's what they call it. I'm sure there's some French translation going on there that
Going
makes
to
it,
the
but it's
garage,
most combative.
Garage 66 driver.
Oh no! Oh no! He's fine now.
Now he's on
We're
the
good.
radio or flashing
He's on the
headlights. One of the
Telling
two.
us, hey, tell him just to quit talking trash. Yeah.
Gotta let him know.
Anyways, look at those orange gloves. Speaking of orange gloves, let's talk to Continental. We'll be right back here from the Burt Brothers Motorsports Motorpark.
Motor.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
We are back live at the Crossroads Endurance Challenge, the second half of the World Racing League weekend here at Burt Brothers Motorpark in Grantsville, Utah. It is September the 28th. I'm Ryan West. We got Brendan Kazmarek up in the booth, JT Tammy in the Pacific Northwest data center, working hard. Jordan Worth back in, where is it that they say they always are? In Bristol, Connecticut. Or wherever they do the ESPN now. Wherever ESPN does their central thing now. Brendan, how does it feel hearing half the conversation? Like, what's up with that?
Oh, last time? Like,
yeah,
this past interview?
Yeah.
I didn't even hear half the conversation. I was in the room for probably 25% of the conversation.
Interesting.
And then I heard half of that. So let's call it 12.5%.
But what's up with the headset situation? Let's talk about it.
Stand by.
Oh, he said stand by. Okay, well, all right.
Stand by. Sorry,
All right,
there's
well,
traffic's involved. Yeah, anyway. This is not the WRL equipment. This is the Porsche-centric equipment.
Oh, I see. Okay,
and
got it.
because
That's
we
why
haven't
there's
been doing on-site commentary, there's only the two headsets here as kind of a backup.
Okay. All right.
I really should. It was the one thing in all of this that I kind of failed to plan for in moving equipment around for Jordan. I don't know, man. How many races have we done in the last 5 weeks?
A lot.
At least 5. Yeah. That it became most efficient to have the Porsche stuff here so that I can just send it the rest of the way across the country for you to go to POC at Button Willow in 2 weeks.
Got it. Okay.
Rather than to try and keep WRL with WRL. Now the WRL-based equipment is sitting in my house, and I will just drive it to Watkins Glen where it will go back on the WRL trailer afterwards.
Oh, so we got some real efficiency going on here.
Had to. I hadn't been hot over it for probably a month.
We're getting
trying
really
to figure
close.
out how to make work.
Like painfully close to it probably being more efficient for you to drive.
Don't say that.
I bet we're real close. With all the shipping and all that stuff, like we're probably getting there. I would be interested to see what that math
With
looks
the
like.
mileage rate being what it is now, probably not.
Well, true, but that's not your actual cost. You know what I'm saying?
True.
It's not costing you 67 cents a mile to drive that CX-5 anywhere. Like, it's not half of that, but it's a fraction of that.
No, that's a good point. Sure.
It would cost me 67 miles or 77 cents a mile to drive everything in the Expedition. That is correct, and that is probably not worth it. But yeah, if you had a fuel-efficient vehicle, which allegedly is going to happen for me here in the next 3 hours. Miata's a little tough, Jordan. Not gonna lie. Jordan's got an NMX5, which is a great car. It's very fuel efficient, but not a whole lot of space. What a nightmare. Jordan says, if you take everything out of the containers and just have it loose in the car, it'd be fine. Which is true, but like,
I mean, we kind of used to do that, Ryan.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's how many cardboard boxes are we going to tape up? And then I remember I finally put my foot down and was like, can we just get a tote bin, please?
Well,
Like,
and then we got the Lowe's one. It's so funny. So when we were at Summit Point 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, for PCA, obviously friends of DriversEye Live, Brian Donati and Greg Ginsburg had some of their stuff there to interface with the Summit Point stuff because it just stays at the track. It's where they do most of their streaming from.
Right.
And they brought up a tote not dissimilar to the one we used to have, and I was like, ah, man. I remember those. I remember those days.
Oh, man.
Like, man, that lid is not going to stay on for more than the next 45 minutes before it just, crumbles.
Just comes off. And
Yeah.
God forbid you try to ship those. Like, it's...
Oh, no chance. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, not fun. Not fun.
B&H, I found. So I don't know why I didn't bother doing this at the beginning. So I was looking on Facebook Marketplace for used Pelicans like the one we use. And I, well, there's not any near me. My supplier is, not in the market at the moment. And so I just went on Google to look up used Pelicans. And B&H Photo and Video in New York City has 8 of them for
Nice.
$210 used.
Man,
with free
only
one-day
there
shipping.
was someone you knew who previously had some free ones that just wanted to know your address to get them sent to you.
Many years ago.
It was 2 years ago.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
It was after we started the SCCA stuff, I think. Where they just gave us
I
the
still
Perkins.
have those.
Oh, do you really?
Yes.
Dang it. Anyway, free one-day shipping, and next thing you know, I have a Pelican.
That's good.
Yeah.
Hey, JT, speaking of, can we exchange information and I'll get one of those to keep here? Because I know that Brendan's going to end up saddling me with keeping some stuff at my house for POC.
No.
Like I already have. I already have batteries here. I would like one so that as this continues, there will be a box. Can we coordinate shipping on that and I will take advantage of that?
Absolutely. And
Kick-ass.
if I
Okay.
recall correctly, all of them have wheels.
Oh, do all of them have both handles?
Yes.
Oh.
Perfect.
They're
Okay.
already one step ahead of our stuff.
I remember that.
We'll text. We'll text about that, JT. We'll get that squared away. So let's get a little bit of a rundown here. I'm going to start with GTU, or am I going to start with GTU? I'm going to do GTU last because we're in the middle of a pit cycle. I don't think that's going to be correct. So we'll start from the top of timing, GP1. Blaze Racing, number 118. They are currently in the lead, followed by the 808 of Off Leash Motorsports, and then third position Palomar Racing, the 38. They're on lap 130. So those three cars about a lap apart. Zayless Motorsports on the same lap as Palomar, as well as El Diablo. within a minute, those 3 cars. So that's something to watch here in the last 2 hours. Additionally, let's see. BSR has fallen down the order a little bit, so they're not in contention for that top 5 anymore. PC Design, kind of on the outside looking in, trying to get 6th from HQ Autosport. I don't think that's going to pan out the way they would want, but we'll wait and see. Yeah, HQ Autosport 42 seconds behind El Diablo for 5th and 6th, and El Diablo about a minute behind Zalus. So movement to be had there, I'm sure. But we've got 2 hours to go, so if you're going to start doing the movement, you need to be making the lap time now, and you probably need to make that lap time the whole time. Off-leash just put in a 2:14. That makes them the fastest. They might catch Blaze if those are the 2 consistent lap times that we see, a 2:14 and a 2:16. Almost certainly won't be. GP2, this is where we've had big movement recently.
Sorry, Ryan, you need to mention one other car in GP1. It's really important.
Bruce Innovations and Hyperion Auto
You
Collective.
skipped over Ginger Racing in the 46.
I did skip over Ginger Racing in the 46, but they are even further behind TC Design.
Yes, and that is why it's important. It's because they are presently, going into this morning, the GP1 West Championship leader. By 5 points over BSR, and more importantly, by 7 points over the 118 of Blaze Racing. Right?
Okay,
and
so this is tough for them right now, because they're still beating BSR, but Blaze is winning.
Insufficient for Ginger. If Blaze wins, Ginger Racing needed to finish P3 in order to tie.
Yeah, that's not. I don't think they're going to get there, man. That's 2 laps.
Oh no! Sorry, way around. If Ginger won, Blaze needed to finish 30 tie. It's not going to work out anyway. If they tie at 69, Blaze is still going to take the. I don't know, the hand there. Cramping with the shifter, I think. Blaze is still going to take the championship. So Ginger is probably 2 laps down from being able to hang on to that championship lead if Blaze has no hiccups over the next 2 hours or so.
Right.
Very important.
Yes. Okay.
Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt your rundown, but I was waiting for you to get to Ginger, so I could do that, and then we're good there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. GP2. Garage 66 still in the lead. Northloop Motorsport, because of some unexpected issues, I believe, from Palomar and Boulder, have now climbed back up the order and are in 2nd. So in spite of their day today where they lost a bunch of time trying to change out an ECU and battling a throttle pedal issue, they're back up into 2nd place. They are 5 laps down on the lead. So they really, I'm not going to say they're hoping for the person ahead to have trouble, because that sucks. But if they want another win this weekend, they're going to need the Garage 66 to run into trouble, which they had mechanical issues yesterday. I didn't get the specifics on what the mechanical issues were, but they did have mechanical issues yesterday. So if Northloop can stay consistent, there's a window here where if Garage 66 has trouble, they might come away with 2 wins. But as of right now, it's looking like they'll come 2nd. GTO, we've got the 70 of round 3 racing. It says -2 laps on the penalty, but they're still scored in the lead. Is that correct?
Yes, they got the lead back.
So they got the lead back.
Yeah, CHR had a long-ish stop at 4.5 minutes this past time around and dropped from 1st in class all the way back to 5th. As a result, they had passed EE Victory Racing on track. Because even when the penalty took place, Ryan, when it all shook out, they were only like 3 or 4 seconds behind the 119 on the road. So the 119, and I had this conversation with RJ when the Hyperion guys came up to chat for a while, because he heard the tail end of the chat, my rant about safety cars. So AE Victory lost most of the lap when the safety car came out, right? They're not the overall, that wasn't the overall leader, but the overall leader was in between the 2 of them, which that's how you cycle the 70 back around to the tail end of the line and keep the 119 at the front of the line, right? So they lose most of the lap doing that. 70 pits under full course yellow, 119 stays in the queue. When they go to green, the 119 came into the pits as we went to green.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So it went from being most of the lap down to being fundamentally 2 laps down.
Right.
Because they fundamentally stopped under green. And then obviously the 70 has their 2-lap penalty, and it just put them right together on track in the wrong order, with 2 laps being lost by the 119 because of bad luck and bad strategy, followed by 2 laps being lost by the 70 because of the penalty.
Fascinating. Okay.
Yes. But it's now left a 3-car Supra train in the battle for second.
Yes, absolutely. You got the Stoic of 87. It's only half a second behind AE Victory. And then the 246 of TCBY, Ice Cream, Frozen Yogurt, it's racing.
Yeah.
They're 2 seconds behind. Oh, so the gap is spread out again. We just got a timing update here as all 3 of the Supras cross the line. So it's 2-second gap between AE Victory and Stoic, and a 2-second gap between Stoic and TCB. So within 4 seconds here, this battle, we're going to see them. So that's the second car, and this white and blue one is the third. That is the TCB car. So the red one is the Stoic. The white, blue, and red one. The one with more white is the TCB car. And AE Victory also. That's the thing. The TCB and the AE Victory liveries are tough to distinguish sometimes. From the side, especially. Because you got the purpley red. But you get
One's
the red.
purple. Yeah, exactly. It's purple versus blue. Similar amounts of red in a fairly similar pattern. It's tough.
Yeah, a little tough. Corporate Toyota colors, presumably. I don't actually know. But,
No.
No? Oh, okay.
The closest to corporate Toyota at this point is the Toyota Gazoo, I guess.
Which is red and white.
Yeah, it's
And
probably the Rapscallion 669.
Sure.
Anyway. DHR in 5th. What's going on over there?
I believe you guys want to touch on GTU last.
Yes, we do want to touch on GTU last. Has that pit cycle played out? Has automatic finished their
909's in, yes.
Okay, and then 908 will probably come in on the next lap. So I believe that's going to give us effectively the 60 from the 59 from the 58. The 908 might come out ahead of the 58, maybe, but the 909 didn't. So that's what I'm kind of waiting to see play out. I thought it would be done by now, but it is not done. So the Strata 60 for sure is going to take the lead back because they're only a second behind the 908 on track. Yeah. So that'll go away. The 59 is 20 or 30 seconds behind the 60, so they'll get that position easily as well. But I think the Stratus 58 we'll have to wait and see. I think they'll pass them. I think the 58 will get around as well, but
so
remains to be seen.
908 pit stops here are worth about 1:15.
Okay,
so
and the 58's like 1:10-ish.
Yes, and they are doing similar lap times. They're in the mid 202s.
So that's going to be a tight one. We'll wait and see on the 58 versus the 908 for the last podium spot, effectively.
70 is in the lane for its, is now, yes. Is in the lane for their penultimate stop.
Yes. And that's the rundown. And now, like NBC, the rundown took so long that now it's time to go to another commercial. No, I'm kidding. We're not doing that. No.
Do you know how many green flags we missed at Daytona last weekend? It was tremendous.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it was complicated because the ad breaks were like 3.5 minutes long.
That's tough. That's a 3.5 minute. That's tough right there.
It was. You know, Jordan suggests putting full screen videos before the audio stuff. That's a really great point I hadn't considered for dealing with full course yellows specifically. The thought was, well, yeah, no, that's the way to do it. This is the way to do it. Yeah, no well. I had one of the advertising people very specifically tell me directly that every time an ad plays, she just gets up and goes and gets a drink. Like she doesn't sit through ads, and yet wanted to sponsor the broadcast.
Nice.
Tremendous.
Tremendous that means if you're doing your job correctly, she stays hydrated.
Correct.
Right.
Yes. That's how I when I was an air traffic controller, that's how I stayed hydrated. Anytime I finished a transmission, I would grab my water bottle and take a swig.
How much water were you drinking per day?
A lot, dude.
My goodness.
And for a job that doesn't allow for particularly, yeah.
Oh my god.
I felt so bad when I wasn't drinking enough water that I just got to a point where I was like, forget it, man. I'm just going to deal with the bathroom breaks and just keep drinking water. I felt so much better. Yeah. 119 is it?
All right.
So how does this shake out with PCB and Stoic? It's put Stoic into the lead. But they are due in right at 104. The longest run before then, about 38. 37. 104 and 37 gets us to 141. Yeah, heck yeah. They should be in now. PCB shouldn't be in next time around. I am well hydrated today.
That's good.
I bought a 32 case of water for the weekend.
Okay.
Some of those water bottles are presently anchoring down our tripods.
All right.
You put the water bottles in the tripod bag and then hang the tripod bag from the tripod. Brendan, after 4 years, has finally figured out how to get tripods not to tip over the lid.
Yeah, I feel like I've been telling you that that's how I do it the entire time.
It is, but I was thinking of just hanging like a gallon of water with like the plastic little hanger things from there.
No,
and
if you were going to do a gallon of water, you'd want a piece of string on it so it would sit lower.
Right. So now I throw 3 water bottles and the brick of a battery into
in the bag.
In the bag, and then it just hangs there. Yeah, it does a pretty good job.
If you're at a place that has rocks, I put rocks in the bag.
No big rocks here. Lots of small rocks, which would be a pain in the butt. No, I just buy the case of water because like I'm gonna drink most of it anyway.
JT, do you hear that? And fun fact, when Brendan goes on these trips, he like goes to the grocery store, buys himself some snacks, gets some water, the whole nine. JT, what did you eat the time that you go? Because I know when I eat at the hotel, and then I go to the track, if it's open yet, and if it's not open, I have a Cliff Bar, and that's it. And then I hope that WRL brings me lunch.
I haven't done a WRL event myself.
No, but when you went to do the Sebring one.
Oh, they had the food shack or whatever it is.
Okay, got it.
What'd you do for breakfast? You do the shack at Sebring? The Gator Shack?
I usually skip breakfast myself.
Oh, yeah, it's a dead move.
I usually need a couple hours before I can start eating something.
Tough.
I wonder if the thumbs up is to confirm that he heard a transmission, like on the radio.
Oh, that's possible.
That's my working theory.
You know what? And they have been using those pit-in signs. Whoa. Wow, I see. They have been using those pit-in signs down at... that's downforce is what that is. And also probably about 800 pounds.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
On board the HQ Autosports Racing. Number 189.
What would be your chosen number if you were to enter a VW Fun Cup in GTU?
What numbers are available? Not many.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Mike
based on what you
69,
know.
so it'd probably be 420.
Okay.
I'm serious. It probably would be that. My football number was 66, which there's bad voodoo about race car numbers that mean a number when they're upside down. So like I'm not, another number that I have used from time to time is 97. But I think there's a 97 that's already owned as well, is there not?
No, I think that number will forever belong to Chad Little, and he's not doing anything with it.
That's fair. Okay. Yeah, I think I would probably do 97.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
04 was our sim racing team. Probably have to go with 04. JT, you going 38?
No. I'd fight Ryan for 97.
Oh, see, there you go. Okay, well,
that's right. I forgot you were 97. Yeah,
I've been running 97 in sim racing basically since 2007.
I forgot about that.
Okay.
You're absolutely right.
Okay, if that's the case, then yeah, I'm back to. I would do 420. I would. I'm not going to take JT's number. Like that's All
right.
Yeah, I chose the 66 in football. Was like, yeah, kick ass. Like that's the number I want. That's a good number. But now, like for racing, that's no good. Don't want that. Yes.
Yeah.
That's been subbed in for other things.
Yeah, I'm aware. No,
Okay.
I'm aware.
All right.
And now I'm once again asking. The race lead, by the way, is now. GTO race lead is now back in the hands of Round 3 Racing after the pit stop from CHR and now Stoic, and now also TCB has kind of shaken things back up. Interestingly, CHR retained second place after AE Victory stop. And it's not close. Well, I mean, it's 16 seconds, but it's close enough. But how does that work? How did
Okay, the pit cycle is kicked off in GP1.
I'm really confused.
Yes.
Yeah.
Slow car approaching 5. Drivers left.
Yeah, and
Is it 24?
Smoking.
It is the 24.
Yeah. It's just debris.
Okay.
That pit stop cycle kicking off in GP1 is first to come in is the Blaze Racing number 118. 722 is back in as well, because I don't think they did fuel when they came in and looked at the fender earlier on.
Yes, that was correct. They talked about that. They talked about they weren't going to do fuel because they were up there talking to us.
Oh.
So they said that was
Limited
not
personnel.
that was not where their strategy deemed that they needed fuel anyway, and that because there's no yellows, it wasn't necessarily the end of the world that they didn't put fuel in it.
Except for that time that there were yellows.
There was one yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they haven't had a yellow
that
since.
flexibility. I don't think that rain is coming this way.
It's getting bigger. It's bigger than it was, so I don't know if it's getting closer or if it's just raining more over there.
Is it bigger or further away? I think it's both. It's
It's getting bigger. It's not moving though.
Weather here oddly tends to move, or is tending to move, from southeast to northwest.
Which is weird for the West Coast, let me tell you.
Well, I was going to say the East Coast mind literally cannot comprehend, because everything moves just from straight west to east. Unless it's the winter, in which sometimes it moves from south to north. But never this direction. Ever.
Yeah, here in this part of the country, and like Utah's a little ways inland, but generally speaking, are you getting from the northwest or from the southwest/west? Like, are you getting clobbered by the Arctic one, or it has the equatorial one made its way north, is what the question always is.
So, I mean, there's a fair amount of precipitation around the area.
I'm sorry, Jordan, were those small craft advisories on the Oregon coast? Is that what we're seeing there? I think it is.
It's a gale watch.
Oh, gale watch.
There's a small craft advisory and a gale watch.
Hmm.
Where? All of the inner waters.
Oh, don't go to the lake. Okay, all right. Fascinating.
Except for the fact that there are like two at the same time now. Yeah. Yeah.
They're picking up what you're putting down.
We are at the peak. And everybody knows that when you peak, you win.
Is that a turn name here?
When you peak, you win?
No, just the peak.
Peak? I don't know. It might be.
Is that the last?
Yeah. Did anybody remember that Danica Patrick and Aaron Rodgers dated once?
Yes.
Yeah, that's wild.
Brendan, I'm from Northern California. I remember all the Aaron Rodgers things.
Of course you do. Yeah. That he can't be Cal's favorite son anymore.
He hates Cal. He hates Cal.
Does he really?
Oh yeah, definitely. No, anytime he gets introduced and they do the thing,
sense.
he doesn't talk about it. He says that he went to Butte College, which is true.
That makes sense. You guys have Marshawn anyway. Yeah,
it's Marshawn Lynch, exactly. Marshawn Lynch, it features heavily at Cal, absolutely. JUCO bandit, Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, that actually tracks.
I'm surprised he got into Cal anyway, to be honest. Like,
that's a leap, man. How do you go from JUCO to Cal?
That happens semi-frequently.
Yes.
For academics-wise, there's a pretty firm path, because like it's very difficult to get into Cal as a freshman. But if you play the right types of classes together, you get like automatic entry. And so I'm guessing it was a case of Cal probably wanted him and he couldn't get in, and he had to take the right combination of classes at Butte College, and then you get an auto thing.
Right. Yeah. D'Artagnan in the chat. The announcer that's here, you have to try Mobetas before you leave. I did Spitz yesterday. Andrew Pinkerton won that, and I went and I got a donor and some fries, which were tremendous. The donor was amazing, especially for like a chain thing. It was awesome. Tonight might be Mobetas.
You gotta order the right thing though. Like you can't order something dumb and then
No,
be
I don't
upset.
order dumb things. No.
All right, just want to make sure.
I'm not. Listen, I am becoming more adventurous of. So I have a weird food safety thing. Like I'm just generally skeptical of places that haven't proven themselves to me. You know what I mean? It's just it's a thing.
Brendan's not eating the hot dogs that are being served off the cart on the wharf. Let's just say.
No,
say that.
probably not.
No, keep in mind those will be the best tasting hot dogs you'll ever have in your life.
A good danger dog wrapped in bacon. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it takes a lot for me to just be, you know, oh, there is a cuisine that I like restaurant in this place I've never been to. I should just order from there. Up until the last like year and a half, where I got tired of eating at the same kinds of places over and over, I wouldn't do it. But when I did do it, it didn't prevent me from getting like legit stuff. Like I'm not the kind of guy who goes on vacation to a foreign country and orders, you know,
McDonald's.
like the chicken or something. You know, just like the basic, a sausage. You know, like unless you're in Germany, obviously. I don't do that. I will order the thing that represents that cuisine. It takes me a while to wrap my head around the idea that, you know, most of these restaurants are pretty safe, despite me, you know, not knowing.
Specifically in North America, I think you'd have a hard time finding a bad food safety situation.
Sure.
Because as it turns out, your food safety can be pretty sus, but at the end of the day, if it's getting cooked, like, not that big of a deal.
It depends. No, it does depend. Because the issue that makes you sick more often than not is not specifically the bacteria, it's the toxins that the replicating bacteria produce.
Right. You don't want stuff that's old or hasn't been
So you
refrigerated.
can cook into the bacteria, but the toxins aren't going anywhere, and then you're in trouble.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm out.
Yeah, you know. Guess we'll find out. I had to convince Brendan to eat sandwiches with sandwich supplies that I had purchased that were unopened, that I had kept in my freezing cold Yeti cooler.
Unopened means nothing when they're just sliced out of the deli, man.
Anyway.
Opening that deli Ziploc bag means nothing.
It wasn't a Ziploc bag.
What was it?
It was a clamshell.
Doesn't matter. Oh, no, the clamshell does matter a little bit, but those are preserved a little bit better. I thought that was some sliced deli stuff. You're absolutely right. Yeah. Fair enough. Just, you know, you got to trust passive refrigeration, and that's tough.
JT, Brendan doesn't trust the refrigeration at Winco. He thinks that that's a sketchy market.
No, I said passive refrigeration.
Oh, passive
leaving it in the cooler for 5 days. That's where it's tough.
$400 cooler, Brendan.
I understand that now, and it turned out
you saw how
fine.
much ice was in it.
Listen,
you
this
saw
goes,
how much ice was still in it at the end of the week.
You got to understand, man. This goes way deeper than you think it does, and I'm not getting into it on air.
Okay, fair enough.
No, save this for your next session.
Sure, that's fine.
Anyway,
Garage 66. They're not waving. Not angry right now, just driving. Oh, there's a wave. Oh, but that's a wave as they're passing. Yeah, you know, I'm all right with that.
By the way, thank you to all of the marshals who are here this weekend, including D'Artagnan. Really good blue flagging going on at Dart here. It's not like reactive. It's not late. If anything, it's like
Sorry.
No. Oh, yeah.
That's worse than it was last time we were looking at it. Like,
Yeah, it's still the wrong direction.
Yeah, sure.
It is a, like, on the radar, it has color and depth, you know?
Just passing you by.
Time keeps dragging on. Ooh, I hear that train a-coming. I hang my head and cry. You know, lots of people are probably going to be driving through
Ooh,
Folsom if we
reports
choose
of
to
a
do West
38
Coast
stop
race.
turn 7.
Ooh, 38.
There it is.
It's going to be power.
Yeah, that's running third place in GP1 at the moment.
Yep, parked up on the inside, driver's right. Probably just before our camera can see it. There it is. Yeah, oh, that's... Yeah, that's, I mean, only dust to the inside. It looks from here like against the wall, but obviously, very obviously not. Lost drive, says Mike Anderson. I wonder what this is. You know, championship-wise, it almost doesn't matter. Because Ginger and Sar are substantially further back than I think I would have expected them to be. Like, substantially.
Well, they're going to gain a position here, probably.
But that's my point. Is if Blaze continues doing what they're doing, then
they're in second now.
we do well. They are.
It's moving that direction. I'm not saying it's bad right now, but like we're getting closer than we were.
Well, hang on. Let's flesh out this thought. So, yes, that is true. They are going to get closer than they were. It is also true that they needed to finish third if Blaze won. Right? They needed P3 to be able to get onto the same points or to win outright in GP1. The problem is, I don't know that Blaze is in position to win this race. Blaze pitted back, just 4 laps ago at lap 138, which would have been about an hour and 40 left, and I don't know they can go an hour 40 on fuel. Off leash was in at 112. They will probably be in here in about 4 or 5 laps, possibly further, if they're playing the fuel game. And if that's the case, they might be in a window to go an hour 20, hour 25 on fuel and make it through without the extra stop.
So something I do want to draw attention to is Blaze has pit twice since the full course yellow. That is not the case with Off.
Oh, yeah. 115 and 139. It was only 24 laps.
I'm wondering if this previous pit stop 139 was basically like, okay, you know, we've got an hour 50 left in the race or hour 45, whatever. Let's put in that final driver.
That's a long way to go. 3 hours. So they did an hour 21 on fuel at the very beginning. They did about an hour and a half last time.
Ryan is loving this shot.
I'm loving it.
It's not getting
every
better,
time.
is it?
Every time we get there, and I would say that on the left, that is getting closer.
So there is a small shower that has popped up between the big storm, if you look at the radar, and where we are. But it's not growing towards us. It's just the big storm. You know what I appreciate? I don't really know what triggered this. You know what I really appreciated about Troy Lindstrom and his interview or his hangout earlier? He will just, like, remember some dudes. Unashamedly.
Yes,
and I appreciate
absolutely.
that.
I love remembering some guys.
I love that remembering dudes amateur road racing in the United States is not the same as remembering some dudes in like college football. But I do appreciate the odd chance to remember some dudes. It's a lot of fun.
Who was speaking of remembering some dudes, who was the guy that was the Mazda guy that tried to run in that Mazda thing, but he was at, that's too many things. That's too vague.
Yeah.
He's probably 45 now. And he would drive the Mazda not quite factory cars.
In
And
what
it was
class?
Thunder Hill specialist in like E2, E1. Ah, I can totally picture him.
Joel Miller.
Is it Joel Miller, or am I thinking of somebody else?
I don't know.
He ran in that Mazda talent search thing the first season they did it, and they gave it to somebody else. And it was like, yeah, the other person's younger. What was that program called? And then I can look that up and I'll find the name.
Christian Shimchak.
No, the name of the Mazda program where they were going to give somebody a pro ride.
What did that was like 2013?
Yes.
Mazda awards 5 scholarships. No, that's too late. They chose Bilardi in 2012, 2013.
Okay, so what were the 2012? What's the name of that program?
It's Mazda Speed Scholarship, it looks like.
Speed Scholarship. He has glasses.
Oh.
That's gonna drive me crazy.
60 from Stratus is a half second behind 908 in the battle for the leading GTU.
Yep, and that's a per battle. Not offset by pit stops.
I believe this is them going through shot
Oh,
here.
did I tell you guys, Brad? I saw Brad earlier when he popped up into the broadcast booth.
And then had to run.
Well, no. That was early this morning when everything started to fall apart. I saw him later when the Hyperion guys were up here, and I was over talking to RJ. He came up and was talking to the stewards, and I was like, "Oh, hey, man." And he just kind of shook his head. I was like, "Is your day getting better or worse?" He goes, "No, it's worse." I was like, "Okay, cool, man. We'll see you around. We'll see you around." Matthew Bradley.
No.
No.
Aaron Tielitz came 5th. This one I was just looking at.
I don't even know if there's a way to look up 25 Hours of Thunderhill ever names. Were those the Harvey cars?
Yes.
Here we go. I found the full list. Ready?
Yeah.
Mike Allen, Mike Brock, Robert DeVoe, Liam Dwyer, Nathan Edmonds, Geronimo Esteve, Richard Fisher, Taz Harvey, Cam Jones, Stephen McAleer, Randy Miller, Ben Robertaccio, Ken Sayward, John Stott, Chris Wilson.
It wouldn't have been that year then.
It's not Stephen McAleer?
No, it's not, he's not that famous.
Oh, got it.
He's Thunder Hill famous. He probably was in a Harvey car. That's gonna drive me crazy. But I ended up seeing him years later at the Self Racing Cars Expo, and he was setting lap times for this like self-driving Kia thing, and it was right when the East course had opened, or the West course. I'm sorry, it's right when the West course had opened. And he was like, "Yeah, this thing is terrible." Like I was like, I recognized him. I'm like, "Oh my god!" He's like, "Hey," and like we talked.
Did he drive the MX-5s or the 6s?
He would have driven the MX-5 and or the RX-8.
RX-8?
Yeah, they ran an RX-8.
No, well, the RX-8 was the... Shoot, what was the name of that team?
Yeah, but they ran out of the
Robert
Mazda.
Davis.
Yeah, but they ran that RX-8 out of that Mazda tent because it was like a thing. He was not in the Mazda 6s. He would have been in an MX-5, and he was probably the best MX-5 driver that was there repeatedly. That's going to come to me probably tomorrow, and I'm going to be like, "Ah, dang." But it was one of the scholarship years that he was in it. Dang. All right, I don't know. Would have been maybe 2015.
Bo Borders.
No, you'll know the name when you see it. You'll be like, "Oh,
yeah,
that's
I'm sure I will." I like the idea of somebody being Underhill famous. Tyler McQuarrie.
No. Mark Drennan. Boom. Found it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. He was... So this is the 2015 Road to 24 Shootout finalists. Listen to this list. Joshua Allen Laverne, Joseph Burton Harris, Bruno Carnerio, Mark Drennan, Richard Eklund, Glenn McGee,
Hey.
Eric Powell. Yeah.
Hey, speaking of, Ryan, you and I talked about this briefly last night. JT, did you watch any of WEC yesterday?
A little bit.
Did you notice? Yeah, started on pole in GT3.
I did not.
Tony
It was
McIntosh.
Tony McIntosh,
Okay.
World Racing League alum and personality extraordinaire. Ryan, are you Team Glenn or Team Tony?
Both. I'll take both.
Yeah,
That's
I
fine.
think Tony's my favorite.
So
Like,
I
Tony-
think it's Tony's number that we have. You should text him on the dial pad.
Oh no. Tony was the guy who came up to Watkins Glen to talk about how he just came up to talk. I was like, "Do you want to grab a headset? We'll chat about all this on the air." He goes, "No, I just wanted to talk." I was like, "Oh, okay, man. Well, I'll just interrupt what I'm doing. It's fine."
Dude, that whole
What a
is
super dude.
That's a group of characters, man. That
It
was
makes
incredible.
it
If you go
is
back and
so
listen to that VIR broadcast, that's just incredible radio.
It makes it so easy to root for them. Like, so easy. And it's not even the WRL thing. I mean,
No.
for sure it's part of it. But independent of that, having guys who are just, like, they're so good that they don't have to take themselves seriously.
No, not at all.
They're
Giving each other
so
nicknames
much
and
fun.
posting highlight reels of them
Yeah.
wrecking on YouTube and stuff. It's just...
They're so much fun. Tony's a good dude. Glenn's a good dude. Jared Thomas seems like a nice guy, but I don't really know him.
Jared Thomas is nice. Like, they're
These
all
are
nice,
your,
dude.
to be clear, if you haven't been on WRL for a long time, these were your 2022
GTO
champions. Probably also the national overall champions, but I don't know that for sure. They absolutely wrung the neck out of a BMW M4 GT4 for, I mean, it was a whole season. They had a couple of hiccups in the mid stage there where everybody realized they were tearing apart the M4s.
And were hilarious in that they talked about how they were running Lamborghini Super Trofeo, and then we're talking about, well, we got to save a set of tires here. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? Saving a set of tires? You run the Super Trofeo. Get out of here.
Yeah.
It's like, no, they're hard to find because of COVID. You know, there's not that many. Like, yeah, okay.
They, so Glenn is a iRacing to real racing graduate.
Probably
Tony,
the most
I don't know.
successful person to have come out of sim racing and done pro racing.
No, who's the late model kid guy? The one that runs iRacing sponsorship everywhere. Jordan, who is that? Ty Majeski, thank you.
Is it time?
Josh Berry, too.
Agreed,
Yeah.
Do you think Josh Berry has had more success than Glenn McGee?
Well, I mean, it's
Glenn McGee won Italian GT3, like, and was like a finalist. Didn't he win the Lamborghini World Cup thing?
Yes.
Yes.
For their class,
Yeah.
I feel like he's better than Ty Majeski and Josh Berry.
I think it's apples to oranges, but the
Yeah,
answer
fair
was
enough.
not more successful. It was most famous.
Most famous. Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
He's certainly more successful than Jan Mardenborough. I'll take that to the bank.
Sure. Well,
he's got
famous,
a lot less
famous
publicity.
and notorious.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Glenn McGee hasn't had a movie yet.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's what I said. Well, I think Glenn and I talked about that on the air the last time he was on. I was like, when are they going to give you a movie? And he laughed because he knows all those guys.
Yeah, sure. TCB is into the pit lane from the top 5 in GTO. The lead margin in GTO, by the way, happens to be 2.2 seconds, and CHR is closing. I think this is them headed down towards turn number... Nope, that's Blaze. Not even close. Find the orange BMW. But not the North Loop one.
Do you think Glenn McGee has a manager? Follow-up question. If he doesn't, do you think that could be me?
Probably
Can I
not.
be Glenn McGee's publicist and manager?
Probably not, and probably not, respectively.
I think I told you, I'm pretty sure he was halfway trying to ask me to do his social media at one point, and I didn't get it until later. And I was like, oh, I missed that opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah. He seems to be doing a better job of it now, and I think it's still just him doing it.
That's tough.
Yeah.
I am so unmotivated to promote myself or anything that I do.
I'll promote someone else. Like, that's fine.
Oh, you want to do DEL socials?
Maybe. I thought Layla was in charge of that. I was going to step on her.
No,
feet,
I mean, she does.
You know.
DEL is not a nonprofit. It doesn't work the same. 808 is in with an hour and 20 minutes on the clock, just like we thought. Just like we thought, out of the GP1 lead. I think that extra, JT's right, I think that extra pit stop from Blaze may just slightly bump them out of the running for the class lead here. They're going to owe us an extra stop relative to that 808 off-leash BMW. Your GTO race lead comes off the final corner. There they are. Porsche v BMW. And what was 2.2 seconds is half, 8/10. Near enough. Sail off down into turn number 1 to the Chartreuse El Diablo BMW. Car's quicker through the that first corner there for sure.
Yes. Starting to look a little cloudy over there too, Brendan. Not gonna lie.
That is just north and east, which is also still not
the right direction.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
The right direction is. Do we have any cameras that face that way? Ooh, 70's going to defend here with the 191 kind of showing the nose. Now the BMW will go to the outside into turn number 5. Black Rock hairpin. 70 being defensive, slides out wide. 191 up the inside. I'm not convinced he'll be on the right line though, headed into turn number 6. Kind of does the switch back as I see out the window here. Wait for the camera to reset itself. There they are. Sail off into turn number 7. It's all kind of the right way. Yeah, but not really a passing opportunity. Maybe you can hope to get the lead car offline a little bit, which is to some degree the way it goes up towards the attitudes. 70's just a little far to driver's right, whereas the 199, that looked ridiculous. Opens up the radius a little bit, or 191 opens up the radius. They head off towards the Tuella turn. In slow motion.
Cloudy all the way around the track.
Still not the right direction.
I know.
It's weird because I'm staring at the camera and I swear I see very light sprinkles on the previous camera.
Oh, really? '70 again kind of defends the inside. The BMW opens up the corner, tries to square it off now towards the exit, gets back on the throttle, leans on the TC a little bit.
Defense
and the 70
to the left.
immediately to the inside. Immediately defensive. Does the BMW have the legs on the front straight, or will it be the Porsche when they arrive something like half a mile later?
It looks like the BMW's already got it done, and indeed they do.
Yeah.
A big pull down the front straightaway. They'll go back down into turn 1, and the 70 will have to start plotting its move to see where it's going to return the favor. Hour and 16, though, we're starting to get into that last pit window, and we know the round 3 guys can bang out a pit stop here. So as long as they stay close, they could get it back on the pit stop.
Yeah, they're both going to owe us a stop, and they both should be right in the same window.
Yeah,
142 is the last lap for 191, or the last stop for 191 was 138. So we're in 4 laps apart, but both comfortably in that one more pit stop range.
If you're the 70, do you blink here and go early and do the undercut TM?
Oh, God. No. No, because, I mean, we've had one full course yellow. I'm not saying we won't have another, but that chance is now no longer basically 0. I think you just run it as far as you can.
All right.
If you were the overall race leader, it might be different, but GTU is the overall race leader, so I think you just protect yourself against potentially.
Well, then he's losing time now. Like, that's the other problem, is now they're getting dropped.
Well, but he was going to lose time regardless, unless there's a driver change to come between here and the end. But I don't know if it's not. I don't know.
Could this be Josh and they put Cole back in to close?
It is possible.
All right.
No, it's not Josh. Josh had to leave early. I knew that. I did hear that yesterday at the podium. So it would just be Joe and Cole to the end. Now, I don't know what that rotation actually ended up being.
Well, I would presume that this is Cole.
You would think so. Cole, yeah, I mean, he did defend. I think Joe kind of knows he's not the hot shoe, and if somebody faster is going to go by, he's more likely to let them go by. Whereas you're right, I think Cole is a little bit more likely to defend. You know, I did kind of make a note earlier, Ryan. Just a little mental note that I never actually spoke. I believe that the 70 pitted quite early for tires, like at 3 hours in, with 4 hours still on the clock.
Do you think they pitted for tires yesterday, and this was the second half of the second set, and they're now on a third set?
No, I think this is set number 4. I think tires here are going about 4 hours, but I think they pitted after 3 hours and then ran this second set of the day, the 4 hours to the checkered flag.
Okay.
So they shorted the first stint of the first stanza of the race, let's say, on tires to run tires through to the end of the 4 hours. But I have a suspicion, and this is based on nothing other than me trying to piece things together, I wonder if they've taken a little more life out of their tires than the CHR guys have, and the CHR just has a little bit more in reserve at the moment on tires, if indeed it's Cole behind the wheel of the number 70.
Brendan, did you realize that Marc Marquez became a 7-time champion today?
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I watched my first full MotoGP race in probably 4 years when they were at Barcelona a couple weeks ago.
That's a pretty elite crew of people that can win 7 championships of any motorsport.
Jimmy Johnson, arguably the most famous.
Jimmy Johnson's elite. Changed my mind.
Yeah.
I'm going to get an
Absolutely.
okay from
Are you trying?
in a second.
Are you trying to make the case? Is Jimmy Johnson the Joe Flacco of NASCAR?
I think. Well,
that's not a terrible comparison, to be honest.
No, Jimmy Johnson's
so quicker than Rossi did.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Jimmy Johnson is elite. I don't think you can really make a case against that. And yet, no way.
Is Jeff Gordon elite?
Yes.
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 Or was.
Yeah, sure.
Where's your cutoff for elite drivers in the mid '90s? Like, was Bobby Labonte elite? Did you say?
I don't think Mark Martin was elite.
You don't think Mark Martin was elite?
No, I think that's the cutoff.
I think he is, just because he can still remember the setup data from all those races.
I think. Well, did any other Roush drivers win titles in the mid-late '90s? Or was Roush just overrated? I was going to say, exactly. So that's kind of my point, Jordan. They didn't win any titles. Mark Martin came close a couple of times. Was he just outperforming Roush, who was generally overrated? People are asking. People are saying. I'm not saying. I'm asking. I'm positing. Theorizing. Ooh, side by side down the front straightaway. 981 versus Zalus. That is not a position battle.
He's so slow, they call him Mrs. Mark. Mrs. Mark Martin.
Mrs. Mark Marquez? Mrs. his Mark Marquez? Anyway, I think Mark Martin's elite. Kenseth? Is Matt Kenseth elite? I know he's 2000s, but...
No.
Okay.
This is like a Hall of Very Good versus Hall of Fame discussion.
Carl Edwards.
No. Carl Edwards is not elite.
Okay.
Which, by extension, do I think Denny Hamlin is elite? No.
2000 Busch Series champ, Jeff Green.
I mean, absolutely. Like, what are we even talking about? Of course.
Is Nesquik elite?
Hour and 10 to go here from Burt Brothers Motorpark, the Crossroads Endurance Challenge. Brendan, I saw there was a merch setup. How did that go?
You know, believe it or not, there was. Yeah, absolutely. It is, I'm not going to say it's the first time, but it was operational during the podium ceremonies last night.
Sweet.
Yep.
I'm telling you, a shirt with all of these logos on it would bang. I'd buy that. I wouldn't even try to get that one for free. I would buy it.
With all of the event logos?
Yeah.
Maybe I just workshop that and send it to RJ and be like, hey.
No, that'd be fun. I would wear
Yeah.
that. That'd be really
The
sick.
problem is we don't have ones for Eagles Canyon and Barber. So you're starting at...
Well, you know.
Do we have one for Mid-Ohio? No, we didn't have one for Mid-Ohio.
No, it didn't start till later. That's too bad.
Yeah, it was Road America. Good news is we have continuity now in logo and design.
But we're going to do new ones for the next
With
year,
thanks-
right?
I think the logo will stay vaguely the same, but the artwork design will for sure change.
Okay, cool.
I think it'll be variations on a theme for the most part.
All right. I'm pleased
We
with
want
that.
to create brand continuity and identity. We also need more shirts so we can send Erwin another one.
Yes. And then RJ can talk about how much it costs to ship it. Which is quite funny, to be fair.
They're not export tariffs. Sodicall, big fan of Tony Mack. He's killing it. Sodicall, did you stay up late and watch Fuji?
That's another one that they've done bike racing at.
Yeah,
They
do
did
bike
the
racing in a lot of
Olympics at
places.
Fuji.
Yeah.
They finished at Fuji for the road race.
I think
There's something to it, man.
the Rhineland, Cologne, Bonn, Dusseldorf should get the Olympics. And they
Gross.
should finish the cycling at the Nordschleife. Can you imagine
all right.
the Olympic world feed having to set up for cycling at the Nordschleife?
That could be kind of fun, man. I'm not gonna lie. I
Could
think
be.
I'd be
for
into
it.
that.
Yeah, I would too.
It's a big enough track that they'd probably just cover it like a regular race. They wouldn't
Yeah.
put stationary cameras. You just do the motorcycles on it.
Yeah. Yep. I'm with you there, but I think it'd be fun to watch somebody ride around backwards on a little like pit
Oh,
bike
you
type
could
thing
have the sprint finish at the straight.
on the Donninger Hoa. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, that would be cool. But like sprint finishes are dead. I don't know if you know that, Brendan, but like the giant lead out train that Columbia High Road
sure.
popularized, that's dead. Nobody does
Well,
that anymore.
that's fine. Then you just do the climb from the bottom of the hill past Antonius Brücke up to Tiergarten.
Yeah.
That you just finish with that climb onto the Grand Prix Strecke,
And
and
you
that's
finish
just
at
it.
the flue pots. That's where the finish is.
No, the climb up to Tiergarten is way longer. Maybe not as steep, but it's way longer.
Now you want the steep finish though. That's the thing. Right at the top of flue pots, right there. That's the finish.
Adenauer Forst. You go down through Fuchsrohr, pick up all the speed, and then have to climb it back up on the other side.
Ooh,
Maybe
trying
that's
to do
the
the
move.
carousel would be interesting.
Yes, it would.
I think people would try to run the bank and eat it. But I think you'd lose so much time staying on the high side.
Agreed. This is the move, man.
That's
I'm
tasty.
already a huge fan of cologne. I think
He
this
smells
is the
great.
move. You know, I don't wear cologne actually.
Yes, I am aware.
They lost today, by the way. Tough day.
Thank you,
Tough day at the office. Yeah, no, I'm here for that.
All right. That's a giant crack in that windshield. That's like pretty big.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense because there's no rocker. Lead margin in GTO has out now to 3.7 seconds. So it's not gone out as quickly as it came down, which is interesting. AE Victory is round the final sequence here, and wasn't too much traffic this time. Continue picking up time on that round 3 racing Porsche. That's the margin, 32.1 seconds. And yeah, it did pick up just a little bit. We are nearing an hour to go here.
One to go, next time by.
No.
No, we say that at work. When we're
Oh,
talking
really?
about Clock face, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's like 4:30 or 5:30, we say one to go next time by.
When we do our SCCA Super Torque coverage, we frequently get we have a WhatsApp group. I'm sure you're familiar, but the viewer, we have a WhatsApp group that helps coordinate between all the operational elements of the event weekend, and the timing person advises us when we're working 2 to go, coming down to the 1 to go, without any explanation, just started sending a message that said WFNTB. No context. just one day decided he was going to start sending a message WFN TV.
Yep. It took me a second to figure that out.
White flag next time by. It makes a lot of sense, and it's way easier than typing out white flag next time by or working one to go or coming to the white flag or something similar. But didn't tell anybody what it meant. Anyway. Working one to go. Working the white flag lab.
This is the white flag.
BSR is in. And the 70 is in. All right. So that's your call there, Ryan. Boy, that rainstorm does look like it's getting closer, doesn't it?
No, it's the wrong way.
It is the wrong. No,
Not
these
possible.
things both be true. It
Not
looks
possible.
like it's getting closer, and it's the wrong way. 70 is in. Let's see what they do here. As far as pit stop goes, driver change.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so this should be Joe out and Cole in.
Okay, so if that was Joe put in those kind of laps, that's pretty darn good. I'm pleased with that.
I think it is Joe.
That's
Joe
awesome.
Koenig. And Cole squeezes himself into the 911 991.2 Cup.
Give him 2 tires.
You know who should buy this car?
Give him 2 fronts. That car or the black one?
The black one, sorry. Yeah, the 71, the spare car. It's Steve Town.
Yes. POC guest entry car.
Yeah.
I mean, yes. Who says no? Sadakal should buy it.
There we go. Sadakal, you want to race a Porsche Cup?
I think that's the move, if I'm being really honest.
A little rich for Sadakal's blood.
Or, alternatively...
A longish driver change here.
DLM should buy it.
DLM.
David, what are you doing? Get this one. Get this Cup car, not the other one. This Cup car is the one you want. Then you can run this in WRL.
Yeah.
David Swati in a WRL
the
Cup car would actually be fun to watch. I would love watching that.
Already has the 992 though.
Yeah, I know, but that's not tuned up for GTO.
I think Cole just stalled the Porsche.
Huh. Ever driven a manual before, kid? Do you know what you're doing? Here, let me show you. You gotta get the revs to 3. Get the needle to the 3 and then let the clutch out.
Okay. And he's away. It didn't cost him that much, but I heard the car start twice.
Uh-oh.
And he heads down toward number 1.
Meow. What a car. Do you think Joe would entertain a trade straight across his custom 991.2 for a WRL spec GTO car 991?
Who?
David Twatty. Do you think he would trade Joe?
No.
No? All right.
No. I think he likes stomping GT1A.
I mean, it's his series. Who says that still can't be a GT1?
That's true.
You know?
It's true.
Have you ever seen them do technical inspections?
No, I haven't.
far
Which I
up?
suppose is your point. I suppose that's your point. 209.6 last time from CHR versus a 206.7 from AE Victory Racing. Let's see what Mr. Lofsgaard do behind the wheel of that number 70 with almost exactly an hour on the clock here. Do you realize how close we are to the Great Salt Lake here?
Extremely.
Extremely
this
close.
This is west of town, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like off the freeway as you go south of the lake, like over there. Yeah, that's
it's
what I thought.
really close.
Yeah.
As in, you drive between. There's a little like mountain range that kind of defines the east side of this valley.
Yep.
You drive in a little probably 3 or 4 mile window between the shore and the mountain to get from Salt Lake City to here.
Yeah, low grading.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
I flew to Salt Lake to buy my car.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Don't you have like a Ford Escape?
I do.
There weren't Ford Escapes good prices in Seattle?
I wanted a specific color combo, specific year, specific engine, and the titanium package.
Got it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, all right. You don't have the 1.5, do you?
No.
Okay, good. Because let me tell you, motors you don't want to own.
Imagine going that far out of your way to buy a 1.5 liter of anything.
Got turbo. Well, it's fine. It's just they are not reliable. Everything breaks.
Alright, so it looks like round 3 coming through shot here. They're Stoic, and then entering shot here, CHR. So that puts round 3 racing, I believe, on the lead lap, but only just.
Yes. With plenty of time to go here.
Yes.
Hey, do we think Cole is I'm going to take my time and ease into this? Or are we getting right after it here?
No, he's in.
Yeah, I think he is. I think he is too. There's CHR. I do have some questions as to the life of those.
And the tires?
Tires, yeah, exactly. On the number 70. Let's wait and see here. Because the raw pace out of that car is still only a 204. What's the best lap here? 204 flat versus a 202.9 for CHR. Theoretically, that CH car should still have the raw pace. Also, Cole's not getting away from that Stoic entry. 211.3.
We're assuming it's Cole.
That is an interesting point. It looked like Cole, but if Cole's the black helmet, then he was getting out. Maybe there's a different driver in that car. It was in a trim tech suit, though.
Oh, is it Carter?
It was in a trim tech suit.
Oh, it was in a trim tech. Okay, so it probably was Cole then.
Well, they were both trim tech suits. One was a liveried helmet, and the other was just a plain black helmet.
Got it.
Let's see here. Let's wait and see.
Man, you know what we could really use?
Driver ID. Yeah. Someday. Garage 66 is in from the lead in Jeep 2.
Nice. We'll do one more ad here and then go.
Yeah, I do just want to
free to the finish.
Yeah, let's do that, and then I'll make a quick point down at GP1.
All right.
Step aside here from the final hour now of the Crossroads Endurance Challenge at Burt Brothers Motorpark, the 2025 Midwest, of course, Midwest Championship reaches its zenith here in round number 7 for 2025. We'll be back here in just a moment on DriversEye Live.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Welcome back to Burt Brothers Motor, Grantsville, Utah. DriversEye Live. It's Brendan Keswick. It's Ryan West. It's JT Tammy. And it's Jordan Worth on the ones and the twos. Also chiming in from time to time to share some thoughts on whether or not certain NASCAR drivers are elite. Greg Biffle. Obviously not. Obviously not. In a truck. Obviously not. If Matt Kenseth's not elite, Greg Biffle's not elite. Maybe. I think
You could be
better than
underrated
Biffle.
and not elite.
Exactly. Roush. Again. Well, it didn't matter because Mark Martin couldn't get championships either. Against the odds. Huh. Was Kurt Busch elite? Was Kyle Busch elite? Yes. Yeah, I agree with that.
Not anymore.
Good take.
So is Kyle Busch not elite because they changed the car? Like now? Like, is that the problem, or is there something else to it? Is he old? Jordan's saying the less horsepower is hurting him and Jimmy Johnson, which I buy.
Yeah. Fair enough. Was Terry Labonte elite?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Ken Schrader. Also out. On dirt. Exactly my thoughts. Yep, I'm right there with you. You know who is elite? Steve Park. WRL race.
WRL's Steve Park.
Correct. Was Dale Earnhardt Jr. elite? Here we go. I don't think he was either. I don't think he was.
Is Jeff Bodine elite?
Bobsledding.
Yeah, that was the correct direction. Yes.
Bobsled design, yeah.
That's where we were going.
Until BMW took it over, because, of course, turns out BMW has more resources than Jeff Bodine. Chemung, New York. Iconic. Anyway. I believe Off Leash Motorsports with the 808 coming in about 6-7 laps ago has made its final stop.
I'm as soon as you're done with that, I need to read a bobsled thing I've never seen before.
Oh,
go ahead.
Blaze Racing does still have that extra stop to make. The margin was 1:01 last I looked at it, so it's going to be tight. Didn't we do this yesterday with Blaze having to make a splash with something like a minute's margin to make up? Wait and see. Go ahead, Ryan.
Are you familiar with the Jeff Bodine Bobsled Challenge?
Yeah, you didn't watch it on Steam?
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Jordan, are you familiar with the Jeff Bodine Bobsled Challenge?
Yeah.
Which ringer won the Bobsled Challenge from 2006 to 2008?
I remember.
Boris said, yep.
Yeah.
Boris said won. It was Boris said, yep.
That checks out, though.
The last race was in 2010. Which NASCAR driver won the 2010 Bobsled Challenge? Jeff Bodine Bobsled Challenge. Current driver. No. I'll give you one more. He said, no. Close. Both close. Joey Logano.
Yeah. He's from up that way.
Yeah.
I think if you're good at racing a Trans Am car, you're probably the most likely to be able to adapt to a bobsled.
Signed Chris Dyson up yesterday.
Yeah, right. What's Rafa Matos up to?
Can we get a Dyson racing
really
shirt?
Quick.
In PO1. Do you think we could get that?
I would be so into if Thetford Norcolton sponsored the NPO1. I'm so here for that.
If I win the lottery or my wife works for
What's who made Al Masood up to?
Oh, God.
Onyx.
Pulling over
Oryx.
Pulling over in the pit lane so that Chris Dyson can win his championship. That's what he's doing.
Yep.
Checking the car for 25 minutes.
Yeah, with two cars that were both badly underperforming. Yeah, it was a good time, man. Late stage ALMS was really something.
Greg Pickett's like, you know what? I'm just gonna sell the dang thing. This is BS.
Well, he almost charred himself inside an Aston Martin there once.
Yeah.
And
How
did the
incredible is
HPD
that?
thing for a year.
That you pick up the phone, you call Rolled Gotha, and you're like, hey, give me one of those.
Yep.
Okay, and they send it over. Incredible. And then Rolled Gotha's like, wait a minute, that looks fun. I'll run one too. And then he comes. They take it out of the museum when they ran two at Laguna, because Aston Martin Racing came with Fernandez.
Yeah.
And they pulled that one out of Rolled Gotha's museum so that they could run two cars at Laguna. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Jordan, imagine a Golf livery, but instead of where it says Golf, there's just a Lowe's logo. Yeah, exactly. He says, I drive it, 100%. That is a fascinating dinner with racers. That's one of my favorite ones, is the Adrian Fernandez. And he talks about that Lowe's deal that he had, and meeting up with Jimmy Johnson and all that. So that's a good story.
Yeah. This most recent, not most recent, but the Bats of Dinner with Racers that came out, like, last winter, I guess it would have been.
Yeah.
That was the, Nick Tandy.
Yep.
Fernandez. That whole match was excellent. It was really good.
Who was it? Tony Kanaan turned down being an Audi driver that would have ended up being an R8, probably a winner. I'm sure he doesn't regret that, but a good career too.
Yeah.
That's he was set up for that one.
Not winning any most popular driver awards in ALMS or ILMC or whatever.
Rene Rast joining Audi specifically to run in their LMDH program, and then it going away.
Yep. I like who was it? It must have been Mike Rockenfeller who was like, "Oh, what do you mean? GTM was great. I don't know what they're talking about."
And everyone's like, "What?"
Everybody else is like, "No, they liked him because he was German. They cheated for him, and that's why nobody ever won."
Yep.
And they talked about, was it Jamie Green? They talked about wasn't smart enough to sandbag in practice, and he'd light up the timesheets in practice 3, and then they'd nerf his car. What a time! What a time! Shout out to local to me, Joey Hand.
Yeah, sure. Sacramento zone.
Elk Grove, even. Closer.
Oh, I don't know where that is.
It's halfway between Sacramento and Stockton. Elk Grove is where all of the Apple service department is.
Oh, is that right?
If you ship your phone in to be repaired, it goes to Elk Grove.
Huh.
Fun fact. Got a big campus.
It is fun, you're right. Rapscallion 678 is in having a quiet top 5 day. Well, it was top 5. ECB is back through. Still smells like laundry in here. Trouble.
Clean laundry is always good, man.
I do love it, but this is weird. It's a genuine am I having a stroke moment.
Is your watch freaking out? You have an Apple Watch, right?
I don't have... No.
Oh, well.
Oh, fun fact. You're right, it's fun. Significantly cloudier and cooler today than we had it this time yesterday.
Yes.
74 degrees, I think, was the high. What ended up being the high for today?
That's probably cooler than that
75.
now, right?
75. Feels like 75. Winds 11, gusting to 20, and mostly cloudy, I would say.
Nice. Oh, if it's gusty and 75, you're wearing a jacket probably if you're going outside.
It says it's sprinkling in Erta, Utah.
Wow.
And
is that where the temple is that we can see? Or?
I don't know. Erta, it says it's east of, in between Grantsville and Erta. I'm in between Grantsville and Erta here.
Oh.
On Sheep Lane, by the way. Sheep Lane.
I have stayed in Windover.
Where that is.
Cool.
Windover is just over the border from Utah, where all the Mormons go to gamble.
Oh. Legal there.
Yeah.
Yes, but more importantly, it was a Army Air Base.
Oh,
yes.
World War II,
also that.
where they started the initial testing for the pumpkin bombs that would go on to be the casings for the atomic bombs.
Oh, fascinating.
That is correct. You know where they test those now? Where they test the igniters and the casings? Livermore, California, on the tract of land that has seemingly nothing on it that I have to drive through every day. That's where they test the bombs. And people that live over there will talk about, like, yeah, it'll be in the middle of the night and your house will shake, and then that's it. You see a big flash in the hills, and then that's it.
Funny you say that. My community in Pennsylvania has been complaining about random explosions in the middle of the night for the last 2 years. They finally found a guy blowing stuff out of PVC pipes in his backyard at 3 in the morning.
That's great.
Yep,
Outstanding.
arrested. Done. I forget what they called it. Something bomb.
My dad's, actually my godfather, but like one of my dad and mother's best friends, he was arrested and charged with a felony for he put dry ice in a thermos and threw it off of a cliff face on a rural road. And the story goes, as his arm is full extension and throwing, a fish and game warden was like driving by and watched it explode.
Tremendous. Tremendous. It was the Groover bomb, by the way. The Groover bomb. Yeah. The CHR car has gotten by the Stoic Racing number 87 to put it a lap down, and now is about to do the same from the round 3 car. I wonder if you're right, Ryan. I wonder if it was actually Cole before, and they've gone back over to Joe for the finish here.
I don't know, man. See that either way, if I'm being really honest.
No, and look, I mean, they've already wrapped the championship. This is something of a victory lap for them as far as the Midwest stuff goes. They are still fighting for a national title, although I suspect that is rapidly going in their favor the deeper we get into the season. DHR is a real opportunity here.
Yes, absolutely.
JT, yesterday you referred to CHR as Charlie Hayes Racing?
Was that not correct?
I don't know. Are you familiar?
Isn't that what they previously run under?
I couldn't tell you.
Oh boy.
I don't remember the car at all.
I believe it was a different car. Weren't they running in general production at one point?
Oh, maybe.
Let me see if I have something in my notes about it.
How did you put those two things there?
I thought they previously ran under the same name.
It is CH.
We found out what
they
that
also have.
for.
They also have an NPO1 in high Patron livery.
Yes.
Let me pull up a full size picture of this thing.
Market for me to sell my jacket.
Yeah, let me pull this up here. It looks pretty good. It looks pretty good, dude. Here we go.
Oh no, they ran the same BMW last year at COTA.
Oh, you're right.
That's incredible.
Isn't that a work of art?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Even has the Forbes on it and the Takata. Yep. Oh man,
but it also has Hoosier and Mazda.
Well, you know,
that can be fixed.
It's halfway.
Actually, there is the BMW in the background. JT, that is the 250.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's
the green and yellow. Yeah.
Jordan, can you put this on the screen so that the listener can view it, so the viewer can view it?
Come on.
So the listener can become a viewer.
Yes, because they're listening. They're listening to our description of it.
Yeah, it does have the Instagram buttons on it, but I'm okay with that.
That's fine. Or is it past hour for Jordan right now?
No, I think it just takes a minute to get it loaded into the VMix media bucket.
Got it.
There it is. Look at that.
Yeah, look at that thing. Fans of the ALMS rejoice.
You know what? This is it. NPO1 only retro prototype liveries.
Yes.
In GTU.
If you're going to run NPO1, you must run a retro livery. I agree. That should just be a rule.
I'm into that.
I mean, round 3 is technically, I guess,
that's not
automatic
Porsche livery.
or doing it too.
Yep. Automatic, it's the banana boat.
Right.
RIP, the original banana boat. Also a Minnesota-based team.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, I'm into that. There was a HSR adjacent thing back in the probably would have been about 2009, 2010. They were launching the Spec Cayman, and it was called the Cayman Inter Series. And the rule was you had to run a retro livery.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't remember if it had to be retro Porsche or if it could just be retro. But that was part of the sporting regulations.
All right. Sounds good.
It's a little bit brighter in this section, has to be said.
Yes. Very bright, in fact.
Yeah.
Just like your future, Brendan.
Well, depends on how many series are looking for live streaming productions.
Well,
those two things are pretty inextricably linked at the moment. GTU lead battle.
Yeah, it's
is 1.5 seconds.
Here.
Yeah, that's what we're watching. Look at that.
Yeah, it's been like this for a while now. They're both pacing each other, running basically the same lap times, and they both owe us a stop. So yeah, it's gonna keep going for the next 37 minutes.
Speaking of series that are interested in live streaming productions, I did see somebody in the chat yesterday say, "Wow, this is awesome! It would look really awesome for the Utah Sport Bike Association." Which,
guess
you know
what?
I can't help but agree.
A phone number.
Well, we have emails. I mean, I guess we do have that phone number too.
Now I'm going to read Brendan's phone number out.
No,
here,
no,
right now.
no. 1-800-BURT-BROS. Is that their number?
Yeah.
I hope so.
It's not.
All right. 610.
Nope. Panic. Calm. Panic. It doesn't appear that Burt Brothers has a corporate phone number.
Oof.
Yeah. AE Victory is in from second. Toyota Supra in for the last time. Question is, do they come out ahead of or behind round 3, bearing in mind that they were pretty much together before this last round of pit stops? I think it's already gone. I think it's going to come out ahead of the 70. And it might not be. Yeah, no. So the 119 is over at turn 6. There it is. On your screen. 70 just headed off towards turn number 1. Oh, scared the heck out of me, man. Holy cow.
Garage 66 still plugging away. Still has a 6-lap advantage here for GP2. GP1 Blaze back into the lead over Off-Leash 808. And Ginger Racing still down in 7th, but ahead of BSR. So as it stands, I believe I believe Brendan, still going to be the Blaze championship situation.
It is, but it may not be a Blaze class victory. And we have some insights. Well,
ooh.
Yeah, insights, experiences. Sean Sampson.
Hey guys, how
out
are
of not the 180.
No.
In fact, the 808 Off Leash Motorsports BMW this week.
Troy and I ran their running in their car. So, yeah, good run. And right now it looks like it could be a fuel issue. Is that what we're, fingers crossed?
Well, we're not sure what the issue was. As you said to me just a second ago, it's an unplanned stop, or was an unplanned stop for the 118 halfway through a stint. Our man JT had picked up on it earlier. We're not really sure why. It's an odd time to come in and pit, bearing in mind it's now going to cost them an extra stop between now and the end.
Yeah, and that's what we're moneying on that. I think they've got 45 from their last fuel, which they cannot do laps wise. They can't make it.
Oh,
so
sure. Yeah, I got you.
So,
Yeah.
Obviously, a 5-minute stop was not planned.
Which one of you is down there crunching those numbers on your?
It's Troy.
Okay.
Probably,
Gotcha.
at the end of the day.
He's locked in.
Oh yeah, he does it while he's racing in the car. So I get to hear it in the car.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. You guys have a good experience this weekend with
Off Leash? Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean it's a rental ride. It is what it is. But yeah, good guys. Car handles well. It's as Troy and I discussed. It's a numb car to race. It doesn't do much of anything bad. Yeah. And if it gets sideways, you just go up a gear. Done.
Interesting.
Yeah, you just slap the paddle and just go up a gear. If it turns sideways, it turns up a gear. But it drives really well, and it's comfortable, and it's a BMW. It just does what they do. It just makes laps.
So it's so funny to hear you say that. I won't belabor the point because we've talked about it a few times this weekend, but you guys are running what appears to be an M240 or 235 in GP1. Zelus this weekend, out of the shops back here, in the number 88 is running an M2 Club Sport, and they have done nothing. Both of their drivers have come up here and both separately done nothing but complain about how awful their car is to drive.
I wouldn't say it's awful. I mean, it's a...
Numb is... you are putting it, I think, differently than they would put it. Maybe they're being a little stronger and you're being a little weaker about it. But you said it's a decent, forgiving, good car to drive. You guys are obviously in contention for the win. They were also in contention for the win yesterday, and they had nothing nice to say.
Yeah.
And they're third right now.
And they're third.
And they're third. Yeah. So I that's all I can say. Troy and I both agree. It was just a numb car.
I gotcha.
There's not a whole lot of feeling in the input on the steering, and the brakes just do what they do. But it's a 3,800
like
pound
driving
car.
a Camry.
It's a heavy. Shit, the first time we came into turn 5, I was on the full ABS lockup. The car's not slowing. I'm like, it's not our car. I think our car weighs in, wet at 2,900 pounds.
Yeah.
So this one's 1,000 more pounds. It's a lot more car.
Are you guys looking forward to the new car?
Yes, very much so.
I bet you are.
Yes, we are. Very much so. Yeah.
Troy gave us kind of some of the backstory there. When do you anticipate having it kind of ready to go?
Well, it was supposed to be ready by now.
Oh.
We were going to be testing, not necessarily bringing it here, but having it testing. So we're hoping by end of September.
Okay.
And if not October, so we're close.
Yeah,
We're just not there yet.
Gotcha.
COTA would be ideally what we'd like to do, have it for COTA, but we're not going to take it there naked, untested, brand new car.
Yeah.
So we'll figure that out at this stage. That's a good run right there going on the front straightaway. But we'll figure it out. Yeah.
So. Are you guys enjoying the transition process, learning process of this kind of temporary ride here and then going into the new car? Or you miss the 180?
You know what? We've been driving so many different vehicles, our own cars as well.
Sure.
It's fun, to get in a different car and figure out how to actually do. And figure out, it has a terrible mid-corner push that's awful in this car. Awful.
Here we go.
Yeah, exactly. But when we fiddle-farted with it yesterday or Friday, and then yesterday the car, we lost a half shaft, so we were like, well, we got time. Let's just change the car. We changed a bunch of different things, and it still is the same.
Just nothing. Well, those cars were designed to be kind of equal or even in a cup setting.
Sure.
Right? It meant to be a driver's kind of series with limited adjustability. So, I mean, you're not running it homologated here or anything like that, obviously, but I'm sure the meaningful adjustment window is still extremely limited on what
100%.
actually does anything useful.
Yeah. So I'm excited to have WRL here at this track. I mean, I kind of consider this to be our home track as racers, because we've spent so many hours here, even though it's a 12-hour haul from the Cali coast. But yeah, and I'm happy that WR's having a good run here, and I'm hoping the drivers enjoy the track. It's a very forgiving track. It races really well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to a larger turnout. There's a lot of West Coast teams that are sitting that have the capability and the competent cars to be really good GP1 cars here. and I'm hoping that we get some of those folks coming out.
Blaze is in just over your shoulder here, Sean.
There.
As is CHR as well, which is our GTO class leader.
Yep.
So this will kind of settle 2 at once. We get another big puff of black smoke out of the front left of the 191. Did we do just fuel or a driver change here? Blaze is in.
Here's our splash.
Yep, just under 30 minutes on the clock here. So probably, what do you think, JT here? Two cans?
Yeah, I'd say probably 2 cans.
Okay. Yep.
Just to be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean,
CHR
I've got a question for you.
More than
If you
that.
have the
Sure.
answer.
Yeah.
Is
See
this
what I got.
the same El Diablo of tire branded appearing on Thunderhill TV show fame?
I don't know, and I was wondering the same question.
Oh, okay.
Honestly,
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
know that because I saw that. I was like, oh, El Diablo. I don't know that. I haven't. I don't know the team.
It's hard to imagine there being more than one El Diablo running E46s in West Coast.
I was going to say, if they're from the West Coast, I would assume that's who they are. And we just haven't said hi to each other yet. You know,
okay.
Obviously, we know
Sure.
who they are, but probably just haven't caught up on the paddock at this point.
Sure. Yep.
All right, here we go.
118. Where is 808? Have you guys already gone? Oh yeah, that's you way out there at turn 3, or turn 2 and 3, I
going
think
into
there.
Tutor complex.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we needed.
Should be the next white car that enters from stage left here. Oh, that one. There it is.
Yep. No, we were
That's
here.
you guys. Yep. Oh, you're here.
Yeah.
Oh. Then 321 was the lap for Bays. You guys put in a 214. The margin's 27 seconds though. So from a minute and a half, can you guys? You think you guys can go chase that down?
I don't know that car has it in it.
Okay.
Honestly, it's a 13, 14 car consistently.
Okay.
When you get into the 11s, it
Yeah.
gets to be a handful.
Who's in it now?
It's Robert.
Another renter.
Yeah, no, it's actually the driving for the team.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So
Justin Rob Brower.
Okay. So they'll be getting just about everything they can out of the car.
Yeah. Ideally, this is at this stage. He has some time in the car, so he knows how to make that car work. So we'll see what he can come up with. Yeah.
So, being that this is WRL's kind of first footprint in the sand here, west of the Rockies, how do we keep this thing growing? How do we keep this event in particular growing, and how do we keep WRL growing in the right direction?
I think, honestly, this particular weekend here is an awesome opportunity to race in a very comfortable setting because it can get really hot in July here.
Yeah, sure.
And high altitude, which is tough on all the cars. I think to draw from the West Coast, they're going to see this, and those teams are going to be like, hey, you know what, we need to go out and run with those guys and see what we got for the East Coast guys. I think that would be really helpful. So I'm assuming that's kind of where we need to go. But
sure.
And having a 40-car field and everybody having a good time, it sounds like, at least from everybody I've talked to,
yeah.
East Coast and West Coast, everybody's like, yeah, it's a great facility, great track for racing. It's user-friendly. I mean, on the vehicles, I don't know if we've had any real contact.
Nothing that
at this
has.
point. I haven't seen anything. All the cars have been playing together really well. As a driver, I mean, everybody seems to be doing. Everybody knows what's going on.
Safety team's been doing hot pulls, keeping things green
moving,
when there are problems. Yeah.
I mean, one full course yellow today. That's all we've had in 2 days of racing. It's pretty spectacular.
Yeah. No, it's been good stuff. Yeah. So, is that kind of centering around this again? Then the way to draw some of those West Coast teams into this and future WRL West Coast based races, or do we need to just? I say we. I'm not involved.
Yes, you are.
No, not the way you think I am. Yeah. Or is it just, hey, we need to go get a couple of dates out at Button Willow Pacific, I don't know, somewhere out there.
I mean, you've got some basic tracks that obviously are really tough to get into.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sonoma, Laguna Seca.
Those are the big two.
Sure, right.
Yeah.
I mean, and they race well, and everybody wants to go to those.
Yeah.
Wives included, like, oh my God, we're gonna go to Carmel for the weekend. Right? I mean, that's pretty spectacular. And Sonoma, you've got wine country, so you can kind of, do your numbers on that. And Thunder Hill's an awesome facility as well. It races really well.
I noticed you didn't say anything about Willows.
I was gonna say you can go to beautiful Chico, California, and hang out. Also, I mean, either Button Willow or Thunder Hill. There's not a whole lot of bring your wife.
Chico. Yeah. You go Chico or Buttonwillow. You can go to either one of those spots, and you're going to be in a really nice spot in California.
Yep. Bakersfield.
Yeah, and Bakersfield. Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful.
Well, you can fly in and out of there, and you can get a rental car. I can tell you that. That's all you can really do there.
And that's all I've ever done there.
It's a good thing too. That's nothing else to do. But yeah, I would say probably that aspect. Getting the West Coast teams involved in it, the package to race as a racer. When you look at the rule set, and you're like, this is not hard. I mean, it's not far off E1 or E0 back in WRC days. So yeah, I think it's all doable.
I've kind of had this thought over the course of the weekend that's been developing itself in slow motion. We obviously were involved in the 25 Hours of Thunderhill, all of us collectively in various roles. And I think there was a feeling at the time that NASA WERC was a real aiming point for people wanting to go endurance racing nationwide, right? I mean, Thunderhill had real stature and status despite being, based out on the West Coast.
Yeah.
It was off season. It was a good time of year for people to just come out and do it, pro drivers included. And it was hard to imagine people stepping away from that because, well, what's going to change here, right? Yeah. Lemons and Champ Car were already a thing. Champ Car was already a thing, right? Move on 15 years from that time frame, and even stalwarts like yourself and Troy, who just seem to be perennially there, have decided, whatever you've decided, whether it's time to go do something else, we want a new challenge, we need to step up, this is more professional, whatever that is. What was kind of the driving force there that's led you not just to go race a car here, but now you guys have had a new car built to go do GTO properly?
Sure.
And what was that kind of process like, and what's led you to now being, kind of ever present in the WRL paddock?
I would say, honestly, at the end of the day, we only got a few more years to race. And so WRL gave us the opportunity to race East Coast tracks we wanted to race. We wanted to be competitive, and we didn't want a crazy rules package. We just wanted your basic, we all know how this works.
Yeah, sure.
And so WRL fit the bill.
Okay.
Drivers here are all, for the most part, pretty good. And if they're not going to be around, which is great.
Yeah.
And the experience of running is super simple. I mean, anytime you can walk in on a Thursday or Thursday night to your driver, introduction, quote unquote, and get your credentials, like, oh, hey, Sean, how are you? Here you go, done. I mean, there's no, if you've already raced with us this year, your same gear, okay, great, here you go, done, thanks, walk away, done. I mean, simple things.
There's consistency in that.
It adds up.
Yeah,
and it makes the environment that much more fun to come
I get it. It's interesting to hear you say, well, number one, there aren't too many drivers, and I'm not a driver myself, but I am a pilot, and aviation suffers from the same deal. There aren't too many drivers who would say, hey, you know what, I only have a few more years of this.
Right.
Because people will push themselves and tell themselves, no, I'm still going to be sharp 10 years from now. And both you and Troy, very frankly, have been very honest about it and saying, you know what, Troy's like, I got 5 or 6 more years of this. I'm going to go do the stuff I want to do now. Yeah. And that makes a whole lot of sense. It's also interesting to hear you say that tracks are a big part of that. You guys being based on the West Coast, you do have some access to some really cool places.
Sure.
I mean, Laguna and Sonoma, the Wraith is pretty cool. I've never been there, but it looks awesome.
It's a great track as
Pacific is fun. Love as heck, but man, it looks awesome.
When you drop down to they call it the toilet bowl. It's a
the switchback there.
It's like I've never been anything like this in track.
I really want the SCCA Super Tour to go there. I'm fingers crossed that it happens in the future. There's been some talk of it. It looks tremendous, and I've heard they made some safety upgrades there.
Yeah, it's a neat track. It's fun. It's fun.
But that as WRL is kind of out of this calendar and weeded out some tracks that your Brainards, let's say, that you're not pulling big crowds at, but instead of going to Brainerd, we're going to go to Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
Or we're going to go to Daytona and Red Atlanta and Barber, right? Like places like that is actually a pull for you guys.
Sure.
Sure. With let's say limited time left to go out and still be competitive, by the way. You guys very obviously are.
Yes,
which is awesome.
We can make a car go around the track.
Yeah, for sure. I gotcha. So we're looking forward to Coda, hopefully, maybe, with the new car?
Yeah, ideally. That's what we're hoping for.
Fantastic.
So, yeah.
Well, the margin's down to 18 seconds. You guys are closing. So if you've got anything else, by all means, any sponsors, you got
obviously
SRC
Samson
here.
Recruit. Yeah, exactly. The company. Yeah, my company. But I honestly just another great week, and I'm really happy to have WR here at Miller. I keep saying Miller because it's like St. Cyrs Point. You know, I can't. I
For
can't
sure.
help it.
Yeah, Infineon.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I can't help it. This will always be Miller.
Everything, all of the trophies and everything were commissioned. All this stuff was kind of designed and printed before the name change in May or whatever that was.
Right.
Yeah. So we've been rolling with Utah Motorsports Campus. RJ's been rolling with UMC most of the weekend, and you know, we do what we have to do.
I'm just happy everybody's here. I'm glad that we've got a great weekend of racing. The weather hasn't been bad. We got a rain shower coming in over the shoulder back there, but it's typical here, so it's been great. It's been great.
No, it's really been a lovely weekend. I would say that as far as if you're going to push into a new geographic area and kind of hinge some things on this weekend going as well as it can in order to either encourage people to come back or encourage new drivers and teams to come out, I think this is about as good a debut as you could possibly have hoped for.
Yeah, and I
totally green racing yesterday. Excellent racing, excellent finishes, good hospitality. Everybody that's new here has been super friendly and understanding.
Sure.
It's been a tremendous weekend.
Yeah, and you go to town and dinner, and in town everybody's loving to see you, and everybody's super happy. And you know, you can fly into Salt Lake City with an easy airport, easy access to the track, makes traveling for crews and families easy.
For sure.
So, yeah. So anyhow, I'll get running back down there, see what the team's up to. But thank you guys so much as always.
Hopefully you guys have something to celebrate here in about 18 minutes.
We're getting there.
Hey,
all right.
Thanks, Sean.
Cheers, you guys. Cheers, everybody.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. John Sampson Racing Communication, racing with off leash this weekend. The number 808, 18.6 seconds behind the 118 of Blaze Racing. Always nice to see people come back around. People that Brendan and I and JT and the whole DriversEye Live crew have met and commentated on before, and seeing them work their way back around to WRL and getting to see what they're up to and hear their stories, always a big fun thing for me to do with these weekends. I enjoy it.
I didn't necessarily want to say this to Sean or to Troy. I don't know if you ever felt this way, Ryan, but I always felt like I didn't belong at Thunderhill. And that's not necessarily that anybody there was creating that atmosphere. I mean, maybe it was a little bit of that. Every organization obviously handles things differently.
I think it's because we were collectively 23.
Correct. So that's
so
a part of it, right? So that's a big part of it. But we didn't have a whole lot of. We had some engagement from people that you and Tim could go make friends with, like Chris Durbin and Ryan Eversley. But outside and Mark Miller, but outside of that, the stalwarts, the people who were at Thunderhill all the time, didn't seem to give a darn that there was any live coverage at all. And therefore, it wasn't like, hey, this is really cool. Thank you guys for being here and coming and doing this. It was just pretending it didn't exist.
The thing is, when I run into people like Sean, and it could be that they're just being nice. They always have nice things to say about us versus what they got later. So,
what do you mean?
Wow. I don't know if it was Sean or somebody else. I had spoken with somebody, I don't know if it was all on the air or not, but they had basically intimated to me that they're like, no, we loved it when you guys were doing the broadcast because you knew what you were talking about.
Oh, I see, yep.
And we were noticed insofar as, we weren't down there making connections, which I still think I chalk up to us being young and
yes, absolutely, and average age
that kind, and
absolutely.
Again, we're all about 23, roughly, give or take. I'm younger, a year older.
Well,
and also the sort of issues that you and I have spoken about socially.
Yes.
That I think contributed to it a lot.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it seems that the respect came later, assuming there wasn't that there in the first place. And on the flip side, RJ lets us do whatever we want. I don't have to argue with RJ about, for God's sake, we're going to come do it. Please just let us do the event.
Yeah.
Please, don't you care? Don't you, it's not that kind of relationship. And RJ's like, I'm spending money on the broadcast. Please watch the broadcast. Hang out with people.
Yeah, well, it's an integral part of the experience here.
Right.
Right. There, at the 25, there was a marketing budget, and it was several tens of thousands of dollars that was poured into getting on linear television, right?
Sure.
Or cable television.
Yeah, cable. Yeah.
And that was fine, and it was a disruption or anything. But we came in and we did something different because it was something that we liked, and if we weren't good at it, we at least knew what we were talking about, right?
Yep.
And
I don't think, and to be clear,
but anyway,
no, I'm not gonna ruffle any feathers. We've already been down this road.
It's fine.
So the point being, I don't think that in addition to us knowing what we were talking about, I don't think we were any worse than them either. To be clear, like that's
Sure. My end point is that in retrospect and running into some of these people later in life, in feeling like maybe we as a team weren't good enough because of a lot of factors, including not feeling particularly welcome. That these are just ultimately people who are we're all just racing people, right? They're renting seats and putting cars on the grid and executing strategy and being a part of this and using their talents and their passion in a way that accomplishes what they want to do, which is to go fast and win races. And we're doing the same thing repeatedly, but doing what we want to do, which is covering it, talking about it, making people feel special and engaged with, and like they're being given a platform to share this thing that we all love.
So I have another angle on that, on why our reception may not have been as good, because the people who liked us really liked us and gave us lots of money to keep being able to come and do it.
For sure, yeah.
I suspect that the way the idea of whether or not you wanted to be involved in the TV show was probably presented in a very aggressive fashion. Insofar as like, oh, well, if you're not going to pay to be into it, then you're just not even going to get shown. We're not going to bother with you. Don't even pretend. And that probably turned people off. And then you have the thing of like, well, do people think that we're them? Like, where's the differentiation here? Like, are they not wanting to talk to us because they were told that they can't because they didn't pay into this TV show?
Well, and that was the trade-off. You could spend $0 to not get talked about ever, or you could spend some dollars to support the people who are going to talk about everybody equally.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's.
Or who are just going to talk about the race. And if you do your job well, which is to put a good team and strategy together and race cars quickly, then you're going to get talked about. We also had a lot of flexibility to do cool stuff there because we were bringing a lot of people to do it once a year. Like, it was our little Le Mans, you know? So we could go hand out cases of oil, and like stuff like that. Or do little voiceover bits or, just the cool stuff, the goofy stuff. That, as
I
time
do miss
goes
that.
on. Yeah, I do too, to be clear. That in order for this to be sustainable for us, you've got to kind of minimize the number of staff bringing in order for it to be a reasonable value proposition. I do think our WRL experience in 2017 and 2018 is highly reflective of what we tried, 2017 in particular, what we did do at Thunderhill. And I'd love to do more of that in the future if there's an appetite and, more importantly, a budget for that. Like, just have that presence. Oh, we did it at Sebring in 21, didn't we?
We did, yeah.
Yeah. We did some pit reporting, but it wasn't, like, in-depth the way we did it at Thunderhill. Yeah, exactly. Into the final 12 minutes.
Here we are.
On Burt Brothers Motorpark. The gap from the 191 to the 119, so CHR back to AE victory, is 20.4 seconds, but not closing, it has to be said. It's 1 minute and 7 from AE victory back to round 3, and that is because AE victory... Oh, they've already... How does that happen?
They came in and they pit.
What's that?
Everyone in GTO, I believe, has done their final pit stops.
No, they have, but I was expecting AE victory to come out behind round 3. Was it just a shorter pit stop that has created... That's fascinating. Yeah, shorter pit stop for that, and later pit stop for the 119 has put them ahead of the round 3 racing Porsche. Remember that Porsche had a 2-lap penalty earlier on. It put it directly behind AE victory. So head-to-head, since that full course yellow right around the midpoint of the race, AE victory has actually stretched the margin back to the round 3 Porsche by a pretty meaningful number. It's been a really impressive middle stint to the race here for that AE victory Supra. 20 seconds is probably too tall a mountain to climb in the last 5 laps here, unless something goes very wrong for the Charlie Hayes Racing number 191. But let's see there. Blaze Racing actually pulling away from the off-leash Motorsports number 808. That car, again, just like it did at the end of Saturday's race, going quite rapidly and quite consistently. Battle on, there was a battle on for P4 in GP1 as well. They're beating TC Design and HQ Autosport, that has gone the way of TC Design just within the last 2 laps or so. And as they run, Blaze Racing from, I think it was P5 in the standings, P5 or P6 in the standings, has the potential here to sweep the weekend at Burt Brothers Motorpark and, in doing so, claim the Midwest Championship, which is just a remarkable swing. All in 1 weekend, 15 hours of racing. DTU battle heads off down into turn number 1 with, as was just mentioned in the chat, the number 60. Having jumped that number 908. Automatic Racing.
Yeah, I believe it stayed out 1 extra lap for the final pit stops here.
Yeah. Automatic car going quickly, though. 201.950 last time around. As quick as we've seen out of a GTU car. Other than the first 5 laps of a race, it's a really quick time. I don't want to stir the pot or anything here.
Oh boy.
As we head out of our first West of the Rockies weekend. We are in schedule season here for sure. People start asking, and I think there are still a lot of things up in the air, but I think coming out of this race gives some really good momentum to whatever the 2026 schedule looks like, and almost certainly that is tremendous.
The Rapscallions has gone drivers left off into the sand, coming back. Hopefully rejoins safely. Looks good. All
Isn't
right.
this how this race kind of ended yesterday?
Yes.
With a big off from the 669 down there at the Attitudes. But anyway, I think almost certainly we'll see a return to Utah in 2026. I think everything that was done this weekend, and what RJ said at the drivers' meeting on Friday night, was our aim was 40 cars, and we were just about there. We ended up with 37 turning laps here this weekend. It was 40 on the entry list until Thursday. So I think we've done all the right things here this weekend. I am hopeful that there is another little effort put into adding an extra West Coast race, and we can keep this momentum going into next season. And I'm hopeful that this experience here turns into bringing the whole circus out to Utah. And that ultimately comes from driver demand, because so many of our teams are rent kind of focused. Only having 1 open throttle car here instead of 5, right? That's a part of it. Having, your Lupe Tortillas and your fast track racings and your AOAs up in GTO that give us that real depth at the very top. I think that's the one thing we're kind of missing here this weekend. And I am really, really hopeful that in addition to having some maybe more local teams to this part of the country, I hope that we are joined here next year by more of the teams that we see on a consistent basis, because this has turned out to be a pretty excellent showcase and a pretty excellent weekend all around for WRL, and frankly for Burt Brothers Motorpark. I think this has been a really good kind of status weekend to have a good, solid series that's free and open to spectators. I mean, there's no entry fee to come in and check it all out. Just come enjoy the weather and hang out and watch some race cars. Been a really good week.
Clean race, clean weekend. Like 1 yellow. That was like, you can't beat that. Cannot beat it. Cannot beat it. Do we have any battles that we're watching towards the end of the race here, or do you think we're about square?
I just don't know that there's that there's enough time, or B, that anything's really close enough. I say
16 to 908 is kind of...
Yeah, that's pretty much it, and that's stabilized right there at 1.5 seconds. Lap times are within a couple of tenths of a second. CHR and AE victory being 20 seconds apart is awesome, and I don't want to lose sight of that being awesome. But also, 20 seconds apart, 3 laps to go. It's kind of the number we anticipate.
Your GTU fight.
That's what Ryan just said. Yeah, 60 and the 908. That is kind of where we stand. Thank you, Erwin. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Join us for the Fun Cup broadcast from the 25 Hours of Spa next. Nope. Someday. I have a theory question for you here with that AE Victory Supra sitting in P2.
If they hadn't made the wrong call on the yellow, would they be winning right now?
Yes.
I already have
absolutely. That wasn't. Do you think it feels better being obviously and consistently competitive in that Supra since Daytona, but being now twice, well, once really today, but and again at Daytona, being close, like so close, but not quite there as far as race wins go? Or do you think it felt better trying to figure it out and getting small wins of top 10s and top 12s in deep fields earlier on in the season? Yeah, I don't know. I'd be interested to have that conversation, mostly with Sarah, because she's the one who comes up here.
The 119 AE Victory and the 77 in the Cup Series. Name a more iconic duo.
Who's the 77 in the Cup Series?
Who's the... Come on.
Oh, yeah, duh.
Yeah,
I don't
it's the same thing.
It, so
They're going to
know
win. The
yeah.
119's going to get a win.
Yeah,
They're going to get a win
yeah.
this season. It's just, when is it going to happen? Like, it's there.
Are
We're
you
there.
saying what we need to do is we need to go to the Echo Park Speedway Roval with WRL?
No, I'm saying Sarah Montgomery needs to get a race suit that's Chili's branded. That looks like jeans and a cowboy shirt with a hat, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah. Fair.
That's a Spire, isn't it, Jordan? 77? Yeah, okay. Spire, that's what I was looking for.
Yeah. I don't know. They've been close, right? And Daytona was absolutely no fault of their own.
Yep.
Today, you know,
Was their
Ryan,
fault. You gotta pit
yes
sooner, man.
and-
If
look,
it's yellow, you gotta pit. Like, you can't wait. It might go one more lap. Like, nah, it hasn't been yellow the whole time. You gotta go.
Here's what I would say. When you're in that position, pitting, when you had the opportunity to, would have put you a lap down to the 70. It just would have. Now, does that matter when you're most of a lap down anyway because you're not in the overall race leading class? It probably really doesn't, but they made a bad situation, or an unfortunate situation at least, worse by coming in and pitting while they were still very much under green, or coming back to green.
Right.
Right. That was the big issue. And obviously this would put them ahead of CHR for sure.
Yep.
As it turns out, everything worked out in a way that they ended up beating the 70 anyway, because the 70 got the 2-lap pass under yellow penalty. It is what it is. You say, okay, we can do this differently or better. I get the trepidation on pitting and not wanting to go off the lead lap to the 70 there under yellow. But once they made that decision, they were probably better off just going back to green, stretching it out for 3 or 4 laps, running the tank dry, and then coming in. That was probably the better move at the time.
No white flag here.
Yes, we do. Last lap begins at the Burt Brothers Motorpark, the Crossroads Endurance Challenge, and the 2025 Midwest Regional Championship in the World Racing League headed towards their conclusion here with the GTU and overall race lead battle, all in some pretty heavy traffic here on the way into turn number 1. They go past the 981 BSR Racing Porsche. They go past the 669 Rapscallion Ligier JS2R. And that leaves the 908 out a little bit wide there at turn number 2, and that's probably enough to give that 60 just enough breathing room on the final lap of racing here. Again, our overall race win battle is going to come down to a matter of tenths of seconds here. We head towards the Black Rock Hairpin for the final time. Those look a little bit, I would say, visually closer on the brakes there into turn 5. AE Victory is giving it everything they've got here in the final couple of laps, down to 15 seconds flat as they begin tour 193. But eyes primarily on that GTU and overall race lead fight. Headed towards the middle sector of the circuit, around turn number 7. Witchcraft up the short hill into the Attitudes. Over the crest of the hill and up towards Tuella Turn turn number 11. They'll make their way towards the final sector of the track here. 3 more corners to go for the pair of Sebeco NP01s. It looks like it's enough in hand for the Stratus Racing number 60, the black and silver, black and gray, Sebeco NP01. It's another tremendous race to the checkered flag on the Sunday here at Burt Brothers Motorpark, excuse me. But as we head onto the front straightaway for the final time, flash of the headlights from Stratus number 60. They win the Sunday 7-hour Enduro here in Utah. Second place, followed just to the line by the number 908 Automatic Racing NP01, and Stratus number 58, should they get home, should be enough to take the third step on the podium in GTU. Next class winner across the line is the Blaze Racing number 118, who, against some pretty long odds, wins Saturday, wins Sunday, and provisionally wins the Midwest Championship in GP1. That is tremendous work from Scott Mann and the gang down there at Blaze Racing, not only to get that car reliable and ready to go for this weekend, but to get it very much into the championship fight and to execute to perfection in terms of both strategy and pace. Excellent job there for what are provisionally your GP1 Midwest Regional Champions. Garage 66 and GP2 will take the class win by 6 laps over North Loop Motorsport, who bails to the pit lane on the final lap. Takes the checkered flag there in the lane. Garage 66 provisionally also your GP2 class champions. Got through the day with no issues, unlike yesterday, and that is enough to maintain that P1 in that championship ahead of the number 83 Palomar Racing car, who 61 laps off of the class lead ends up third on the podium in GP2. GTO, your race winner will be Charlie Hayes Racing, the number 191 BMW M4 GT4. Margin of victory in your GTO class is 16.5 seconds, back to AE Victory Racing, who gets closer and closer yet to that inaugural win. Some bad luck with a full course yellow and strategy that maybe could have been called a little bit differently, but the pace is there, the consistency is there. They'll finish second on the podium with round 3 racing in the number 70 Porsche 911 991.Cup rounding out the podium there in P3. They are, that number 70 team, your Midwest Regional Champions in GTO. And we already handled GTU with your overall race win going to the Stratus number 60. We won't belabor things too much here. We've got some cleanup to do and some podiums and trophies to give away and some tech to cover. So we'll handle our next race and upcoming broadcast here in just a moment, but I'll turn it over to JT Tammy and Ryan West for some closing thoughts from a fantastic Crossroads Endurance Challenge weekend.
Yeah, a great weekend at UMC, BBMP, MMP.
Just BBM, I think.
BBM?
I think it's just BBM, yeah. Anyway,
a great weekend here. And like I had talked about, a lot of clean racing, one yellow the whole time, so the race was able to breathe in the way that it needed to for most of the time. And it really was just a thing of pace, consistency, and keeping the car outside the pit lane. People that had trouble ended up falling down the order. People who didn't have trouble did really well. It's what we love about endurance racing. That's why we keep coming back to it. I hope that this stays on the calendar. This was an awesome race. I think next year we'll get more entries because people will see how cool this race was. People will want to come out here, to come out west where weather's a little bit different, especially as we start to get into the kind of colder, rainier season. Utah stays a little bit more on the dry side. Very, very excited to have been able to call this race, and I can't wait to keep doing it more and more as the years go by.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. I think this was a great weekend for WRL, for the track themselves. We had 2 great races. It's really hard to top what we got to experience this weekend. You know, a lot of clean racing up and down the field. We had great battles throughout the day. Even all the way up to the finish. It was just another great WRL race, and so hopefully we'll get to see more of that in the future. You know, it's a great weekend for everybody. Big shout out to the marshals, safety crew, WRL staff, everybody for putting on this, you know, this event that we enjoy so much, and looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot to build a marquee event up or build any event up from scratch. When it's not just a track rental kind of weekend. This really didn't have that kind of feel. It didn't have the feel of a track rental. Hey, we're just here to turn some laps and get our guys some track time and go do some racing. It really does kind of feel like we're all doing this very intentionally, and that there's been a lot of effort put into this by the staff here, the teams that are local to Burt Brothers Motorpark, local to the West Coast here, and that if we want it, and if WRL wants it, we can build something special out of this. It's a tremendous platform and a tremendous jumping-off point here for what is hopefully a return to Burt Brothers Motorpark in 2026. But you really can't have asked for it to have gone any better than it did. One full-course yellow across 2 days, multiple podium battles that come down to a couple of seconds, and in some cases even less than that. Yeah, if the intentionality and the effort is there, I think we can do something pretty special with this event and really turn it into a Blue Ribbon must-do event on the World Racing League calendars in the future. I have very little to add, as a matter of fact. We've talked about quite a bit of it here in the closing stages of this race, this Sunday race. Our next event from the World Racing League and DriversEye Live here, Watkins Glen. In just 3 weeks' time, we go from the high desert and the mountains of Utah on the shores of the Great Salt Lake to the shores of Seneca Lake in the Finger Lakes region of upstate New York. And we get to do all of this, 55 cars on the entry list for 15 hours of racing in the fall foliage up in the Finger Lake, which is just going to be tremendous, as it was in 2024 as well. Some additional DriversEye Live broadcasts to come across our partners over at the Porsche Owners Club as well. Join us if you enjoy our coverage. Please give us a like and a subscribe and a follow here at the World Racing League, and join us as we head to, Ryan, you go to Buttonwillow in 2 weeks' time, which will be should be some pretty good stuff. Always good sprint racing there on the POC side. So let's, sorry, somebody's shouting on a microphone down in the pit lane. Anyway, yeah, we'll step aside here on DriversEye Live. Thank you all for joining us and being a part of our 2025 coverage of the Burt Brothers Motorpark. I have no idea what's happening in the background. It's extremely distracting, but it's somebody's very excited about something. Anyway. Yeah, we'll wrap up shop here from Utah. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for being a part of it. For JT Tammy, for Ryan West, for Jordan Worth, I'm Brendan Kazmarek. Join us in 3 weeks from Watkins Glen. And until then, take care.